Good morning, guys.
Good morning. Morning.
Good morning. Good morning, TJ. Hey, I tagged you a couple times this morning about Spot Gamma. You might want to check it out, see if we can figure anything out with it.
All right, I'll take a look. Oh, and I added a channel. It's just here. Let me just move it up to. It's just under a swing chat.
And I went back to see the ES or SP 500 futures. In the last election, we made an all-time high in November 8th, and it ended November 9th, the pullback, and it was a 7% pullback. This year, the all-time high was September 2nd, and then right now is a 10% pullback.
Yeah, and if we can't hold this 320 level, guys, it looks bad. I mean, we're going for that 310 to 300 level, which is like the next major support level. Have some good support here, but we gotta hold here. Like if you look at the volume profile, this is an area where we're good, but then we have a gap. As soon as we break through this gap, we'll probably hit 315 to 310s as the next acting support.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
Can't complain. Beautiful day.
Yeah, same.
Eton receives FDA approval.
Sorry, what received approval?
On ETON.
Yeah, I checked back, and usually when they have like a 30% pullback on ES is usually when there's like the '08 crisis or like this year where they have the pandemic.
This is juicy for my VIX play. Honestly, I think it's expected. I mean, look at the VIX curve here. Let me just post a picture. We are looking bloody.
I mean, we might chop around here, but I'm not expecting it to break all-time highs until after the election. I don't think we're gonna get like a 30% pullback from all-time highs. We're at
I don't think it's.
we're at 11% right now.
That we're going to go down that far. Um, you know, Here's the thing, right? So if Biden wins, we already know that there's going to be tax implications, right? Now, the problem is that when I was talking to an economist about it, he doesn't see Biden just pushing his tax agenda right away. And the reason is because the market isn't, not the market, I mean, the economy isn't stable yet, right? I mean, we're not getting good unemployment numbers. Everything is just stagnant right now. And, we just got the goods data today. We were expecting, I think it was like a couple of percent. Let me take a look. Yeah, durable goods. We were expecting, I mean, we had 3.2% growth, and right now it's 0.4. So things aren't moving along like we were hoping for. So, yeah, I don't think he's going to act on those tax, um, like increasing those taxes right away. But the market might be discounting it. And, the RBC report that I shared a couple months ago or a month ago, that one really underlines that if Biden does win and he goes through with this tax initiative, the market should go down by about, well, not the market, the EPS would go down by 9%. And knowing the market's reaction, it's probably going to be like 15 plus. What's the current standings for the elections? Like, who's leading?
Biden, he's winning in every poll, so some of it might already be priced in, honestly. And I
Thing, I
know,
mean,
like, I
Hillary
don't want
was
to get people
leading in every poll until she wasn't, right?
yeah, but like 3 days before that, she was losing in the polls. So we'll see if it turns around for Trump.
Yeah, and even the Economist brought this up too, right? And he's like, last time in the elections, everyone thought Trump was bad, and the market went down for one day before the Trump rally really started. I don't know if it's true, but he just mentioned it. I didn't fact check that, but yeah, maybe people are just overreacting a bit. Either way, for us, it's amazing. We can short, we can go long, and yeah, make some good money on the way back up. And then we get that backwardation, which is going to be sweet. We can probably short VIX, and that would be like if Biden comes, shorting VIX is going to be the first thing.
Like, I'm seeing a lot of people that says that polls are wrong. You guys have to remember, like, polls are right most of the time. It was just last election where it was wrong. Everybody seems to think like polls are wrong every single time. No, they're right most of the time. They're just wrong sometimes.
Yeah, statistically, they've been right.
Because people remember that one traumatic event and then they think like it happens every time. No, it's not what happens.
Exactly.
Good morning, guys.
Good morning, Marty. How you doing today?
Good. How are you?
Can't complain. Another day in paradise.
Yes, sir.
Watching Tesla over that 390 level. 400 is going to be a nice test. It's doing pretty well considering the market came down a bit.
Hey, good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Morning.
Hope you're all doing well.
And it's already Friday.
Hey, Johnny. Good morning.
One minute till market open. Let's have ourselves a good day. And then the week strong.
Maddie, let's do this.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
CZT. Guys, market's open. Let's have a good day. Let's see 322.50.
Tesla tanking.
No fills on 322.50, just fills on the ask to show selling pressure. CWBR.
Those wicks on Tesla.
Right? I'm like, Tesla's tanking.
KLDL.
And then it goes right back up.
Tesla's strong over 380, 382, I mean. I'm going to short Tesla, guys. AIHS. I'll be stopping out over 200.
Ripping.
ZM ripped up.
I could see Tesla 420 again, another test of that.
They're doing good. Well, ZM ripped. Tesla ripped. AMD ripped. Roku ripped. Docu.
JE.
I want to see Tesla test around like I said, guys, this morning. I want to go long on Tesla today. Everything else I'll be shorting, but on Tesla, I want to see it test 385 to 380 before I go long. Maybe even 375. So here comes SPY 322.50 test.
Johnny, I thought you were just shorting Tesla.
So like I said on the trading chat, guys, I want to go long on Tesla today at some point, but I want to go long around 380, 385, 375, something like that. I just shorted Tesla because I want to go long down there. So
CREG.
I don't want to go long up here. I'd rather short up here and go long down there.
10-4.
Oh, super knife on SPY, guys. Super knife. Wow, that was huge. They literally just took it down from over 323 back to 322.50 in less than 2 seconds.
GOGL.
With Zoom.
Zoom looks strong.
Do we have any updates on global lockdowns?
MXGP.
QQQ and Apple all failing.
Hopefully
got a starter at 2010.
CEI.
SPY is just wicking off VWAP,
SYPR.
but it's time to, well, I think it's time to tank on SPY. It's just crazy volatile here. Like, if you guys are trading, I'd say I recommend just sitting on your hands for at least 5 more minutes
Chat.
until it stabilizes a bit. It's just going up and down 50 cents. Like, look at these wicks on SPY. That's crazy. I'm not comfortable with
ZOM.
touching SPY here.
Zoom's doing pretty good, guys. It's making new highs here. And also Tesla.
SPI.
Tesla 401. Wow.
So usually NEO follows Tesla, but today it seems like Tesla is following NEO. I don't know if there's any news on the Chinese EV market.
NCTY.
Yeah, here we go. On SPY, get ready, guys. I think we start making the leg down. This they're not really showing strength here at 322.50. They're increasing volume, but they're not getting any healthy close
MOBL.
around here. Just whips. So just I'm focusing on downside. Again, like I said, on Tesla. Tesla's the only company I'm willing to try going long on. But everything else, I'm just going to try and look for shorts today. I remember Tesla long over 400, short under.
MOBL. SGBX.
QQQ melting.
SPI halted downwards minus 22% already today.
John, I like the short with you on Tesla. I took the short as well, shares, and I still have the 400 calls that I wrote.
All right, sounds good. Keep in mind that 405 level, TJ, that 405 bounce level bounced like 10 times. So that's the idea. Just stop over 400. Any resistance level, guys, depending on your risk tolerance, you can risk up to 405, 411. Like it just depends on your position sizing. So thanks for the heads up on that, TJ. And let's try and get that three. Like, remember, guys, we're always targeting for $30 up and down. At this point, 400 is $20 up and down. 420 to 380. They're both inflection points. So yeah. Also SPY approaching low of day again. We got a healthy bearish candle into healthy. Oh, actually, we had a healthy bearish candle turn normal bearish into healthy bearish turned into a continuation down move. So I think we just make the move down. Remember, guys, it's long over 322 on SPY, but that huge gap in the morning of 12 cents for me signifies a massive move down. It's been a while since I saw a 12-cent gap on SPY. Last time I saw it, we tanked. And then we're getting more gaps on the candlesticks here. We're just coming down, more low of day is posting. New low of day just posted again. So I do become a little bullish here at 322, but not to the point where it outweighs my bearishness, guys.
QQQ even further, Johnny, and Apple too, dumping.
Sounds good.
Market internals are looking pretty bad.
Trump is proposing a drug discount card.
What are we back at?
Trump's proposed drug discount
PPSI.
cards will be funded by a medicine trust fund. Is that like the university?
BRQS.
It's pretty much just like Obamacare, just a different name.
I think he's totally doing this for votes.
Trump care.
You know what? Ad's not looking bad right now. I'm just looking at ad. We are negative, but it's moving up, especially on NQ. This could be a short-term bottom. I mean, I would hope for a 330 test. That would be ideal. Plus, it's too early to really see a direction. But it
News.
looks pretty bullish right now.
Yeah, it looks like everything's got a hold here. If SPY drops below where Johnny was saying 322, 321.8, which was yesterday's bounce pivot point in the afternoon. If we go below that, Apple, if that continues down, then it's like major sell-off. So they're going to hold it here, I think. Sorry, I've been away, guys. I've been working a lot and stuff. So back in it next.
Oh, it's all good. Man, not tick. Ad really just rocketed here. So be careful on the Tesla short. I'm going to try taking some off. And SPI open.
Remember 323.30 yesterday was that Fibonacci retracement level. Right now, we're also breaking a trend resistance from the bottom of yesterday at 9:30 a.m. And we have 3 healthy bullish candles. They're all on my chart here. If we get a nice close here, it's not as good, but we need 323.50. That was the main resistance above 323.30. So if we can't break 323.50, we're still good here. Oh, they tested above it? Was anyone tape rating there at 323.50? Because all that shows me here on this 3 green soldier formation, even though the 3rd soldier is not too
MLBL.
strong, is that sellers just stepped back to allow this buying pressure to come in. Went up $1.35 a share in 3 minutes.
Yeah, ad's looking pretty good. Tick is steady. I can see it moving up a bit here.
LAMR.
Oh, GNUS is moving.
Pressure. So they skipped on that. If you guys are tape reading there on SPY, you'd see how they jumped over that 323.50 I've been mentioning continuously since yesterday. And they actually filled over 9,000 shares there on the bid, showing strength. Now filled again at 323.50, showing strength. Yeah, SPY looks okay here. Let's see if they can hold this level.
Chop, chop. Hey, TJ, do you put any value on the book value on something like Rocket Mortgage? Because I was looking at the book value and it's super low.
NCTY.
No, not really.
Okay.
CBAT.
It really depends, but you know, they deal with mortgages, right? So they're always going to be leveraged.
SYPR.
Ben Laden or Ben Traden shared a really good article yesterday. If you have read it or not,
GLNG.
on
PPSI.
Rocket.
Okay.
Oh, nice. What's it about?
Hold on, let me see if I can find the link.
Yeah, on Rocket, I have the shares, and you know, I sold the 25s, bought the 20s.
Yeah, I wanted to hold 20. Under that, I'm not real confident of it. So the market looks like it's coming back down. QQQ's red on the 15-minute. Apple's turning red on the 15-minute after a doji.
Yes, I'm finally up on Save and LUV. Okay, LUV, I'm still down. Save I'm up on. Well, it's at my break even. Not really up, but I scaled some size out. Fuck, I was down like 10% on those.
Yeah, I got 18 average on Save, so I'm kind of bagging that one.
I think you'll be fine. That's Ryan, right?
Yeah, it's Ryan TJ.
SSNT.
How far out did you buy? Like, is it contracts or shares?
No, I just have shares in my IRA.
Our CRSR is doing really good. Take a look at that one. Alerted the dip buy yesterday at 14s. Man, Tesla is just refusing to tank.
Yeah, you see that pennant that I posted? I feel like this over this, what is it, 396? It seems really bullish to me. 397 too.
TAT.
Sorry, I don't want to go against you. I'm not trading it. It seems like a strong pennant shape.
Oh yeah, I can see it too. And to be honest, I was looking at it and I was like, maybe I shouldn't short it, but let's see.
Roku at support.
ZM trying to hold over VWAP.
QQQ new low. How'd you guys do on Tesla at 350? I'm sure you guys were loading, right? 360.
Oh, I went short. As soon as I saw the option flow, I just hammered it down.
Yeah, but did you get the dip yesterday or?
No, I missed that entire dip. That which sucks. I was I was waiting for, I forgot what it was. I think it was like, what is it? Let's say it was 380s or let's say 370s. I was like, okay, 375 bounce, and then never happened. What was it? Oh no, it was 355 when I alerted it. It went down and I didn't look at it, so kind of sad.
WKHS 24. I think someone said over that bullish in the watch list. Thanks, TJ.
Yeah, no problem.
News.
Tesla's refusing to come down here. I just want to see it just break down. At least break that 396.
Strong bearish candle on ZM. Under VWAP.
CEI.
But it's on such a low volume, the 1 minute strong candle. What do you think?
Yeah, it is low.
SPY's looking okay here. To be honest, Tesla's not bad.
Aiden.
At 941 looked very nice for a reversal, but then it disappointed a little bit after this.
SGBX, MOBL, SYPR,
I'm just wondering, after that push up on Tesla yesterday, I bet there's going to be a little bit more continuation here. If we stay over this 400 any longer, it might get some sick run, guys. I'm just nervous if you're short. Sorry.
Oh no, it's just stagnant anyways. So I'm just gonna stick to my stop. 405s.
Yeah.
GLNG,
Like if this was a Monday or something, I would definitely be more bullish on it, but it's Friday, so probably just stays in this area, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Also, kind of like where it held yesterday, right? The 350 area held super well.
ZM looks like it's flagging on the 5 minute and 1 minute.
CBAT,
Yeah, SEM's nice, man.
PPSI,
PTON is doing pretty good today too.
HBIO.
Man, I should have closed my Nikola short this morning.
GNFT.
Trading at 19s.
Yeah, Trevor pumping it from the sidelines.
SYPR.
Yeah, someone's holding Tesla up. I mean, the market's looking pretty good. I think maybe I should go on the long side.
SGBX.
You know, ads looking good. Tick is, you know, stable.
Marty, for your ZM, are you looking at 492, kind of a goal for that pivot point?
Yep, that's exactly what I'm looking at.
Nice.
I haven't pulled the trigger yet, though.
Oh, you're not in it?
Not yet. Because the 5 minutes pretty overbought.
I don't know, man. Yeah, it's really solid consolidation, though, since the open. Wow, Apple 109.07, QQQ's coming up pretty heavily. There's a lot of tech moving back up.
All right, slow grind for me. There's Tesla. Man, I'm glad I reversed that.
MOBL.
ZM approaching breakout level.
TAT.
Guys, if Apple breaks this, it's definitely going to 110, maybe 112, because this is trend line resistance that I have. What the heck, TJ? Did you just tank Tesla there at 4037?
No, I'm long on it.
Yeah, it had a huge spike. That was nice.
Goss.
So ZM didn't break out there yet.
SYPR.
I don't like the market acting like this, guys. So just be careful. I mean, we're just fucking trading sideways. Nothing really happening. You know, it's way safer just to sit on your hands, wait for a proper entry.
TSHA.
Like in Rocket here, we're at 2034. So I wanted to break 2040 into 2050.
I took a stab at ZM starter right now. Long. I'll stop out under view up. Goal is over 490. So it's about $3 on the downside risk to pretty much $6 or more on the long side.
CREG.
Yeah, that's a beautiful setup.
Apple 109.66. Here comes 110.
ZM approaching breakout point. New high of day ZM. Here comes 490.
Woohoo.
Good call. I got in on time.
Nicely done.
Tesla follows right now.
TAT.
So yeah, well done, buddy. Nice shop short. And WKHS, that one just broke 24s, moving up here. Nice call, Ryan.
AIHS.
Yeah, I'm glad you guys alerted that this morning on the watch list because I kind of took my eyes off it. So thanks for that.
No problem.
Marty, very nice alert here. Just made 30% on the scalp.
Very nicely done. Thank you.
30%. Nice job, buddy.
Let's look for over
GOVX.
490 if we can get it.
JS, which contracts did you take?
GNFT.
Expiring today, the 500.
Oh, wow.
They absorb that selling pressure. But if they crack 490 though, there we go.
It's going.
We're Gucci.
Boom, bang, 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 bang.
Bang, bang. Yes.
And
These
printing.
contracts too.
Took the 490 October 2nd.
SYPR.
That was sexy play. I took some off as per over 490. That's $6 on the upside for me, and I'm nearing the target. So my main target would be that pivot point, like Ryan mentioned. It's just under 495.
GLDD.
Guys, RKT 2053, 2078 next stop.
Music to my ears.
It's time for me to post the GIF.
The boom.
Boom.
No, this is the official bang bang GIF.
I expect you to look a lot younger.
I might sound like a 20-year-old, but I might be 60, 50, who knows?
Hey, that really big trend spike. Trend just spiked to 1.7 out of nowhere. And tick hit negative 600. So we're seeing something odd going on right now.
Yep, that's weird. If we don't get back over 490 here, I will close position.
Tesla add area here,
Rad.
398, or 399 now.
Are you on the long side or the short side, Ryan?
I was kind of just helping TJ. Not that he needs my help, but he was long.
I closed out the rest of the Zoom. They failed to break back over 490 here.
I just have to wait to make a coffee. TJ, you reverse the short?
Yeah, I went long, but I'm just like scalping. Don't have a big size. There's no direction on it. I still have the 400 calls that I wrote, so there's that one. It does look weak here, though.
Yeah, ZM looks weak here too. That scale out was perfect, literally.
I'm still holding Rocket.
Question. So on the GIF I posted, the same reaction had this posted 3 times. Does anyone know what's going on with that? I know it's not important, but I was just wondering.
Oh yeah,
SGBX.
that's 2020. Thank you very much. 2020. The unexpected can occur at any time.
We got a big move going up on the dollar here. DXY is squeezing in a big way, so I'd be really careful.
Anyone still holding the OMI short from yesterday?
JP. AIHS.
Volume decreased on Zoom. Yep, glad I got out of that one. Sheesh.
GLBS.
Sheesh.
I got Apple puts 109, just 3.
Amazon approaching 3K.
CREG.
Did you say something, Johnny?
Oh, just learning the SPY love there.
Nice call.
Jay-Z, that's what I'm looking at too. Could be a nice little bottom here.
Tesla bounced just over that 200 EMA on the 1 minute.
Also, guys, we failed the trend resistance from yesterday's low. So if you pull up a chart on SPY, draw a trend line from yesterday's low from just around 9:30 a.m. and just hit it to your next low, and you can see it just failed like 3 or 4 times today. And we got Amazon at 3K alert by Marsh. Thanks, Marsh.
Thank you, Marsh. Johnny, I believe Marsh was from the Twitch chat.
Yeah. Yeah, had about 50 or 60 people join the group already.
Nicely done. Welcome, everyone. Tesla trying to form an H pattern here.
Just closed my OMI short for 20% profit.
Nice work.
Well done.
Thank you.
Was that one from yesterday that you held on to?
Yeah, exactly. I still see weakness in the stock, but the candles on the 1 minute, I just didn't feel comfortable. And as soon as I don't feel comfortable in a position, I know I'm not holding it anymore. I get out. Get out when in doubt.
Get out of here.
Lol.
Sorry, I had to.
No, man, don't be sorry. I think it's funny. I like it. I like it.
That's JD talking, right?
JS. Jan.
Oh, sorry, JS, yeah.
Oh, good.
A few people are saying that they're having trouble hearing me. Is that the same for everyone?
I can hear you fine.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, me too.
Tesla VWAP approach.
What was the call this morning? Tesla under 400 short? Is that what it was?
Yeah, the watch list level is a short under 400 long over. So I tried doing the short
AIHS.
under 400.
Nice.
Yeah, like just remember times 5 guys, 2K. So that 2K level is huge on Tesla pre-split. And it's still acting like a pretty big level here.
CREG.
Hungarian PM Orban tells Reuters he's convinced Trump will win U.S. election.
He's building that rapport.
Yep. He's getting ready.
All right, RKT 21s, guys.
Yes, I took my eyes off it.
I know, but I'd remind you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Where's DX at?
Lol, he's probably dancing.
Rad.
Guys, today I think is a day where I'm going to take very few entries, just like the best ones, because I really don't like how the market's moving right now.
Oh, bro, I'm just taking it slow. I'm just holding on to Tesla, but yeah, man, it's been so slow. Like the market's just in this channel, so while it's in this channel, there's not much we can do really.
Yeah, and like I feel like tickers are consolidating very, very tightly. So a rip in any direction will just cause more movement to that direction specifically. We just have to wait.
I mean, I don't want to encourage this behavior, but one option could be to open up Iron Condors. I think Hulk is our Iron Condor master here. Is he on voice?
No, but I think the one thing is that I think he only posted after. Doesn't really alert anything. It's just the results afterwards.
Okay.
SYPR.
I'm still holding ZI calls, October 16th on the 20 at 40, and they are finally green.
Yeah, ZI, I think it's a really good one. Like this is something I added a lot on. I got a 34.65 average so far. And I bought it just because, like, you know, Ron Barron was bullish on this, and I had this position before, so thought I'd take another stab.
Yeah, man, thanks for the alert. I actually had a look on this because of your alert.
If Tesla doesn't break 400, I'm out.
I'm out. Apple puts lost $100 on those, but it's screaming up.
Marty, you killed it.
I was watching this from the morning. I was like, this has to be it. Yeah,
Marty, that's a
take that
sniper
one.
move.
Literally top ticked.
That's great.
And the strategy there was just to sell while the candle is still green. Kind of like how TJ says, sell into the strength. You get more out of these options with it too.
Yeah.
Thank you. And you get hit on the ask, which is the best thing.
Yup.
SGBX.
Yeah, bid price at that point was, I believe, 6.8 or 6.7. So it made an extra 30 on each contract.
Yeah, Wisdom Seeker, I saw this. I also like Splunk here, especially at the consolidation level. Tickers SPLK.
When I do trade options, it's very simply that. And like, to give you an example, if I buy something like VSAR, you know, like I did buy VSAR.
Someone like his own.
An example, I don't mean to relate it to real life. You know, I buy VSAR and I think this stock is really great. And I like this stock. I don't want to sell it. I like my shares.
Dude, that sounds like Frank.
Chat.
But at the same time, I recognize that I'm up 80%.
It really does.
Yeah, it is Frank.
Yeah, guys, that was from a lesson that we had posted on the United Traders YouTube channel.
Oh.
I posted the video on Twitch the other day.
AIHS.
Tesla, jeez. TJ, did you add down there?
Oh, yeah, I did.
Attaboy.
CCCL.
I'm already out, though. I got out at 401. Well, 401.39 was my best.
What was your average on them?
I think it was 398 something. I had to like add on to it while it dipped.
Gotcha.
Apple's at 110 in previous support, now resistance. Let's see if this holds.
I don't think it's going to hold.
You think it's going back down, right?
Yeah, I don't think it's going to hold. I think it's going to come back down.
Honestly, I'm having trouble finding like actual like good entries and good trends. We're just like not moving as much as we should. Tick is just not moving. Ad is doing good, but yeah, I don't know. When you see the market this like, well, like it's not even volatile right now, right? It's just trading in that range. And that is scary.
It's been a while since we had a day like this in the morning.
I know, right? Maybe we're just like too spoiled.
Yeah, might be it.
What do you guys think about the daily setup on SPY?
Let me check it out.
Because it looks kind of weak to me. Like,
All right, guys. I am taking some off on CS. Yeah, what is it? CRSR. If you guys took the trade with me, you're up to over 20%.
Switchback Energy is doing good today.
SYPR.
oh yeah, guys, Addy just posted the RGB funerals live. The RGB is that
BRQS.
Justice lady.
Yeah, the SPY daily does not look strong. I'm more leaning towards the bearish side, weaker. It looks pretty weak. It would have been a different story if yesterday's buying volume would preceded the day before selling volume. Would have been looking a little stronger, but since it's a little lower, I don't like it. Also holding trend under the 10 EMA on the daily.
It's a trap.
Like we could see a move to 328 and then all the way back down and create newer lows just based on the daily.
Apple back at 110.
I think if the Bulls take it to 328, then they're showing their bullish stance, and they'll get a little higher. So I'm hoping that we can stay under that 3265 level. It was also a pretty big level on ES last night on futures.
Apple could manage to stay above 110, it might have a shot.
Yeah, 110 is a critical level on Apple. 110 was that bounce level that we kept seeing happen between 115 to 120. Like we had to watch this level at 115 constantly, and 110 was holding continuously. So 110 is a good inflection point.
Tesla just chilling around 400. SPY really isn't making a directional move right now.
Also,
And
go ahead.
I was gonna say that. So when Amazon was near the 3K, it's about $22 from that alert on the long side.
Also, I just want to say Vivi pointed out something really good here. Apple, Microsoft, and Amazon are all at critical levels right now here. 30, 110, and 205. Thanks for that one, Vivi.
Yeah, that is kind of funny. Nick, I'm no longer looking at ZM right now.
I don't
Much.
trust it. Yeah,
I'm still long on that ZM calls.
My CBAT short alert is now 40% in profit, but equity, not options.
ZM kind of like the new VIX. It goes up when the market goes down.
Well done, Josian. 2 days in a row, killed it on Zoom.
CREG.
Come on, someone fill me on the ask.
I got you, TJ.
No, not you.
Of course. I want to see a break over higher day on Doc here. It's like slightly under.
Tesla's looking a little bit better here. Watch the setup here. Could break out. Honestly, I think ZM has strength. I mean, look at SPY. It came down a bit. QQQ is holding, but ZM still like, chugging along. The range is pretty good. Way better than Tesla right now.
That 500 level is going to be critical, though.
Oh yeah, ZM, nice magnet there for it though. 500.
I only have 20 contracts left, so I'm gonna take my time. I was going to sell, but then as soon as you said that, I was like, shit, yeah, I can see 500.
Apple break over 110 area again. Let's see if this holds.
Tesla back up 402. Holy crap!
Beautiful. Tesla finally.
I wanted to short it at like 399.4 or something when it was going up, but I didn't.
Yeah,
Sitting
I
on
was
hands.
too after knifed. But ironically, I'm in a long position here.
AIHS.
But I wanted to see it hit that 395. Apple's still pushing strong here. I can see a pullback on it.
No volume.
Yeah, you know, today's one of those days where I can do a lesson, which will be good. Let's see. What should we talk about? What is it? John Gotti, what was the lesson you wanted
I was
me to
gonna
do?
say you wanted to do the training on the EMAs and SMAs, how to set it up and all that. On Docu is it Hive Day, by the way.
That's the one. Yeah. Let's see. You know what? I'll use a bit of Trading View. Give me 1 second. Let me load it up.
Yeah.
Okay, Biggs, are you on voice chat?
Hey, Marty, do you want to enter Zoom short when it hits 500?
What was that? Sorry, I didn't hear you.
Zoom short when it hits 500? What are your thoughts?
It's gonna depend on the volume. Ideally, yes, but it is showing that it's stronger than the rest of the market today. So I'm just gonna have to wait and see until it hits 500.
I like this.
SPI.
Hey guys, what's up?
What's up? So, guys, huge announcement. Finally, we are going to be promoting K-Biggs. Thank you so much for assisting everyone. And I see the hard work you guys are putting in. And K-Biggs, especially you, thank you so much for all the assistance. You know, none of this can happen without community, right? Like the whole concept of it is the team aspect. If it wasn't for working as a team, you know, we could be, we won't make money. I mean, I was short on Tesla, you know, and then Ryan kind of convinced me otherwise, saved me some money, and I just chose not to stay in it. But, you know, working as a team really does help. And from personal experience, I'll tell you, like most of my progress is because of the input of everyone else, right? There's things that I used to see that someone else didn't, but then, by sharing our ideas, we kind of see what they're seeing, and then we can use that and incorporate into our trading. So got to give you a big shout out, K-Bigs. You have honestly been pretty active even at nighttime, so appreciate it, running that night crew.
Congrats, K-Bigs. You deserve it.
Congrats, brother. Well deserved, man.
Congrats, bro.
Hey, thank you all. I really appreciate it. I owe, everything I know here to several key members and, the teamwork we all put in together. It helps us thrive in this game that we play daily. But, I greatly appreciate the kudos and the promotion. I greatly appreciate everybody else's contribution here. Just the same.
Man, like our team is awesome. Like we keep this up, guys, we're gonna be, killing it. Well, we already are, but killing it as in like we're gonna destroy these paid rooms.
Super happy for you, man. I got chills over here myself, Shit.
Peg.
Is Apple frozen? Probably just my computer.
No, it's weird. A lot of things are frozen on my end too.
Yeah, mine too. What the hell?
Apple's at 109.96 right now.
It did stop for a minute. I don't know what that was.
Literally, like I had to restart my broker, and still Tesla is stuck at 401.94.
APWC.
This is at 401, well, 402.18 right now.
I got 402. I got a 402.39 on Tesla, 23.
SPY broke out.
QQQ HOD.
HCC.
Good. I'm holding on to that ZM trade.
Intel's making a move. If anybody's in that, I think was it John Gotti? Were you in that?
Man, I was. I cut the contract yesterday. I don't even want to look at it anymore.
Jeez.
Let me go see what that garbage is doing.
Don't look. Just turn away.
I wanted to add on to it actually today, but damn, missed it.
I got like a 49 or 48.90 average in my IRA, so I'm just letting it sit there.
Nice, that's a good one.
I cut it around this area actually, like yesterday, while it was tanking, so it's okay. It would have probably been worse because the theta would have taken a little, bite out of it and put the tank down. Yeah, I think that was okay. I mean, that was a lot. Don't get me wrong. I don't think it would have helped though if I sold it today, unless it does something crazy and goes to like 51, and then I'm gonna shoot myself in the leg. So we'll see. Whatever. I don't even want to look at it. Move on. Next trade. But thank you for the alert, though. Appreciate it, brother.
You bet.
It looks like a couple of brokers froze.
I'm using Weibo. What you guys using?
Toss.
IB and Toss.
I'm a little bit extra cool. I load my charts on TradingView, so
I'm using Sure Trader. No, I'm just kidding.
Guys, Tesla's moving up here.
Oh, 405.
Yes, Tesla. Come on, move.
Get ready to short it. TJ sell.
TJ, we need you to pump this, man. Stop selling.
405 is a key.
No, I got out, man. I got out at 401, which sucks.
Shit. This is a chop fest, huh?
Chop, chop.
I want to see like more range. Like right now, I don't even know which way the market's gonna go.
Okay, I wasn't doing much. SPY, I want to see that 325 area.
So I'm not a big cup and handle kind of guy, but is ZM on the 1 hour chart if you look back from August 31st to now, is that a cup and handle forming?
Yeah, you mean the cup? This is there?
Yeah.
The handle.
Not a clean one. Be honest, like this thing is a stupid valuation, but again, it's a momentum stock. The earnings was amazing. People are just thinking it can continue, and I think I mentioned it before this earnings. Like last earnings, we know it was easy. That was easy money. That was on the table, especially because of COVID. Right now, there's three things to factor in. So last earnings, everyone is like, okay, this is just like a one-time thing. There were analysts that were saying, oh, this is not going to last. They're not going to have subscriber growth. Revenue is going to decline, especially when they're doing it for free. But now this is proof of concept, right? This is proving that, hey, their business model works. People are sticking with it. They're sticking with the platform. And, it's just skyrocketing here.
Did you see the gap on that Zoom candle?
Sorry?
From 7:34 Pacific to 7:35 Pacific. There was a pretty big gap. That candle closed 494.13 and opened 491.45.
Damn you, Tesla. No, mine's doesn't show that.
It could be because of that freeze. I don't know. Then I'm going to take it slow right now.
This is what mine looks like.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it could be just a broker. Like a temporary glitch.
Buy just slightly under that 325 area. I'm thinking it'll reject, but we'll see.
It literally, like you said, ZM is like VIX. It's moving against the markets now.
Peg.
ZIHUD.
I really like these wicks. Let's see. 325 and boom, we're at 325. Let's see
GSMG.
here.
Rocket 21. Sorry.
All right. Tesla still pushing here.
Yeah, so be careful here. Tesla needs to hold 405.
Are you getting those bear vibes on SPY here? At 325.
Looks pretty extended on the 5 minute.
Yeah. No likey.
Yeah, it's sitting right in the center.
Is it short time?
Shorts.
I'm debating.
OEG.
I got my shorts ready for the game.
I'm wearing my short taekwondo shorts.
Dang, yeah. Shit, man. SPY pick a direction already.
I think that they're going to rip this next week.
Yeah.
I can see him move back to 330s. Not 330s, sorry, like 329, 330 specifically. Over that, then I'm bullish. Just based off the daily.
I think they
my
rip
personal opinion
over 335.
ZI again, HUD.
There we go.
What? Where are we going?
Acorn.
Oh, Tesla.
Yeah, hitting
Let's see if they hold
yeah,
45.
SVMK. CREG.
Are you on the short side, DJ?
Yeah, just scalping it. Not taking like any like big trades. Just smaller size. Because markets are just ridiculous right now.
Tesla looks weak. Tape was red there for a second.
TJ, are you pumping ZI?
Okay, DJ, it's time to click the button. Dump it.
Dump it. ZI, no, I have like a position in it. I bought it because of, Ron Barron. And we traded this one before, if you guys remember, so I still have it in my long term.
Yeah, since IPO.
I mean, this move up is just incredible.
Yeah, they all heard that I was holding it, so,
Lol. That's 13 green candles in a row on the 5 minute.
TJ invested because of Ron Barron, and then everyone else invested because of TJ.
That's what happened, though. Reality.
To be honest, that's how it goes.
Yep.
Yep, like Larry Ellison, he put in what was that, 1 million shares or something like that on Tesla at 350, and then it came down in like half price, and TJ alerted the 180 long idea.
Mike Bell, I can hear Johnny fine.
Mike Bell, maybe try turning up the volume.
Or like try restarting Discord as well.
Just closed my ZI call for 85% profit.
Nice work, JS.
Josian, I would be careful with Zoom right now. It rejected pretty strongly off that level, the target that I had.
Yeah, like we had a really good entry, right? We got in at like the 486, 487 range. So, for us, we can hold on to ZM, right? If you're trying to buy it over here, there is a lot of risk to it. I mean, you can dip buy it and you can get about like $1 or $2 per share. But like a holding position, I wouldn't be personally like looking for one around here.
Yeah, we called it like I called it out the minute before it broke out.
Yeah.
I'm like, come on, you've been consolidating for 30 minutes now. Even on the short side, just be careful.
Some of those small names are moving today. So glad.
Yeah, did you see your WKHS today?
Yeah, and shout out to, I forgot who it was. It started with the M, that alerted that Amazon at 3K went all the way up to 3040.
I believe that was Marsh and I.
I still have my position from 2922. Yeah, I think it was Marsh.
Yeah, it was weird. I alerted it on voice and he alerted it on the chat like at the same minute.
I still didn't get it filled on my leaps on it, so Slowly trying to accumulate Amazon. But guys, if the one I'm going with is a 3K one because I don't want data decay at all. So I'm gonna try and keep it in the money. If it does go under 3K, I'm just gonna get out because I'm taking a large size. I don't want to take any risk. But I got the October 16th. I think it's the 16th, right? Yeah, October 16th one because Prime Day is on the 13th, and by the 16th there should be enough news, media attention because within the first day they're gonna, CNBC, all the news reporters are gonna be like, "Oh, Prime did this much, right? This year was the best year for Prime," and I mean that's how it's always been. Every year's always been better. And this year, the reason they pushed it, right? I think someone mentioned it here, was literally because of they didn't have enough. They had too much demand and not enough supply, right?
Really? I was assuming, not, I didn't read this anywhere, but I assumed they didn't expect as big of a turnout due to people struggling with finances during COVID.
No, it actually went up. Like they came. I forgot what the EPS was, but it was almost like double what people were expecting. Let me find out. Like Q2, they killed it. Absolutely destroyed it. Yeah, EPS $10, guys. Diluted EPS is 10.30. To put it into context, right? So the previous quarter, so Q1, it was where did it go? Now I lost it. Too many numbers. Okay, so Q1 was $5 EPS. Q4 2019, $6.45. So that was their best one. So in Q1, again, it went down. We had that scare, right? Everyone was saving money due to the pandemic. But then in Q2, that's when they literally doubled from the last quarter. That's crazy. Net income went from 2.5 to 5.2. That's crazy. And their best quarter was Q4 2019, right? And that was, again, including the holiday season, right? So imagine what they can do this quarter. I'm hoping to see about, I'd say 6.3, 6.4 as their net income. So moral of the story, they were making too much money. And if they put it in one quarter, it's fucked because then it doesn't show stability. And if there's no stability, it's not going to attract all the Wall Street money.
TJ, watch your ZM 497.
Thank you. Yep, I'm so glad I'm holding on to that one. Madi, great fucking call. I'm up 24% on those. And I bought the next week's calls too.
Amazing. Great job, man. I'm watching for the 500 level.
APWC.
Just remember, we're up $25 from this morning, so.
Yeah, at this level, I'll just say long over, short under 500. Don't risk anything else.
Oh my God, JS! I looked in my portfolio and I finally found Omi. You're right. We did short it yesterday.
Nice, you did it. Cool.
Yeah. I was like, oh, how am I up on this? And then I was like, oh yeah, I shorted it. I only have like a small position, but that's amazing.
GSMG.
This was picture perfect short.
You guys think Corsair is going to have another step up?
We scalped this one. I made like at least $4 or $5 a share so far. I'm not expecting too much out of it right now. I did scale somehow, and just gonna hold on to the rest. But I scaled out about 10%, so still holding on to the 90 to see if we can continuously break out here. Now, I think it's a good deal. I think going into the holiday season, this was a great dip buy opportunity. So I'm not trying to scale out too early because, I mean, realistically, their earnings should be good next quarter. So I'm just waiting to see how their earnings is. And then, one of the biggest things with IPOs is if you can make sure that you enter the market and your next 2 quarters are good, I think I did the stats on it. About 80% of the time, those stocks tend to stay up above IPO level. The ones that don't are the ones that usually struggle. Yeah, Mike Belts just posted that. So they have fulfillment issues. So yeah, Amazon could be really good, guys.
Good RX looks good here. Try 50 again. You guys don't
What's up, Ziggy? What are you trading today?
I'm not really trading anything at this
SYPR.
moment. I added some of added a little bit AYX because that's looking nice. U is ripping face. I'm not really touching that now. Doc U doesn't look bad. I added a share or 2 of that. I didn't really add too much. I added some more OTRK. I like that as a long term to begin with. That, and he's got $100 PT trading at $60.
Ziggy, how's it going?
Hey, buddy, what's up?
Good.
TKC.
Just watching Tesla right now.
There you go.
You does look good for a short.
Yeah, it's ripping face. It's crazy. You probably can't get shorts yet, right?
Let me check. I think I did short it before. Let me see. Yes, we have shorts on IB. Bro, IB had shorts the next day on what was that piece of shit one? Oh yes, Snow. Like the very next day.
Yeah.
What is the piece of shit stock?
It's just funny because
There's too many
they
of
just
them.
have people like rehypothecating like the shares that they're buying for the IPO.
ZOM.
Who has options? Oh god. This is amazing. As soon as Snow had options, I sold the 300s. I am up 55% on those.
Jesus. TJ, for the lesson, what do you think? You're on 12 o'clock, 12:30?
Yeah, around there is good.
Yeah.
Because honestly, there's nothing else moving. I mean, Tesla's just range bound. See, I'm still holding, but we could be at a high point. Let's see. We're so close to 500, so I'm sure we can hold it.
Watching SPY here to see if it holds. I mean, the volume doesn't look too crazy, so.
Hey guys, if you're up a lot on Rocket, Johnny, or sorry, TJ, I don't know what you think, but long-term trend resistance, I just checked out and we just touched that. So 21's going to be tough to get over.
Yeah, my biggest thing is like 25. I don't think we can crack 25 unless we have some really solid news. But remember, RKT isn't like a scalp for me. It's more like, okay, I'm going to try and get the
APWC.
bottom on it and hold on to it.
Okay.
Yeah, because the one thing that they have is record loans, right? Year over year growth of like 120 something percent.
Zoom coming down. Hard.
ZM's coming down. Can someone tell Tesla to follow the market?
Can someone tell the market to start following the market, the actual market?
Actually, but then
Or
again,
can someone tell the market to follow us?
yeah, I want to see Docu bounce to where I need to get out in profits. But realistically, I want to see it bounce off this 208 area. Sitting here.
I'm sitting here with my Corsair mouse and my Corsair keyboard and my Corsair headset.
That were all paid by Corsair shares, right?
No, I've had these for like 3 years, which makes me want to buy them even more.
As long as you make
You buy the stock? Oh, I'm disappointed. I like buying products that I made money on.
His plan is different. He's gonna buy it first and then make money off of it second. So it works out. As long as you make the money off it, and it gets paid.
When I needed new
Shit, you're right. It's time for an upgrade.
Yeah.
No,
It is time for an upgrade, but this one still works just fine.
Guys, BA is holding that 150 area, by the way.
That would actually be bearish for that company because if there's stuff that lasts for 10 years and you never have to buy it in cent.
There you go. That's another 50 cents on GoodRx. Looks like it should try the high. Overextended them longer.
Hey, Cypher, can you explain that chart that you posted?
Acor.
Looks like a cup and handle almost. Still needs a handle.
Like, does the unusual option flow show up on what's it called? I forgot what it's called now. Bookmap. Oh shit, he's not listening.
I thought I was the only one that didn't understand that bookmap stuff. I was like, what am I looking at here? It's too complex for me.
Ooh, Zoom coming down more.
So Bookmap's amazing. I mean, I used to use it for penny stocks because I can see where the main resistance is, but realistically, it tells you where the support is. It tells you where the resistance is based on the level 2, right?
Okay.
So it maps out a chart of pretty much where the buy zone and the sell zones are.
Room just scaled Zoom for 25% profit.
Nicely done.
The only thing about those is they can be manipulated so easily. Somebody puts in a fake buy order or a fake sell order for like a lot, and it scares people or it pushes people.
Yeah, so that's what I wanted to show you here too, right? So one of the biggest thing is like when I go for big positions, the first thing I do is I throw like a big bid, and I see if algos will come down to match my price, right? So market making algos, they're looking for execution. If they can, these guys are making money on pennies, right? Sometimes even half a penny, even less sometimes, right? So when you throw a big bid in for these algos, this is like easy money for them, right? This market maker maybe had this stock maybe $1 away or 50 cents away. And even if it comes down, for them, it's like, okay, they're still making more money. And, it's a fast execution. They're taking that trade. So there is times where you'll see it, like on the chart that I just posted, that Cypher posted previously. You see that orange line? That was resistance. But then you saw how he broke over it. As we broke over it, you can see that there's the blue. Oh, here, let me actually post a bigger chart.
Let's see if SPY can hold here.
So when you put in the big order and the algo and you see the algo come and eat your orders up, then what does that mean?
That's good, because that's what you're supposed to do. That's what they're meant to do, right? They're trying to find liquidity.
So
Now,
then it would be bullish or bearish.
sorry.
Would it be bearish or bullish, or that's not your goal of doing that?
It's not their goal, right? They don't really care. They're just market making, all right? So for their strategy is totally different. It doesn't matter where it goes. They're always constantly going to be making money. But you can see how, like when we broke out, you see how there was new resistance being formed right there, like right at the top. And that's when we tanked. So that's why Bookmap is kind of important, because you can see like at the top, that's when everything started tanking. And it was literally, I don't even know what, I think this is ES, but, that happened literally just because there was bigger orders there selling. And when you see those orders, that's telling you, hey, someone is actually selling into it too.
Dude, Rocket pisses me off so much. It always looks so nice, and right when it's about to actually make the real move, it started pulling back and consolidating again.
Rocket pisses me off too, man.
It trades so weird.
It really should be doing much better than it is, and I don't know why it's not, but whatever.
Probably because there's so much smart money on it that they're just like containing it every time it wants to do something.
But TJ, going back to what we were saying, like, what is your point of putting a big order at a certain area to see if the algo fills it? Like, if it does fill it, what does it mean when it does?
Because you get better entries, right? So when I trade size, you can't just get in and out, right? The problem is that you can't get the executions like in smaller ones. And to me, like every penny counts, right? So I'll throw in a big bid, see if it hits it. And then, there's a couple of techniques I can't really tell you the secrets on, but, I'll throw a big bid in just to see if, we have algos at play that will actually drive the pricing down. If there isn't, then I'll wait, and I'll just periodically do that until I find some algos there. And as soon as I do find some algos, I'll just buy some and then tank a little bit of the stock and get it closer to that bid price. And as soon as it's near that bid price, algos usually just come in and fill the entire order. As soon as that happens, I just buy on the ask, cause it to go right back up.
Do exactly what market makers are banned, like legally, from doing.
Sorry?
Like algos are literally do what market makers are banned from doing as market makers of like painting.
Yeah, and it's because of this. It's because the fact that they do so many transactions, so it's hard to prove that they're doing this for financial gains when their job is market making, right? They're supposed to provide liquidity.
Right. They say that's not how it's coded for. It's just meant to help the market.
It's coded for that reason. It's supposed to find liquidity. That's all it's supposed to do. It's supposed to fill those needs and turn a profit doing so, right? So most of the time, the algos are on both sides. Like these aren't brokers that just have a long position or a short position. No, these are brokers that these algorithms have both long and short positions at the same fucking time.
When you put it at like 21 and the algo sees it at 21, but it's at 22 right now, would they use a certain amount of capital just to bring it down to 21 on purpose?
Yeah, they can do that on again, there's so many market participants, so I don't want to be like, oh yeah, it's going to happen all the time. There's so many algos that attack other algos. They're waiting to take out other algos, right? And it's not just that one market maker. There's multiple, right? So it's not as, black and white. But on a thinly traded ticker like ZI, you'll be able to see it. If I sell right now, what'll happen is, you'll see if even like in dark pool, if you route it through dark pool, you want to see if there's any algos that'll take effect and cause it to come down.
TJ, I don't know if you saw, but he pointed out we have 239 people on voice today. It's popping.
Oh, nice.
TJ, are you still on those Zoom calls?
Yep, I am.
SPY back at that 325. Boom, right there, 325. And we're moving.
That was a nasty dump on Zoom.
Dump, it's at 494.
Well,
We're
dumped
about to
from
break high of day,
497 to
guys.
491.
Oh, yeah.
About to break high of day.
Another trick that I'll use, I use a lot of shares, right? So
CREG.
if I think it's getting weak, the first thing I can do is I can just mark it out, let's say 5 to 10K, depending on the ticker again. Like, something like ZI, I don't need to use that much size. I can just use $1,000 shares, and just tank it and see how far it goes down. If it doesn't go down that far, we know that there's some hidden support coming in. And that's usually when I just stay in, right? So when I scale out, one of the biggest thing is that's the first thing I look at. Like, I don't just scale out for the fuck of it. I want to see, hey, if I hit this, is it going to go down? Is there enough support for it to go up more? If I don't see that support coming in and instantly
SYPR.
driving the price right back up, then I know it's a weaker trend.
Thanks for sharing this information. It's really interesting.
Yeah, it's a lot different trading larger sizes. Believe me,
Yeah,
the amount of trades you have to do is ridiculous.
Oh, you won't have enough money to ever test those.
You will eventually. Just guys, it took me 12 years to get here. Everything I did was literally a cumulative effort of everything, right? Like everything I put into it, and you guys see how I work now. Just imagine when I worked in the beginning. And it wasn't even worth it in the beginning, right? I mean, you can literally, like, the amount of time I invested into this, I could work at fucking McDonald's and make more money, right? But again, there's that point where just the curve changes. And once you have everything down packed, once you're in a position of strength, believe me, it just gets so much easier. And you remember, like, you're winning, you have that confidence to execute trades. The one thing you just got to remember is, you got to be able to differentiate what a day trade is and what a swing trade is, right? So I see a lot of people trying to trade something based on something else, like previously that they traded, right? So let's say, okay, here's a good example. What's that? SPI, right? Everyone wanted that to move up, and it did. But imagine those guys that were investors in that company. They just lost. They just lost an opportunity to make like over 400% because they were investors in it, right? Gina, same scenario. Things were moving up because they're like, oh, this is like the next Netflix or whatever, right? And again, did it do it? No, it didn't. Nikola, same thing. So take advantage of those opportunities, because there's a reason why these companies are priced at a higher price, and there's a reason why these shitty companies aren't yet.
Tesla running.
TJ, a question for you. So I know when you first start off, you want to manage your size and you want to take on as like minimum risk as possible when it comes to trades. How long did it take you to get comfortable with trading larger sizes, and how did you get comfortable trading those larger sizes as your account grew?
So I don't look at the money. That's the one thing. I try and distance myself from it. And I just look at the percentages, right? So how much am I allocating towards a trade? How much can I put at risk? Those are the numbers that matter to me. In terms of when I felt comfortable, like I felt comfortable back in 2018. I had no problem. I was trading. I forgot how much, like UVXY. I did a short for a stupid amount of shares. And it was almost max buying power, to be honest. And I had no problem because I kind of knew where it's going. If I know the direction, or if I know my risk is capped, I'll go heavy. Like Intel, my risk is literally capped. We bought it at 47s. 47.50 is my average. So for me, like, that was perfect. And I already made like 50 cents off the divvy. Right? I don't know if it was 50 cents, might be 30 cents, but around there, right? So I already made that money. And for me to hold on, no problem. And I just keep pushing myself. Like, no one gives you this. This isn't something you can, like, really work on unless you actually work on it. Like, how do you get your psychology up? Just constantly do it. It's like every other task. You just got to be repetitive. And you guys know, I mean, ask Tony. There's days I traded 500 trades in a day. And now it's even probably more than that, right? And literally, it is just constant trading. That's it. And you just constantly keep improving and pushing yourself. Right now, I think I hit a plateau, so I need to scale back. I had a really good run. This was perfect. I've scaled back now on the size, and just gonna wait to see if we get some more directional trades. If it's directional, then I'll go heavier. Right now, with the choppiness, no point, right? You gotta know when to like not take risk. I think that's one of my strong points is knowing when to go like hard and when not to.
Thank you for that, TJ.
Like today, these aren't days you go like hard. These are days you want to really protect your capital. Find only the best trades. Give it some room. Give it some time because markets are just
LTBR.
Slowly inching up. A lot of fear in the marketplace.
So looking at Zoom's chart on the 1 minute here, it seems like it's bouncing off the 50 EMA. That's just over 492. If they can break under that, I think we could see under 490.
ZI is looking weak here, guys. Be careful. This could be the top on ZI. If you guys are in it, take some off.
GoodRx is back at 50. The 5
INWK.
minutes a little bit better to actually try the high this time, but I'm a huge fan of GoodRx. If they expand into anything outside of what they're currently doing, they're going to have a huge market because they're got so well known being the only one in that space like that. Still don't know how they make money though. Does anyone know how GoodRx makes money when they act as your insurance?
Not sure. Doesn't kind of make sense to me. It's probably a low profit margin business. What's their margins?
Their monthly fee is like $7.
No, there's no fee to use GoodRx.
If you're a member, there is.
I've never been a member. I've used it plenty of times. It's interesting. But I just know they raised $1 billion.
You can use the free, but if you are a member, you get like a 30% further discount.
Wow, that's crazy. Good to know.
Yeah.
So Laura, I am not in profits on Big C on this position. Like I still have my position on TOS, which is good. But this position, I have a 111 average and I am down. This is my biggest bag of gold right now. And what I did was I sold some calls. So I sold the October calls, and anytime Big C will go up a bit, I'll try and sell some more calls. Hopefully I can sell some calls at 120 range. But yeah, while I'm bag holding, slowly gonna just try and make some money on it. I think that's my biggest loss right now, but I'll wait.
For anyone that didn't go over it, Joel shared something trading larger sizes by TJ. That is gold. So if you guys haven't seen it, look over it.
And guys, you have to remember, like, I always track everything. My macros are everything to me, right? By the way, Diane, I finally caught up to you on the profit factor. I was so happy yesterday. But, I track my macros. Like, it's the most important thing. Like, I know when I fuck up. I know when I did good. I know, which trade I did well on. And that kind of helps me on the next trades, right? So if you don't take the time to literally chart out your own plays to see how you did in the end of the day, you're setting yourself up to fail. If you don't know what you did wrong, if you can't provide an evidence, like, oh shit, the market just turned that. No, that's not the reason. You just didn't see it early. There's always an early signal, and if you choose to avoid it, or even not analyze it, how are you gonna ever improve?
JFU.
Just had an alert hit on 2U. I was holding it from a little bit lower. I was just moving up my stops, but testing the 35
GLDX.
resistance here. On the hourly, it looks pretty good. On the 4 hours, got a lot of upside still.
Oh, Laura, nice job. Nice entry too. I wanted to add at 73s, but yesterday it was looking so bad that I didn't like. I haven't added onto this yet. I have 150k shares on it, so it's quite a big position. So I'm just waiting because this is my last add. If I add here, it has to go in my direction, or else I'm gonna be fucked. So yeah, I'm just trying to find a good event. So some good news that comes out that'll drive the pricing up. As soon as I can get that, and hopefully before February, then I'll go in heavy and save that position. But it's so far out that I'm gonna have to add like 3 or 4x to this trade. So now I need liquidity. So it has to be such a good event that there's going to be enough liquidity for me to get, pretty much like 350 to 400k shares.
Tesla making a new high.
ZM looks weak.
Yeah, ZM is weak. It's still holding that 490. So let's see if it holds here. Market's moving up. I don't know why ZM is deciding not to, but maybe it's a late reaction. It does look like a really clean head and shoulder formation. So if it breaks that neckline, just short it. Probably get it down to like view up.
You guys think Tesla's going to go to 420 now? 408?
There's a nice little gap there. If it gets over 410, I don't see an issue with 417.
Acore.
All right, I'm back.
BRQS.
One of the things I can highly recommend, TJ mentioned this a couple of times, every time when you have a run, like multiple winning trades, maybe just take a break for 5 to 10 minutes because your dopamine level is just way too high.
Yeah, like, I know I had a good run. I know most of it was probably because Tesla just ran, It was just like, I just like took size on it, but realistically, it was Tesla that did most of its work. And, some of the times, like now, especially now when the markets aren't moved, like I'm not getting a good read on the market, just size down. And when you have a good trade, go for a walk, take a break. Half the time I'm not trading. Most of the time I'm just literally looking for the next theme, looking for the next, trade, and like really researching. I'm not looking at charts per se. It's just mostly analysis, looking at what's new in the tech sector, anything that could potentially give us an edge. Now, let's quickly do that lesson. Oh, by the way, yeah, guys, please get TraderView. If you don't have TraderView, you're literally telling yours, like, how do you know your stats if you don't even track it, right? How do you know you're improving if you don't track it? Your PNL is just the end result, right? But you're not really looking at what's getting you there. How are you getting there, right? How do you know when it's time to size up? If you're making 6 cents a share, is it time to size up? Fuck no. You're going to lose money, and way more money. If you're making 30 cents a share and it's consistent for the last 3 months, yeah, you can try scaling up some size. And just, eliminate yourself from the equation. You'll notice the one thing I did with my IB account. I first, A, got used to the broker. That was the biggest thing. So small sizes. B, I hit that one big win. That gave me that cushion. When I have that cushion, by the way, like IB, like whenever I open like a new broker, or like, test it out, the first thing is to have that cushion. As soon as I have that cushion, then I can risk that cushion, right? So you only need that, one really good trade that you can hold on to, that's directional, that'll provide you that cushion that you need to make money. And it's not hard. You just got to follow trend, and that's something we're going to talk about right now on my lesson on moving averages. So, moving averages, do you think it works right now in today's market, intraday, as in like today?
Yep. Yes
and no, for one reason, that it's just choppy. So you're not going to be looking at your 9 EMA. You're going to be looking at the 50. You're going to look at the 100. You're going to see where things are starting to drop, or when it's a little bit too overextended, right?
TJ, do you have a preference over whole, simple, exponential?
I like exponential. Like for the slower moving, like, sorry, not the slower, the faster reacting ones, EMA is for me. For like the 250, I like to go with like regular MA.
GOVX.
Just wanted to alert that Zoom is under that neckline.
TJ, are you starting lesson at 11:30 or 12:30? I thought you had said 12:30 before.
It's pretty dead. I was just gonna start it now.
Okay.
Here we go, Zoom.
Here, PM.
And just to add on to something TJ said, so he got me to get on TraderView and start tracking my stats. Until I did that, I didn't realize where I was losing, where I was winning. After tracking it, I realized, okay, Tuesdays and Fridays are my best days. Okay, this 20 minute to 2 hour, those are my best trades. What trades don't work well for me? Mondays are like the worst for me. What I need to be avoiding doing. So all of that, right? Like your win rate, your loss rate, it breaks it down to T where you need to improve, how long you're holding your biggest losing trades, your winning trades. So it really puts things in perspective for you. And then you get to work based on that data on your strong points and your weak points. So strongly suggested. I was being lazy, to be honest. TJ told me forever to do it. And once we imported the data and we looked it over, I was like, okay, like it wasn't such a bad month at all. So it really puts things in perspective for you objectively, right? So yeah, thanks, TJ.
Yeah, no problem.
CHNR.
Zoom holding 490.
Acor.
Someone's mic is on.
I don't think it's mine. I'm not sure. So TJ's gonna start shortly, guys. So just if you're not on.
Yeah, 1 second, guys. Just getting everything ready.
Take your time, TJ.
Guys, we are headed into lunchtime, obviously. So, you know, some of the big pushes like Tesla here is probably a little overextended on the day. SPY might correct a little too and stuff. Just my opinion.
Yeah, and expect volume to drop even further.
Yep.
So they failed to bring Zoom under 490. I was thinking about going long at 490. The risk to reward was literally huge. It was amazing. But
GNFT.
I was just being cautious, extra cautious. Like literally right at 490, I could have just went long. Stop out literally 10 cents under 490. Versus the reward is $5, $4, if not more.
Yeah. If you're quick though, that was quite a drop.
Yeah. That looked like a dead cat bounce on Zoom.
Sita.
Really not a big fan of Tesla's price action today.
To be honest, price action on almost everything today.
Oh yeah, that's true too. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah. I want to short Tesla so hard right here. At least take like 1 or 2 puts. It's so heavy.
Nobody's mentioned it.
GOVX.
Oh geez, here we go. 405.
Damn, that candle on Tesla.
I actually haven't even been watching the video, but I'm getting past being stuck on one ticker or the other. Now that I'm out of Intel, we're not going to be looking at that thing anymore. So here we are.
Yeah, sure. You're looking at it.
Dude, man, not this way. But I am watching Tesla here, seeing we hold this area.
VCNX.
As mentioned on ZM, dead cat bounce, the volume on that push up was just barely anything. Let's look for under 490.
So it's hitting close to where we opened up the other day after that gap down on the 15.
Madi, you know this might be kind of a double bottom here, ZM 490.
Yeah, it could be. But literally the
never mind.
Dead cat bottom. Dead cat bounce did not really look good. If they can save this candle, that's nice.
They want Tesla to run up now that I have shares,
Oh, now you're in long, dude.
I got a few shares, nothing crazy. I don't really care, even if it tanks, but still, it'd be nice to lock in a few dollars.
Okay, just give me your money if you don't care.
If I care about it now, I think I'm gonna focus on this trade. Tesla better move.
Let's look for VWAP ZM 487.
What's 50% of the low today? 25.12 up 12 from, let's see.
AMST.
Yeah, maybe 485. It's like a 50% retracement on the day. Be a good bounce area.
Yeah, with the 50 EMA being around 483, just above, or no, yeah, right at 483. That could be a good bounce point. Unless we continue tanking, then 477. So because over there we have an alignment between the pivot and the 200 EMA on the 5 minute.
I'll take that. I went short at 494.
Very nice. It looks like they're saving these candles though, right on VWAP. 485 has a 3,100 share stack on the bid.
We need to close over 490.
The one thing I don't want it to do for the short side is close over 490.5.
Yeah, correct. Or 490.11, I see.
I like over 490.5 because that's right above the 10 EMA, just for short-term movements.
Just looking at Roku, man. Damn, Roku did a nasty bleed. I'm gonna see if we can get over this level here, around that 178.94, roughly 178, 178.62. This range. Oh, I just see that Blonde posted it.
Acor. SYPR.
Tesla failed a bounce there.
SPY testing at 325 again. Well, volume. Let's hope we don't knife. I don't need that kind of negativity in my life right now. And we are starting to knife. Awesome. We broke under that 325. Let's see which back we can hold here.
Zoom.
Ah, damn it. Got stopped out on Zoom.
Sorry, TJ.
Oh, it's all good. I already made some profits. I just kept the last 20 contracts.
So this could be a bounce point at VWAP. I don't know about it though. I'm not really liking it until 485, 483.
TJ, I don't know if you're still short Tesla. We're at 404.30.
I could be wrong, but I think he switched over to the long. TJ, did you go back to short?
Sorry, on which one?
Sorry, on Tesla, you went back on the long right after it went over 400.
Yeah, I only have like a little bit, like a small position.
Okay.
Oh, nice. It came down. Finally. I was actually squeezed on that.
Yeah, you're short now though, right, Tesla?
I just got out.
I told you, I thought you were still in the long. My bad.
No, man, the long I cut it at
AIHS.
401 something, 401, and then missed the entire run up. So yeah, then started shorting it down at like the 405 area.
Okay. Some messy price action with Tesla today anyway. I don't like it.
Random thought, but I don't know why we
BRQS.
didn't think about starting a fantasy football league.
If I played sports, I would join you guys, but I don't watch any of it.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
It literally takes like 2 minutes. Set your lineup and it's done.
We need to do a fantasy. We need to do a fantasy stocks thing or something.
Yeah.
I mean, if that exists.
Like Tom Brady's Tesla, you know. Pick some standard solid plays, and then you got your wild ones. Your injured list. Who would be on the injured list?
Number one would be Nikola on the injured list.
Yeah, in Kodak.
And SPI.
Yeah.
SPI is just a breakout candidate 1 week only.
It was the sub.
Marty, I'm looking for a over 40 soccer league here in Florida to play in. Get back in shape.
Ooh, if I was there, I would have started it. Man, right now my ankle's doing a lot better. I got a high ankle sprain. Finally got it diagnosed and checked. So I'm finally getting mobility back.
Yo,
Nice.
in the leg day.
Oh yeah, I think I can start hitting legs slowly.
Don't push it though, but you know.
Yeah, it literally would keep me up at night. It was so annoying.
Damn. That's pretty bad, man.
Yeah, it's tough.
And it was the first time I ever got like a high ankle sprain. That's why I was like, it took me a while to realize what it was. Oh wait, Z, I'm back over 490. Could be a reversal.
It's a trap.
I don't know, those candles were pretty strong, but I could see how it could be a trap.
SYPR. CVV.
Uh-oh, Tesla. Lower still.
Lucho, thank you for that lesson like yesterday after hours. I don't know if you're on voice, but
All right, there we go. Okay, so let's do this quick lesson. So moving averages, why are they important? Yeah, let me make an announcement.
yeah, I didn't know how to do that, so I just put it in there.
AIHS.
Yeah, you guys are right. So you know, you want to see the trend, right? Markets are choppy, but if you don't use moving averages, it's kind of hard to spot trends. Now, when you're a beginner trader, it's not easy to know what a trend is. It's not easy to know when it's getting exhausted. It's not easy to know when it's overextended. Now, what I used moving averages for was to see when things are overextended. Now, to me, that was way more important than anything else, is to kind of know, okay, hey, does this trend still have some meat in it, right? Now, the moving averages that I use is the 9. Sometimes I'll switch between 20 or 18, the 50, 100, and 200. Now, why I use like the 200, if you're on a strong uptrend, we're looking for pullback entries, right? When do you know there's a solid pullback entry?
And sorry, TJ, if you can just repeat. So you use the 9, and what are the other few that you use?
20, 50, 100, 200. Yeah, I use the 9 EMA and the 20 EMA. The rest are all just SMAs. There's 2 ways you can do this, right? So there's MA crosses that you can trade, and they're profitable. But remember, like what makes any technical indicator work is the amount of technical traders trading it, right? So do you think this is going to be a really good one on something like Amazon? Not so much, right? Sometimes Shopee, is it good on something like Shopify? No. But is it good on something like AMD? Yeah. On AMD, sure. Like things that the market participants are, I'd say like not majority, but at least 50% of the market participants are retailers that use technicals, then yeah, they work. Now, most algos, now the thing is, you know how hard it is to have a fundamental based algorithm that actually trades for you? It's hard. It's hard to develop. But it's so easy to develop an algorithm that trades based on technicals, because technicals are pretty simple, right? It's a simple piece of coding. It's a simple calculation, and you can just trade based on, certain criterias. You get to choose the criterias, right? So I can have something that says, hey, here's the bucket of stocks that I'm trading, and as long as the volume profile says that there's at least 25% more volume where the 200 MA is sitting and the RSI is trending up but less than 50, take the buy. So you can have an algorithm just using those 3 components and just trade for you, right? And that's why technical algorithms work. That's why you see these bounces, because it's much easier to code something when literally all you're doing, all the data that you need is available by any broker, right? It's a lot cheaper, it's cost effective, right? And more importantly, you can backtest it. There's so much you can backtest with it. When you're looking at fundamentals, there's no backtesting, right? You have to literally, well, there is backtesting, but it takes time. So it's harder to develop a fundamental algorithm. Now, in this marketplace, we have a ton of market participants, and some of them are algorithms, right? Now, most of the algorithms that I do know, they don't have really a high profit factor. They might have, I guess, a few things that there's a few components. One, it's their risk is capped, right? Their drawdowns aren't going to be as aggressive, and the series of trades that cause that drawdowns is probably not going to be a lot, right? These algorithms are designed to trade a lot more, right? More faster than we can. Now, why is this important? Because you need to understand that these algorithms, most of them, I'd say 80% of them, uses moving averages. most traders use moving averages. So when you look at any indicator, so what's the important thing is everyone else seeing the same thing as you are? So I'm going to throw this chart up right now.
To the 80% of the algos, they use the moving averages.
So if you take a look at that post right there, you see RSI, we have a double bottom over there. And you see that it's actually touching
AIHS.
I think that one is the 200 moving average. I'm not even sure. I haven't used moving averages in a while. Oh no, sorry. That is the 100 MA. So, let me tell you the colors first. So the really thin reddish line or pinkish line, that is the 9 MA. The red one is the 20. The blue one is the 50. The dark purple one is the 100, and the pinkish one is the 200.
Acor.
Oh, you see a nice pullback over here. This is why you'd want to use an MA, because hey, we had a nice uptrend. We came back down. We hit that MA area, which coincides with volume price as well, right? We had supports just underneath, if you look at the volume profile, at 76s. You also see RSI making a double bottom, right? So the price is moving down, RSI isn't getting any lower. These are tend to be like really good, like dip buy opportunities. Using trading views, so all of you guys can use that platform no matter which country you're in. Now, in terms of the moving average crosses, like this is the one thing that most people will follow. Remember, things are directional, right? Like that's what we look for. We can't make money when it's choppy. It's just too hard, right? Unless there's a clear defined channel, it's really hard to make money in choppiness. So what most traders do is trend following, and there's nothing wrong with that. And one of the things is, okay, when do we sell? When do we get into a trend, and when do we sell, right? So one thing that you always have to keep in mind is the distance between your MAs. That acts as like one of the most important indicators for me.
CVV.
So you see how in this, actually, you know what? How do I take off the bars? I want to just take off any bar. This is going to make it a little bit easier. I'm going to choose another chart because you already saw that one.
CHNR.
So on this picture, you're only seeing lines now, right? Now, just again, when you're using any indicator, you want to see how it works by itself without any other data. I do have the RSI there. I should take that off too. Let's just keep it like that. So now you have a hint. RSI is low. It's probably a dip buy. But what you can tell by this trend is, hey, we opened pretty low. It moved up. We had some really solid volume. And then we started trending around that 930 level. And we were just consolidating there. We broke out, and now we're starting to come down. Now, the line at 939, that's telling you that the trend's down, that it's moving lower, right? And now we're looking for when will it bounce. So ideally, what you want to see is that the 939 line, so the light pinkish one, you want to see that slowly start curling up. That's telling us that, hey, the trend has now gone down and slowly going to pick right back up. Trend following strategy, that's what you wait for. You wait for confirmation. Right now, one of the biggest takes away from anything is how far are the moving averages from one another, right? So sometimes, I think most of you guys have the one that I made. So if you guys are, I think you have to be junior associates. But if you are junior associates rank or higher, you have access to the TOS channel. In there, you have the script for the TOS, like the cloud the cloud setup. Now, the cloud one is set up really well because it's literally designed for you to make money by just following trends. There's a lot of members here that do use it. I used to use it a lot, and I back tested it. It works pretty good if you pick the right stock. So again, it comes down to stock selection. In terms of risk, this is what I use in moving averages. Like a lot of people use it differently. You can trade the crosses, but what I like to look at is the distance. You see in the beginning of that picture, the moving averages were trading at a tight range. So what that's telling us is that price has consolidated. When you see a tight range on a moving average like that, right in the beginning of that picture that I posted, it means price has been consolidating at that range. You can almost guarantee that, that the stock has literally just been at that level. If we zoom out, you can actually see that that is true. Let's see. I'm just going to highlight these zones for you.
PRLD. SYPR.
Sorry, TJ, maybe I
All
missed this. What moving average are you using on TOS? The EMA?
I believe it was the, what is it, the 9 and 8, 9 and 20?
No, I'm sorry, the name real quick.
I forgot, something crossover.
Okay.
Cloud. It was, yeah, it was a cloud one.
I guess we can go over the specific name near the end, right?
Yeah, I can find that later. Now, if you take a look, the blue box over there, that's consolidation. That's exactly what we want to see. We're building price, and you can confirm it with volume profile that, hey, this is an area where we were consolidating and holding, right? Now, the red areas, this is why I like to use moving averages just like without any charts, without any candlesticks. So you see those red areas in the beginning around 10:30. You see that crossover. So we tanked. We clearly tanked. And then we have that crossover when things started to move up. What that's telling us is that, hey, somewhere right before, just before 10:30, there was some volume that came in. Someone came in and changed the trend. They figured this is the bottom. It's at 900, so it's a psychological level too. And then we started moving up. Now the second red circle, that's when we crossed over the 50 line. And then we moved up on the trend, right? Now the question is, okay, you caught the bottom. You did really good. When do we get out? So the third one, the third red circle that's within the blue box, you can see that's when things started curling down again, and we just went into this consolidation period. And now we're moving back up. But the thing is, look how volatile it is. Like, look how far apart the moving averages are, like the 200, the 100, and the 50. Right? So that's telling us that, hey, there isn't as much acting support. It just, it literally has some like momentum, like some sort of like any event, anything that can bring that stock down will probably take it down to these levels. And there's a lot of risk. What I like to do is buy when it's consolidating within that blue box. The reason for that is that's consolidation. Your risk is capped because you can already see what your downside is. But when you're, let's say, chasing, let's say you bought it at 932, you're buying like a breakout on it. There's a little bit of a consolidation. If I were to take this trade right now, I wouldn't feel comfortable because it can literally go down to around 932 to about 930. So for me, I'd wait for that 930 pullback for an entry. You guys following along so far?
Yep.
All right, now the other thing why people use moving averages is to stay in the trend. There's so much choppiness. We trade on like a 1 minute time frame, right? There's so much choppiness that happens every single day, right? So how do you know to stay in the trend, right? If you just had a stop loss, it's like, let me show you another picture.
TJ, someone asked 9:30. Why not 9:27:27?
I like to round it. Ideally, that would be a better entry, but just by looking at that chart, you see that there was consolidation, right? Here, let me post it. That area, like you don't need to look at a chart to know that, hey, this was consolidation there. So, you want that to act as the next support level. But trading is holistic. You can't just use one tool. You got to use multiple tools, to justify anything that you do. Now, let's see, where's that? Let me see if I can actually post this. Oh, what ripped today?
ZM's a good one.
Oh, yeah. ZI is actually better. ZI is a really good one, so it's a good example.
I just said pen as well.
NTIP.
Is a strong uptrend.
SYPR.
Right? The reason it's strong, look how far we held that 9 EMA. Right? We literally just held it the entire day. We tested the 20, we came down around like 10, 11, 20ish, and that's when I was like, hey, this is looking a little bit weak. And now we're just like consolidating. Now what this consolidation gives you is a chance for the other EMAs to come and meet that price. So see how fast the 50 moved up, right? And that's good because it's building support. The more EMAs that are near the price, the more likely that a strong support or maybe even a resistance level is being formed, right? This could be accumulation zone or it could be distribution zone, right? But most of the volume happened here while we're consolidating in this range. Now, for this one, you can take a safe entry, just knowing that, hey, look, my risk is capped. If it breaks that 50 MA, the trend is clearly going on the opposite direction. I can just short it down. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So on a strong uptrend, you want to see stocks holding at least the 20. 20 is strong. 9, I like to use it. Well, I used to use it just for like dip buy entries, right? If it's on a strong uptrend and I'm like, shit, I missed it, I'm going to be chasing. But it's always holding that 9. I'll wait to see if we can hold that 9 for another entry. Now, for me, now that we trade, longer time frames, hold on to stocks longer, I don't really use the 9 anymore. I don't see the point of using the 9 or the 20. Like for me, I use VWAP now. And just Bollinger Bands. The Bollinger Band is pretty much around, it revolves around the 20 EMA anyways, right? So I guess the 20 is like what's important for me, just to kind of see where the price can go. And then, of course, you have like the 50 and 200 cross. I think those two are the most like useful crossovers to really monitor. When you see, you know, the 50 moving over the 200, what does that tell you? Yep. And that's why we call it like the golden cross, right? What happens when the opposite happens? We call that like the death cross, right? When the 50 moves under the 200, that is, you know, when bears take control, right? That's like the common assumption. Now, in an intraday perspective, that's not really true because we get pullbacks like crazy. Markets are volatile right now. But on a daily time frame, on an hourly, on a weekly, those are actually true. If you take a look at almost like, let's even look at SPY. Actually, I don't know if we have too much crossovers there. Oh yeah, there we go. Daily chart is so much easier to do this lesson. Let me quickly just plot everything out. I want you guys to plot it out. What do you guys see here using just the chart? Well, using the MAs. What is the MA telling you on in this picture? No, so I want you guys to remember, like, technical analysis. What are we doing? We're analyzing charts, yes, but what are we actually doing? We're literally painting a picture. We're using previous data sets to determine if it'll continue. And we use that to help us predict what's going to happen next, right? We look for high probability setups. But I want you to paint a picture with any indicator. You should be able to describe it and how it reacted and what's going on. Like when you hear me and Johnny, when we're trading and we use indicators, we can tell you what's going on. We can tell you why we're confident. We can tell you, you know, pretty much everything about it, right? Like the entire story, the backstory. Now, EMAs are useful because it tells you that story too, right? It tells you when we started looking weak, right? When you look at before February, you see how we literally hit the 50 and we bounced off the 50 MA. And it also coincides with like that support level. So you can see that, hey, yeah, we were on a strong uptrend. We were over the 8. We pulled back barely under the 20 EMA, and we just kept rising. And then we finally tested that 50 MA. We bounced off, and then we started moving back up, and that's when it started tanking, right? Now, right now, that's the past, right? You can see that MA crosses happened. All of them were negative. When we started breaking down, right? When you look at when the 9 EMA crossed under the 200 EMA, that's when shit just went south. It, you know, literally tanked really fast. So as soon as you have that downtrend, right? You already know it's a downtrend. It's below the 200. What's the next question? The next question is, when do we go in? Right? So MAs work really good for this reason, right? Because look, it's like, okay, the next time I'll take an entry is if we can get over that 9 EMA. It makes it simple. You don't even need a chart to know that. The next time you should get in is when EMA starts curling up. So you see on the bottom, around where it has the dividend mark, around March 25th, that's when we started curling up a bit. That's when we started like breaking out again, right? And this is important. You can literally use moving averages to kind of see the momentum. And you see how the 20 finally caught up to the 9 at the bottom. And now we're consolidating within that range. This is good. This is telling us that we're on a strong uptrend. And we want to see this continue. Now, what happens when EMAs are too spread apart? There's always going to be a pullback. There has to be, right? You can't just like defy gravity forever. There has to be a pullback, and that's why we use EMAs. Like right now, we are testing the 100 EMA, and we bounce literally on that 100. The next level of support would be that 200 EMA, which is the 310, which also coincides with the largest volume that we had on SPY on that chart, right? So these are important levels, and you can literally see it by just
SYPR.
By just using the EMAs. And again, just make sure it works with your setup. Make sure you're looking for those pullbacks. I mean, one time when we have like a pullback like this, I'm bullish on the market for that one very reason. It's because, hey, we're likely to have a nice pullback. We're literally trading on that 100 EMA. The odds of us making money from the 100 to the from the 100 to the 50 is a lot higher right now, right? So when you're looking for targets, we're going to target around that 50 EMA. And then if you take a look at the 50 EMA, it's trading around 333. That is exactly where we first tanked below, and we, back in February, right? When we tanked below and tested at 50, we're now in that same trading range. So this is vital. This is where bulls have to hold this trend. If they do not hold this trend, we are going to be going back down to the 310. Everyone's going to panic, and that's not good for anyone. No one's going to make money. Remember, most of the money isn't in shorting. If you look at the short interest on anything, it's always, well, not anything, but I'd say like 98% of stocks, maybe 95% of stocks, short interest is 30% of the volume, right? Most of the time, it is literally buy volume. So no bull wants it to go down that far. So any of the market participants that have enough size, they are going to try and hold these levels, these key areas. That's why we have inflection points. Does that make sense? Oh, you guys are jokes.
Also, TJ, you did mention how you used to rely a lot more on the EMAs, MAs, and now you rely on the VWAP instead. Is there any reason why?
Before, I used to make like 30 cents a share. Now it's $1 per share, right? So, when you're building an account, take those profits. Trade using the 9 and the 20. There's nothing wrong with taking profits. You're making money. You're putting money in your bank account. You continuously do that, it'll grow, right? For me, like, I take risks literally just because it's not about like making money anymore, right? I want to try and see if I can capture the full trend, see if I can get a bigger return. I'm constantly pushing myself, but when you're starting off, that's not what you want to do. What you like, know where you are in your learning curve. What you want to do is like capitalize, take money out of the markets on a daily basis. It'll slowly grow. It'll slowly compound, right? And plus, when you're trading smaller time frames, when you're trading smaller size, when you're trading smaller moves, the likelihood of you making money is way higher. Like your win rate should be way higher than if you were to do what I'm doing, right? So what I'm doing is like, hey, I'm like specifically trying to target something and trying to see if I can make more money. But what also happens is that you get drawdowns, right? There's some tickers that I should have taken profit on, like Tesla. Yesterday, I sold the 400 calls, right? And I made money, but still from yesterday, if I just closed it this morning, I would have made about 200K more. Like, everything looks good when you look at the dollar value, obviously. It looks like, okay, this is a nice trade, right? This looks beautiful, right?
That's wonderful.
Yeah, but then you see that, hey, I left 235K on the
AIHS.
table. That's pretty much almost half on the table if I just cut it, right? So again, you are going to leave money on the table doing what we do. You don't have to. Like, look at Madi. He was trading ZM, took profits. He made, I think, like a quick, I forgot how much he made, but quick return on that. I held on to a portion of mine, and then it came back down to my entry and got stopped out, right? So again, there's two ways to do it, but neither is wrong. It just Madi's trading with a account size that he has to take those profits. He has to lock it in. He has to make sure that he's constantly growing that account. We both have the same objectives, but for him, locking in those profits are way more important than it is for me, since I have a diversified portfolio, right? You're starting off, that's the one most, like, the biggest thing. Get really good at execution. Get fast, like, be really fast. Be aggressive on it. I don't really alert, like, anything that I don't see like huge value. Like, if we can't all get in, if someone can't get in within 5 minutes, I usually try not to alert anything. It just doesn't make sense for me. Because what if you guys get stuck? What if you guys chase, right? So I only look for stuff where, it's kind of consolidating. We can all get in. We have enough time and, try to capitalize on that bigger move. But essentially, when I started, that's not what I did. The first thing I did, you can ask like Tony or Johnny, all the older members here. It's literally to taking everything that I can see. If there's money on the table, I'll take it. If I can see that this is a high probability setup, I'll take it. If the trend is holding really well, look at let's see here. Oh, you know what? Here's another one. Right. So you see, yes, we were breaking out like crazy. It was beautiful. Everyone was just happy. And now, we started like curling down. That first tank, it happened so aggressively, but look how many moving averages we crossed over, right? And just look at how many times like it kind of consolidated in that range. And then we keep testing these moving averages, or these moving averages act as acting resistance levels, right? So when you look at support and resistance, it's not just a straight line, right? You can't just plot it based on like a VPA. You want to look at, okay, what's like a more dynamic support and resistance level. And that's why moving averages are like important, because you can kind of see where things are going, right? Let me make it a little bit more easier for you guys. Crossover strategies, they only incorporate 2 moving averages. It just makes it easier. And you're going to have like a bigger sample size, right? If you have more criterias or more, I guess, like settings, what happens is you're going to miss out on opportunities. But on this, it's pretty much clear as day. Where you really want to look for is you see how much price deviated from the 20 EMA. When you see price deviating like that, when the 20 is way over the 50, you know that there has to be a pullback. And you notice how we opened just under that 20 EMA. We tried breaking over multiple times pre-market, wasn't able to, and we tanked. So when you're looking at something like this, you can literally have your stop under that 50, because 50 is supposed to act as support. And then you see how we literally just tanked under that 50 EMA. So now that your stops are at the 50, right? So you're buying because it's over, you're buying because of one thing. You're buying because it's over the 20 EMA. And the 20 EMA is over the 50 EMA. That's why you're buying ES, or SPY in this case. When are you going to sell? You're going to sell when the stock price breaks under the 50 and it can't recover it. And then when are you going to buy again? You want to buy when you see the stock price going a little bit over like that 50 mark. Right, because we want that to act as like support and
AIHS.
yeah, we want that to act as resistance first, but then act as support. Now, the reason why I don't use moving averages too much is because it doesn't let you stay in certain trends, right? So after we had that tank, we were consolidating here. If I got out just because it came out under the 50, it wouldn't really make sense to me. I would take a break. Well, actually, it does make sense in this case because you can just take a break-even trade. You would have made a couple bucks at the most, and then it came back down. So let's say the next time price moved over 50, you bought it again. You can actually make money just by trading 2 EMAs. That's it. Now, people have their own preference which EMAs they want to do depending on the time frame, and you can use other stuff like RSI. You can use volume. You can use price action to kind of help you. VPA is really good with moving averages, and yeah, you can literally come up with a strategy that is just all technical. You don't need to know anything fundamental, and then trade off that. Can you be profitable? Yeah. If it wasn't profitable, then there wouldn't be algorithms that are trading it, right? All right, guys. You guys have any questions?
This was fantastic, TJ.
Yes, thank you, TJ. One other thing I might suggest is maybe you could show them how to set it up, maybe if you have time.
You can set it up.
Like how you were mentioning the other day, like how you set up the 9, how you.
Oh yeah. So does someone have it up on their TOS? I don't have TOS open right now, but if anyone has the TOS scripts, just post a screenshot of any ticker. Hide the ticker name and hide the dollar amount, and we'll use that as like a live example, and use the the United Traders MA Cross one. I think it's called MA Cloud.
Because I believe one of them was asking for the name earlier on voice as well. I forget who. Yeah, I'd use the scripts, but I'm using TradingView, so yeah, I can't use the scripts.
All right, while someone posts that, I'm just gonna check my account, make sure things aren't tanking.
They're about to start tanking here. I just mean SPY, not his positions, guys.
Tesla VWAP coming close to 400 support.
BRQS.
Canada has signed deal for AstraZeneca vaccine candidate.
CHNR, AIHS.
So I got a question to explain Bollinger Band. So Bollinger Band, I like to use it to see what the range is, where it could go, right? Like we trade really volatile tickers, right? We're looking to capitalize on the biggest range, right? So if the range is $1 a share, how much can we make? 30 cents, right? Let's say we make 30% of the range. But when we're trading something that has like a $5 range, we can most likely at least make $1. Now, the one thing is, if you can make $5, if the range is $5 on the upside, it's going to be $5 on the downside too. So I use the bands to kind of see, okay, is price going down to an area where we can potentially bounce off of? And if we don't, what is my next, where's my risk? It's like a quick way to kind of see where your risk is at, right? So for me, I use the 3 standard deviation and the 2 standard deviation. So I like to buy within the 2 and the 3, and I like to sell when it's at the top Bollinger Band, 2 and the 3, right, between those numbers. Under the 3 Bollinger Band, that's usually, like aggressive dip buying. Like, it's way riskier. You kind of want to wait till it confirms that it can hold that level before you do it. But you can kind of see where your risk is at, right? Now, when we're trading, when we're scalping, I mean, like intraday trading, the most important thing is to know your risk. And those Bollinger Bands just help me identify it just a lot faster. So I forgot what the stats are, but I think it's like 90% of the time, stocks will stay within the Bollinger Band range of like the 3 standard deviation Bollinger Band range, right? So setting up your trading strategy to work with stats is the most important thing, right? So you're setting up like high probability setups, you know where your risk is at, and you're more likely to make some money. Now, a good example of this, let's see. So we're trading CHOP, right? Can you trade CHOP? Yeah, you still can. Use the Bollinger Bands because they're pretty good for that reason, right? So you see that price came down, we consolidated, and you see how we started. So the red line, again, that's the 20 EMA. So let's say you bought based on the 20 EMA, right? You can see that we had a nice strong push up over that. So the next question is, okay, when do we sell? If you wait until the price comes back down to the 20, most of the time when you have a strong uptrend like this and it was just, green candles, you're giving back so much of that trade. You're giving back like 30-40% of that trade. So what I like to use is the Bollinger Band, because it's like, okay, this looks overextended. I can start scaling out. The moment you see that it's hitting the top Bollinger Band,
SYPR.
don't sell it. Just wait to see if it continues to hit it.
Acorn.
That tells you that this is a strong uptrend. Now, when I like to sell is when it stops hitting that Bollinger Band, the top Bollinger Band. That's telling me, okay, it's not as strong as it was previously. This is where I need to scale out. So using Bollinger Bands, you'll get better entries, because crossovers uses like lagging data, right? So you're always going to be like delayed. You're always going to be chasing. But by using Bollinger Bands, you can kind of time a better entry and exit without having to wait for crosses. No, Keltner channels are not the same. Keltner uses ATR, right? I find Bollinger Bands a lot more reactive, so I use Bollinger Bands religiously. That's my setup. And also, why I don't use moving averages is because I don't really do trend following. I have to take sizing when I take position, so I have to be really careful and really time those entries. So, for me, it's more important to try and time the tops and the bottoms, especially when you're using size, because my risk is capped, right? If it doesn't work out, you stop out right away. Because if you're buying it at the bottom, you're buying it at the bottom. There's nothing else underneath. So if you can, hold on to it. And one thing though, why I don't use hard stops. If I bought it and then I get stopped out just because my stop was too tight, I'm wasting my money, my time, my planning on a trade that I just literally got stopped out because I couldn't expose myself to some risk. So be realistic. There is always risk, which is why I use like the 3 standard deviation.
AIHS.
In this example, I'd normally risk up to that 3 standard deviation mark. See how it hasn't crossed underneath that? That's a good sign for me. Oh yeah. The other thing about Bollinger Bands, when bands are tight, that means price has consolidated. When you have tight bands, it means there should be a move happening soon. When it gets tight, you have that TTM squeeze that occurs, right? Where prices consolidate, and literally don't look at the bands, just look at the psychology behind it, right? So we have either a strong uptrend or a strong downtrend. And then at one point, price has to consolidate. We might bounce around a bit, but there's that level where, this is where buyers and sellers are, at the, I don't know, the attacking line, right? I forgot what they call that line. In war back in the days, there used to be like that one line and both sides would be shooting at each other across the line. So that's the line that you're going to be looking for. One of the easiest ways to find that line is literally just using the Bollinger Bands. When it gets tight, it's telling you that, hey, this is where the action is. This is where we either decide either bears are going to take control or bulls. I like that Berlin Wall. And yeah, scrimmage. There we go. I love Bollinger Bands. It's perfect for me. For me, intraday, I trade using the 1 minute. Sometimes if it has enough volume, I'll use like 30-second, but usually 1 minute time frame. Now, I did a lesson on this a long time ago, but using the 1 minute, you can pretty much tell what a 5-minute candlestick should look like, or a 10-minute. So once you kind of like perfect candlestick reading, it's just going to be much easier for you to see the higher time frames on the lower charts. I don't use VWAP bands. I don't find them always to work. Yeah, they might work 20% of the time, but that's not useful for me. I mean, the entire concept of VWAP is so that you get to see, what the average price is that people paid for it, right? And that's important to me. But a standard deviation on it, not so much. Right? It's not a fast reacting indicator. Again, for me, it has to be fast. I have to take those really good entries. I have to lock in profits. So for my strategy, I need those to occur. And yeah, just like Kazmak just posted, you can see when the bands get tight. That is a big signal that price is going to move one direction or the other. You'll hear me and Johnny say it all the time. This was a trick I taught you guys like a long time ago for the older members. But when those bands get tight like that, like it's the tightest it's ever been all day, there's going to be a bigger move that's going to happen. You just don't know which direction. So you're just going to watch out for it. As soon as you kind of get an idea of where it can go, then you can, tackle that trade. You see how on his picture too, I don't know what chart it is. So thank you for not posting the ticker symbol or the price. You see how it moved up and we tested those, the higher Bollinger Band. I think yours is like a 2 standard deviation one, right? Might be a 20. If it is a 2 standard deviation one, you can see how we kind of went over it. And then remember when I said, hey, sell when it stops hitting that upper Bollinger Band? If you actually backtest it, you can kind of do the exact same thing with that chart. Every time it hit that upper Bollinger Band, and you can literally scalp it just by using that alone. You don't even have to use any other indicator. And I encourage you guys to paper trade it. Like every single indicator, take off everything else. You want to see how the indicator reacts on its own. Then you want to see how it reacts with your indicators. If you're getting contradicting signals from your setup, that's not a reliable setup, right? You want to make sure that it's reliable, that you can trust it. This is your hard-earned money at play. So make sure at least you trust your setup. And keep things clean, guys. One of the biggest things that I see a lot of people making, like the mistake, is having too much noise on your chart. Like realistically, have you ever even thought about how much of those indicators you actually use on a trade? I want you guys to track it down. And I'll bet you most of you guys don't use like 80% of those useless indicators. And some of the times, they're good. When you're like a trend following indicator is obviously going to be good when there's a strong trend, right? There's no question about it. But then when you're in choppy markets, when you're in consolidation periods, it's not going to react as good, right? So again, there's always like a time and place. There's always a ticker that it works better on. Find those tickers. Every day our goal is to find the easiest setups, not the hardest, the easiest setups to tackle. And if you can find those easy setups, you're going to make money, right? Just make sure it doesn't look like a complete mess with too much lines and you don't even know what they do half the time, or you're not even constantly following it. Like, why do I have a line if I'm only looking at it for a cross? Right? Like, okay, I can just have an indicator that just puts an arrow, draws an arrow on DOS that says, okay, crossover happened here. That's it. Right? So again, if you're using indicators, just make sure that it makes sense and that you're actually applying it. If you don't, take it off. And I'm pretty sure that you'll probably be way more successful with less noise. So that's what I mentioned, JDA. When the price is constantly hitting the upper Bollinger Band limits, when do you sell? You sell when it stops hitting those limits.
AIHS.
Right? When it hits those huge, like when you have those huge moves, just like you can see on Kazmak's chart, right? When do you sell? You don't want to sell just because it came out of the Bollinger Band or it's touching the top Bollinger Band. You want to sell when it stops doing it. That's when the trend kind of changes. Now let's put this all together.
IEA.
All right. What's a stock? Okay, AMD. AMD always has volume. And one more thing, indicators work really well when you have volume. When you don't have volume, it's choppy. When it's choppy, not much you can do. But let's quickly go into this one here. All right, guys, I want paragraph answers. Paint a picture for me. Tell me what has happened in this chart. Do not look at the AMD chart, any other chart except for this one. You're only cheating yourself if you do that. So make sure you're honest with yourself. But tell me the story. Now, you learned about the Bollinger Bands. You already know volume price analysis. And you know how to use the Bollinger Bands now, right? You want to buy it when the stock's trading between that 3 and the 2. You want to have your stop underneath the 3 standard deviation. And when it's going up, you want it to hit that upper Bollinger Band limit, either the 2 or the 3. And then when you want to sell, it's probably going to be when it can't hit that upper band anymore. So yeah, tell me the story about this chart. You can just take a screenshot and then circle whichever ones, label it, and let's see how much of this lesson you guys absorbed. There's 2 Bollinger Bands. There's the 2 standard deviation and the 3 standard deviation. Yeah, and the cloud is just showing you the difference between the 2. Now, wait till you see why moving averages kind of ties into this. Come on, guys, you have to do paragraph answers for this because you have to extract every data set that you can with your tools. And these are common tools. It's literally a 20 and the 50 RSI and volume and the Bollinger Bands. Extract every piece of information that you can from a trade. So let's start. I'll give you an example of how you can paint a picture. And I think painting a picture is the biggest thing, right? So forget it's AMD, forget it's anything, forget fundamentals, forget the market, right? As you can see, when we started off on that trend, it looks like on the 12th, clearly it was tanking. We tanked below major support levels. We literally gapped down in the morning and we continuously came down you can see that, hey, we tested the 3 standard deviation. We came back up. We couldn't break over the morning high. We came all the way back down. When we came down, we finally tested that range, which is the 2 and the 3 standard deviation, right? That buy zone, which is the blue cloud. And then we gapped up. That's when you see major volume coming in, supporting the trend, and we gapped up. Once we gapped up, we barely touched the red, like the 2 standard deviation upper band. And then we just consolidated. Now this consolidation period, this is beautiful. This is what we look for. This is support being built. When you have support being established, you're going to see the bands are tight. Now, one of the riskiest things you can do is buy when the clouds are large, right? So when you see the 2 standard deviation and the 3 standard deviation, like the cloud, the reason I use the cloud is to kind of gauge the distance between the two, right? And when it's spread apart more, just like MAs, there's going to be, more volatile price action. You can lose money. You can also make money, right? It's a good buying opportunity, but it could also be a big stop, like a level where you have to like literally cut your loss and take a bit more risk. Now, for us, we trade volatility. We love it as day traders. That's what we look for. So for us, those are buying areas. That's where you want to buy into it. And then, as you can see, we consolidate in the range. Now, I think it's around the 24th. You see how the bands got really tight, narrow. And then after the 24th, the band started opening up a bit. Our range got a little bit bigger. There's spikes now that went over the 3 standard deviation, wasn't able to maintain it. So that's telling us buyers are there. And if you take a look at all those spikes, they coincide with the volume. So there are buyers there. So again, there's buyers there, but not enough people are selling into it. So we finally came right back down to POC. And when you look at that point of control, we bounced literally on that level or the 2 standard deviation. And now this is between the 24th to the 26th. Now, here's another test. We're testing those highs again. We bounced on support. We confirmed that this is now your acting support. And then we bounced off. And now we're finally breaking out. We're hitting that 3 standard deviation and we're not tanking anymore. This is going to cause more volume to come in. And it did. And then the price, steadily moved up. And on something like this is what you want to look for. When we can't hold these levels, it's going to tank. And if it does tank, just short it. Where do you short it to? Short it back to POC. As soon as it gets down to POC, go long. You have Bollinger Band, test over there because you have the lower band test. That was just before the 28th, I think. And and then we gapped up again. Now, the 28th is the biggest thing. So we tanked before the 28th. So I guess the 26th, we tanked. And you see how RSI finally came down to that RSI support level where we previously moved up on the RSI, right? We're back to that range. This is adding, stacking your odds in your favor, right? So when we have RSI bouncing there, like it previously did on the 12th, I think. Is that the 12th? No, 17th. It was the 12th. So on the 12th, you see how we bounced on that RSI level. So now, again, on the, what day was it? 26th. 26th, we came back down to that RSI level. We bounced again. And you notice how the RSI, you can't see it on that chart, but let me show you.
TJ, what do you consider on that chart as a point of control between the 24th to the 26th?
The gray line.
Gray line.
That is point of control. That's where the volume is on the volume profile. You see how it drew a line on the RSI now? Just a very thin blue line on the top and the bottom. So those are your resistance areas. Those are your support areas. And you can see like the best entries, the best exits are going to be around that area. Those are the areas you're going to look for dip buy opportunities. And when it coincides with your Bollinger Band, that's when it's telling you it's good. So when you look further on, so on the 14th, you see why, like I took AMD at 76, and it's like, okay, why did I buy it at 76? It's overvalued. We already know that. I have a position from 40s. Why would I add literally 100% higher, right? The simple thing is, look at how much we consolidated in this range. Look at the RSI. So the RSI is literally bouncing in this exact same area, which it previously bounced on. So we're using that past data to kind of help us gauge where it can go. And then again, we found resistance at 80, which is why we sold some at 80. And then it came back down to that 76. We bought it again. And then where do we sell? We're not going to sell at 80 because the RSI didn't even get that high on September 21st. The RSI is telling us that, hey, there isn't enough momentum for it to hit 80. So you want to sell ahead of that 80 mark. You guys kind of get it? Let's say you're trading a channel, right? So you're like, yes, we can do this trade again. You know how much we love taking the same trade again, right? Those are the best setups where we can take the money in, out, right? So we did that on VRM yesterday. We did that on IPO strategies, right? We like to buy it at the same range, sell it at a higher range. Now imagine if you bought it at that support level, then you sold it at 80 the first time. The second time you buy it at 76, you're going to expect 80. Right? That's natural. That's the first thing you're going to do. But if you looked at your RSI, it would have told you, hey, RSI is high right now. We are at a high level that we probably can't get to 80. All right, so right there in the picture, you can see that RSI again on the 21st. We couldn't break that 80. RSI was weak and came right back down. If I waited till 80 and I had a sell order at 80, it'd never be filled.
SYPR.
Does that make sense now, guys? All right, now I want you guys to open your charts. I'll give you a ticker and tell me the story. And again, tell me the story of the trade. If you don't invest time into learning, and if you don't take this opportunity for me to coach you, then you're just missing out. Also, I need some water, so I'll be back in a bit. But let's go with Square. Let's go with Square. Square on a, let's say, 15-minute time frame.
AIHS.
And that's a good question. Yeah, you can learn all of them. I mean, I did all those trades. Most of the guys here learned from just us doing it. And, when I'm learning, you guys will know because I'll just constantly be focusing on that one strategy until I perfected it, or at least I think I perfected it. And as soon as that's gone, I just look for new strategies. Like I'm constantly searching for newer ways because how do you know if your strategy is the best without testing every other strategy, right? So, on ES, it took me a while, but I got comfortable with it. And then I moved to swing trading ES. Same thing with shorts. We were shorting low floats. We were shorting, stocks when the market was going down back in 2018 when we had that 20% correction. We shorted it when the market crashed. So again, like time and place, and shorting worked for us. Swing trading, market was hot, so swing trading was easy. We moved to swing trading options right now. We're just doing that on an intraday basis because volatility is kind of high. And the best thing about volatility being high is option premiums are high. And when IV starts moving up, it moves up a lot more in your favor when volatility is already high. And I think the best thing is to start off with scalping strategies, like 100%. Like I mentioned it to everyone. If you can't, like this, the beautiful thing about scalping is that you're going to learn to take trades fast. You're going to make decisions fast. Yeah, you're going to fuck up a few times, but because it scalps, you're not exposing yourself to so much risk. If you want to be a swing trader just because it works with your schedule better, well, guess what? When the first time you try doing it, you might get lucky, and then eventually you're going to have a huge drawdown, right? So again, you can avoid that. Like think about how much money you lost by taking a strategy that you think was good, and you had some good results, just not enough to even call it a back test.
LTVR.
And then you take, your hard-earned money, put it into it, and then you lose on it, right? How much money did you lose, right? Let's say you lost $5 a share. You know how much AMD scalps you can do with $5 a share? Right? You can literally do 16 trades on AMD at 30-cent stop losses on AMD. And you could have done 16 trades that would have given you 16 different data points that you could have used to get you better results. And most likely, with the way that we trade, the setups that we trade, with the guidance that we're giving you, you probably would have made a ton of money by doing so. Right. So just keep that in mind. Scalping is the easiest because your risk is there. It's on the table. You see it. You choose whether you want to stop out or not. But at least you'll form the habit of stopping out. When you have a smaller account, the biggest thing is to know when to stop out. You have a good hand. If you don't have a good hand, get out. So Marsh, I like your post. So if you bought on that green arrow in the first bid on, I think that's square. So if you bought on that green arrow, the first one, what I would have done personally was as soon as because we hit the top Bollinger Band and then we came back down. When it came down, it tested the 20 EMA. I would wait to see if it bounced. If it does, I'll take off some size at the high at that time, right? Now, as soon as we break over it, we see that we have that Bollinger Band extension where literally like the Bollinger Bands are still moving up. Look at the sharp incline on the top Bollinger Band, right? Now, as soon as we started consolidating here, right, that's a sign that, hey, I should take some size off. We're not hitting the top Bollinger Band. The trend's getting a bit weaker. We're there to capitalize on the big move. So, hey, we're going to be proactive. Most of my trades, the reason it works out is because I am proactive on the trade and not waiting for lagging indicators to tell me what to do. So, yeah, and then as soon as it breaks the 20 EMA, just like you mentioned there, you can just stop out the rest. And then you can do it again. You can literally do it again. I would have done it. I would have done it here. Let me post it. For me, the next entry would have been these two lines. I would have want to buy on that first line because that was where we previously consolidated a bit. So that might act as acting support. And then I'll take it up to that double top. And then at that double top, I'll take some size off. And then usually what I would do, I just hold on to the rest and see where it goes. Now, the second entry, that one would have been for me an add. I would have added over there because we previously bounced there. So I would have expected it to bounce. Because I'm already up on the trade, I wouldn't have stopped out too early. I'm not a fan of stopping out on like one candlestick. I'll expose myself to a little bit more risk by doing so. But with a win rate of like my win rate's like 75 to like 80%. So with a win rate like that, you know, you don't have to like literally stop out. You're picking the right trades. You're taking the right amount of risk. You can expose more risk on the downside. If you look at most option spreads, right, the ones that have high probability of going in your favor, of having like max profits, they tend to have a smaller return, but they have a higher risk profile, right? And that's just how it works in trading. If there's something that's a high probability, the margins get slim. So you always have to remember that. It applies to everything we do. So the one thing about Marsh, like I used to look for, you know, the hidden secret on indicators, but I'll tell you, the indicators are only as good as how many traders are using it. So if you use the same indicators everyone else is, you know, you're going to most likely make the right call because everyone else is using it. Any other technical traders using the same indicators, you're going to have a higher probability of those indicators being accurate, right? Like MACD, RSI, volume profile, moving averages, Bollinger Bands. These are stuff that everyone uses. VWAP. These are areas. Why does things bounce on VWAP? You think it's like it happens for no reason? No, it happens because people are buying on VWAP, right? So if you're using some sort of setting that's just deviating from what most people are using, yeah, you might see some advantages. But to be honest, like it's not like a foolproof setup. Like you probably have a specific style that it fits and it suits you, but it won't work on different tickers. And the problem with that is how are you going to scale up your position size? How are you going to scale up your trades? How are you going to trade the next big thing if you're only concentrating on that one trade because, hey, your indicator works really good on that one equity or one class of or one series of equities that you're following, but it doesn't work on anything else. When markets change, when macros change, when some sectors are hot and some sectors aren't, you know, you want to be able to pivot and you want to be able to have that transition be like seamless, right? It has to be fast. Like we can look at any chart and analyze it. That's how fast it has to be. I can trade Bitcoin, I can trade Forex, I can trade anything with the same setup I have and still have the same, win or loss ratio, right?
Guys, watch SPY here.
A core. CHNR.
Style, you're kind of getting it, but you're not applying like the rules, right? So yes, that entry would have been perfect, right? Because it hit the bottom Bollinger Band and you took that long. You're going to be targeting the top Bollinger Band, right? And the reason that you marked it as red there, that's where you would have sold. But in hindsight, I mean, yeah, I would have sold there too. But in reality, I would have sold on that big red candlestick on the intraday, like the same day. Would have sold right there. And the reason for that is if you're following that strategy, as soon as it comes out of that band again, you want to sell into it. Now, then you noticed, and this is why Bollinger, sorry, MAs are important. I'm not sure what your purple line is, but you see how it bounced on that purple line, and then we bounced back to the top Bollinger Band. You see how the Bollinger Band is still on a constant uptrend. It's still literally like a 40-degree angle up, right? When you see that, that's a good indication that, hey, you know what? This is, this might continue. So then I'd look for another entry. Now, one thing about selling, like I always mention to you guys, if you sell out of a position because you think it's too high, set a price alert above where you sold it. So then you're never like, oh man, I missed that trade. I don't always do it on all tickers. I'll do it on tickers where I'm like, okay, I need to sell, but I still love this position. I do have to get another position in it. Right? For me, that's one of the critical components. I want to hold on to these swing trades, but I'm not going to just hold on and let them, be at the mercy of the market. I want to make sure that I'm taking some money out of the, off the table too, right? And like mitigating my downside. Like every dollar that it was on the table that you didn't take, I still consider that a loss too. I don't use Keltner style, Keltner, just because like I use ATR like religiously. That's something I use, but it just makes my chart look so shitty. Like I already have Bollinger Bands. It's way more reactive. Having Keltner channels there, it just makes it such a unclean setup. I want to be able to look at a chart and just tell you what's going to happen. Like we look at so many tickers. If I spent time having to analyze it by using too many indicators, I'm just going to end up wasting time. There could have been another trade I could have been focused on. And, instead I chose to analyze one and see if the indicators like work for that setup, right? Yeah, style. And you even plotted the RSI resistance, right? You saw that RSI resistance there. So that first exit, that would have been perfect. You're literally capitalizing. You got the RSI support and you literally hit it to the top of that RSI range. Within the same day, you take that money and run. Or go for a walk and come back in like 20 minutes. I missed a few charts, so let me just scroll up and get to those. Solo, I'll start with yours. Yours isn't labeled. I hate it.
That's jokes. Not labeled. I hate it.
But I like your explanation. So, yeah, see, you painted a picture. I actually wasn't like, okay, I can see the chart, but it's such a, I didn't like zoom into it. And, you know, just by reading your post, I can see what's happening. And that is important. If I can literally see the chart by your words, you know, that means that, hey, I can trade it. And that means that you know your setup. So good job. I like that. And, you know, like you can actually see, like, you know, when there's risk on the table, when those bands are like on your chart, now that I zoomed in, you know, when the bands are pretty wide, that's when you know there's volatility. And that volatility is what we like live and breathe. We need that to make money. If we don't have that, we'd be trading something like, I don't know, something with no, like Citigroup, for example. We'd be trading that. I don't know if it has volume today, but, you know, it's pointless. I just quickly like mark these areas. These are areas that I look for on a band. This is where we have price discovery, where things start to change. And you can see like most of those areas, that's when like changes happen in like the trend overall, right? When you have that, you know, the band between the 2 and the 3 deviating from each other, those are really good indications. And also, guys, it's not just important to look at like, oh, okay, I'm gonna buy it because it touched the 100 EMA. No, fuck no, that's not the most important thing. What's one of the most important things is the direction of those moving averages, where it's going afterwards. When you're in the trade, you bought it on the 100 EMA. Okay, good. Now what are you gonna do? What you want to see is that 100 EMA slowly curl up. If it's curling up, it means you're in the right trend. If it's still going down, clearly you probably didn't catch the bottom, right?
Hey TJ, I just want to interrupt for a sec because you had mentioned CRSR before. You got a new high of the on it.
Beautiful. That's why I didn't take off too much on it. You know, this is a stock with a ton of potential, guys. And all right, $18. Beautiful.
Tesla sitting back at that 400 mark.
TJ, can you hear me?
Yep.
Oh, perfect. I was gonna bring up. You're probably aware of it, but ZI man has a great move today. So I know you kind of been pounding your hand on the table for this stock for quite a few days, for some time actually. So finally made the big move today.
Oh yeah, ZI did amazing. Like this is areas where you kind of want to scale somehow because the trend was just way too strong. I mean, it's gone up 11%. ZI usually, okay, well, it does actually move up more than 11%, but you're trading more than its range, right? So for me personally, like my entry was 34.65. It's at 38.65. The range is literally $4 and like 50 cents. So like literally, we just capitalize on one ATR there, right? So you know, take that money and take some profits out and then hold on to the rest. And I made money on my Tesla. I'm not sad anymore.
So TJ, you feel like Tesla go down.
Yeah, I'm happy. Remember, I was like, I left 300K on the table. Now it's only down to 55K. That I can live with.
Damn, that's a huge move.
Hey TJ, I just wanted to say a quick thank you for that lesson. It's very informative, and I definitely learned a lot. So I really appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. I know I haven't done a lot of technical, lessons in a while. The older members know all the technical lessons that I did, but yeah, I'll try and do some more, just like as a refresher, I guess.
Yes,
And for you too, Marty, since you weren't there back then.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, DJ.
Zoom could be flagging here.
Sometimes we fucking hit the best trades. Sometimes sometimes still astonishes me.
For some reason, I always miss the good trade you guys take. I'm too busy focused on Docky or Intel or some.
Yeah, I know. When we mention a ticker, just look it up. We always, again, like not every trade works out, but we try and alert some really good setups, and it's important to just kind of keep an eye on it, because we're using our skill sets. You're using, like, utilize us, leverage our skill sets to your advantage, and take a look at them. We're buying it for a reason, right? Not fucking here to lose money every day.
No, you know what it is? It's that some tickers I'm not familiar with, like the ones that aren't so common, like that aren't like Apple, Nvidia, Tesla, like those like small mid caps. And so because I'm not familiar with it, some of them I know, like if you have them in your swing long term ones, I'll get in on. And if they're like day trades, I'm a little bit hesitant because I don't know the price action on those tickers at all.
Like look at this one. This is pretty much just like CS. What's it called? Corsair. So look at that profit. It's fucking Roku just long, and you know how much I love Roku. So obviously, I went with size into this trade, but yeah, look at that beautiful win, just on like an overnight hold. Now, if you actually take a look at it on September 17th around 12 p.m., that was my first entry at 162, and then I just added at the 158, I think. And that's when it rocketed. But yeah, guys, like if you are able to capitalize on some of these moves, man, it's huge gains, especially swing trading. Like, come on, this is one trade. This was, to be honest, this is the biggest trade for me on my IB account. I was like, oh wow, I have a new trade that's that made me the most money, and I looked at it and I'm like, oh shit, it's this one. like the biggest winning trade was Roku, and it was literally just because we bought the bottom, and the timing was just perfect. And same thing, like you'll get those, but you do have to attempt to do it, right? You do have to make sure that you're constantly focused, have that capital to allocate it onto other trades, or else you miss out. If I just traded Tesla only, I'd miss out on this huge gain, and this was the biggest single profit from one trade in my IB account. So yeah.
Thank you, TJ.
Yeah, I suggest scaling out a CRSR. I mentioned it earlier. I took off 10% in the morning, and I took off another 10%. Not even 10%. I didn't get full fill. Kid, I have a rule. When things happen this rapidly, take it off. It's probably going to come down pretty quick. Use the lessons that I just taught you guys today on ours. Like someone posted a chart of CRSR on a 5-minute time frame, 2-day chart. I don't have that. I don't have any indicators on my CSRS chart, but you know, you technically don't really need it to kind of gauge how it worked out. And you'll see it on like a 5-minute time frame, those moving averages and the Bollinger Band extensions. Two-day chart. Oh, that's a 2-day? All right, perfect. There you go. You guys can see it right there. You could have applied it. Mike, I like how, not Mike, John Wick, I like how you have the arrows there. Those arrows are pretty much everywhere you would literally want to buy, right?
So holding that 400 level. Have you guys heard from DX? I haven't heard from him like I think yesterday and today.
Yeah, he was on yesterday.
Oh, okay.
What's up, boy?
Oh, there he is.
For sure.
Entered with the Subboy.
Yeah, I gotta be hyped. Got like all that energy now.
Here's the pretty good company.
APWC.
The market cap is kind of low for a stock, but yeah, I'm like using one of the keyboards. It's like probably like one of the best on the market. Like retail's like 200. I got for like 150. So they gotta be making a good chunk of money for it. Or
Man, Corsair dominates everything. A, they're in esports, one of the biggest, largest growing industries in the world. B, they dominate. Their PSU is good. Their RAM is good. Their cases are amazing for like efficiency, like cooling. Their cases are nice. The LEDs, the UI for their Corsair like products, right, where you can literally like, what's the word, like, connect all of your LEDs all together and just like run it together. That is the most intuitive and like the most easiest UI that I've ever like had to use. So again, like they have everything going for it, right? Their mics are good, and remember they own Elgato, right? The Stream Deck company, and they're getting into mics, and their mics are pretty good too. So yeah, these guys are dominating in that industry, and there isn't a gamer out there that does not know the name Corsair. So it fits everything. Large addressable market, check. Solid product, check. Market, like a large market share, check. Good valuation, double check. Instant money on it, like triple check. This was beautiful. We made money on the IPO day, and we're making money, by just swing trading it from yesterday. Man, what more can you ask for? Now, at this point, guys, you can hold on to a position. If you took every trade that we took from yesterday, literally, you don't even have to worry anymore. You took some profits now. You got it up to 18s. Now you can just hold it. Even if it goes down to 14, even if it goes to 12, you're still in the profits. If it goes to 10, you're probably breaking even.
I went to the doctor yesterday. Got me one of those pills for the congestion. Is working, so feeling much better now.
Very happy to hear that, man. Glad to have you back.
Told you the people in the ER don't know what they're talking about. You got to go to the specialist doctor. They don't understand, like the nose, the ears, and all that. You got to go to the specialist doctor for that. I think the people in the ER are just there for visual signs of the rest, like a super emergency.
So, right now, stock selection is obviously getting tighter because things are tanking, right? And that's why recently I've been bringing up large addressable marketplaces, because again, like if no matter what president comes out, right? If Biden comes out with that tax initiative, it's going to be horrible for the market, right? We're probably going to drop like at least like 12%, maybe 15, maybe even more. Who knows? And again, how is he going to implement it? He's going to probably implement it next year, right? You can't implement it the same tax year. You're probably going to implement it for 2024. Now, the market's obviously going to try and price it in right away. Right now, the one thing about that is some of these companies that are really solid, that have really good numbers, they are literally up because, EV to EBITDA was just beautiful. But sorry, EV to sales was amazing. But the problem is that EV to EBITDA was just pretty much near break even, right? And these companies now, you have to think about it. If they're not making enough, these companies are going to just suffer. They're going to be going from being a profitable company to now operating at a net loss, right? And you don't want that negative cash flow affecting the stocks that you're holding. So one of the things that's driving my decision making now, and which is why like I posted like the portfolio that I recommend, is because I want to look for those bigger addressable markets that these companies can still pivot, they can still operate. Not all of them are profitable yet, but running like a DCF model with a 3 to 5 year time frame, they're still pretty good. Oh, and Kazmak, you posted a nice one. See, that is Bollinger Band tight. That's an easy trade. Set a price alert on the top and the bottom of that range, and you can literally trade it. Now, there's one thing about ranges. When it's range bound like this and it's so tight, it could be because there's no volume. So you want to confirm if there's volume. B, maybe there's not enough interest. Maybe they don't want it to go up, right? Either way, when you see something tight like this, wait for confirmation, because sometimes it'll try and spike up, and then people that are just impatient and they're like, "Ah, shit, I just want to get out of this position. Let me put a sell order near, the recent high." Those guys are going to tank it down again. They just want to get out. They just wasted their time watching this one single ticker. So it's going to add selling pressure. You want to see if it bounces back. If it bounces back, add on to it. One of the easiest ways that I make money is by adding. I add on to those. If a support level holds, I'll keep adding on that support level and support it as much as I can until it eventually moves up.
All right, Amazon. New high of day.
Finally.
Yo, TJ, I'm not sure if you saw it before, right? There was a giant order fill at 2080 for RKT, 40,000 shares. And then 2080 has been filling like crazy, 2080.
Sick. Yeah, I got, I'm loaded on that position. I'm good. I can't load anymore.
Mm-hmm. Now it's just
Max allocation on that.
What's it called? ZM is setting up pretty nicely after this. And we need to see a break of 492 for continuation.
Watching that, but it's not breaking out though when the market is breaking out. That's the only concern.
Well, if you remember in the morning, it wasn't really following the market either. It's just like moving really weirdly today.
Which one?
ZM, look at the hourly.
Watching it, I'm waiting. See if it breaks out.
You know, I think really like CM at these prices though is pretty high. I can see why it's not breaking out with the market because you know this is the time where people scale back size, right? You have to delever your portfolio. So you know the biggest ones you're going to take off are the ones that ran so hard. You don't want to lose like you know there's a different like look at the range, right? When you look at people that trade size, we don't care about anything else except for dollar per share. That's what we want, right? Size is just like the ammo in this scenario. So for us, it's like, okay, which one is the least likeliest to pull back the most? It's obviously going to be these momentum ones, right? So that acts as like a resistance level, especially on something like ZM. Now, ZM, to be honest, it's probably like one of the better stocks, but the valuation is just stupid right now. It's almost like Shopify.
Let's take a look at it real quick here.
This is high of day on SPY yesterday.
ZI.
ZI just broke $40. What a nice move. Are you guys watching this? Is he on ZI?
I'm sitting here looking at Tesla pissed it's not moving. I don't know what's wrong with Tesla today.
That's why we're not trading it. We need direction. But look at ZI. Look at that beauty. Holy. All right. I'm going to take some more off.
Yeah, I'm taking off of a ZI here too. A couple of people in this chat actually alerted ZI around 30 or 31. And it ran up a lot these last 2 days, so I can kind of see a mean reversion back down.
I'm holding from 34s. It went against me, but then still held on to it. But damn, this was beautiful. This is all you need.
So that's a huge move since yesterday. Holy shit.
Yeah, I think me and Ben traded caught there was like this little channel between 31 and 34. And so we noticed that and started scooping it up around 31s.
I should have got it at 31s
84.
too. I didn't add on to it just in case market was tanking that day. But yeah, honestly, that was a perfect trade.
This is solid, almost 25%, right? Solid, good job.
Oh, it's amazing. But this is where I'm a little hesitant because I also see volume profile resistance here. If you're in this for long term, don't worry about it.
No, even if you're in long term, take it off. This is too high. Like it went up too high, too fast. You take it off, or else it's going to come down on you anyways. And maybe I'll try it again at 38. Set a price alert for 38.
All right, yeah, what TJ said, not what I said.
So I did pretty good on that trade. Held on as long as I could, and yeah. Now I'm just gonna. You can even hedge this. You know they probably have options. You can sell the 40 calls.
Yeah, that's a massive move up. Whoever's in it, at least take partials.
Yeah, because ZI had 2 upgrades too in the last 2 days, right? So yeah, this is beautiful. Thank God that happened. This is the one thing about analysts, they'll always copy the other analysts. As soon as everyone heard Ron Barron bought it, boom, it was over. There was already like upgrades on it the very next day.
It was amazing because they did it on the red days too, I think.
Good for us. We got those nice entries. Laura, it starts with just holding 10%. That's it. You make, okay, think about it this way, right? So let's say you're trading with 100 shares. You guys do the math here. You guys are trading with 100 shares, right? And you made $3 a share, right? How much profits do you have? Perfect. Now you took off 90 shares. Okay. Now how much can the stock go down before you lose money?
AMSC.
A couple dollars a share.
Way more than that. Exactly. There you go. So then think about it. Like you're setting yourself up to win. Like what's the worst that can happen? Nothing. You're giving back some of your profits. That's nothing, right? We do that every day to attempt to get more money. So again, it's way more important to kind of, just be mindful. Like you want to start swing trading, start with a small size, make money intraday, scalp it as much as you can. As soon as you have enough of that buffer, hold it. Like for me, when I take trades, VRM, I didn't even look at the chart today. I don't have to because yesterday we made money twice. We made like $4 a share, $4.50 a share. So for me, if ZI tanks, guess what? It's going back to support level, and I'll be break even on that one trade. But I've already taken out enough money that even if it tanks all the way down to IPO pricing, I'll still be up, right? That's when you know you have a good trade. You just hold on to those ones. Majority of my trade, guys, I traded intraday and then I hold on to a portion unless I'm really confident on it. And, that's, select tickers.
Like when you got that Zoom entry, I think around 360, 370s and
Yep, 376. I'm still holding on to it. I'm still holding it about 20% because I don't want to let that go. Why would I? That one did everything for me perfectly.
There's a breakout on Zoom.
what timing, TJ? There's a breakout on Zoom and you're holding it.
And I sold those October puts to the 350s. Those that was legendary.
APWC.
Great work, Laura.
For these puts that I sold, the 350s, that's $3,500 per contract in profits.
Guys, we're at 15-minute trend resistance from September 4th here. Just a heads up. On SPY.
CLNYI.
Hey, any of you guys in Tesla here long 400?
I'm still selling the 400 calls because they expired today, but just waiting for like 3 p.m. Once if it stays at this level, I'll be good. I'm up like 65%. But it does look strong here, especially with the market moving up. So I can see it push back up. Let me buy some calls actually.
Yeah, I think so, TJ. I mean, it's definitely wavering. It's not real strong, but it's holding 400, and it's just going to take a matter of time before this consolidation works its way up.
Yeah, I'm looking at the 15. The lower wicks are forming in the last.
Just be mindful. Data is gonna take effect, so selling puts is probably easier if you just want to quick gain on it, and let data do its job.
Yeah, buddy.
I love free trades.
Let's see. It looks like it's about to break out Tesla a little bit.
Oh my god! Yeah, you can probably do this.
Nice, TJ. 4015.
No, that was your call. All you, buddy. Great alert.
Thanks. I've been holding it for 20 minutes.
So have I.
Come on, 402.
Yes, let's go. Those strong hands, man. SPY pushing to 327. Tesla getting close to Viva up here.
You know what stock's been holding so well? RXT. That thing I still
VMLL.
haven't got stopped at, and I'm still surprised.
That's because DX is supporting the whole thing.
No, that's RKT. This one's RXT.
I have RXT. That one had no volume. That one had like no volume. The liquidity there was so bad.
Oh shit, you're right.
That's why, man.
Yeah,
It's
we were
a
talking.
$3 billion company. It's only $3 billion.
Yeah. It's pretty small.
Looking at SPY, seeing here, we pulls back here. Yeah, I remember we were talking about it the other day, how it had no liquidity.
Yeah, personally, I would pick Corsair over this company.
Oh, any day, hands down. Yeah. Guys, like one thing that a lot of people don't know how to do, but one thing I learned is brand value, right? Like that's something that's so hard to value, and usually it's a skill set that really the only people that I know that have it like really well are like top accountants or what do you call them?
Acor.
Actuaries.
careful with SPY here.
Yeah, I think a lot of people don't understand like the branding over the years. You know, with like Rocket and Quicken Loans, right? They spent a lot of money on advertising. Now that money's already been accounted for in their expenses a long time ago. You know what I mean? Like,
Exactly.
a different one. People don't know what the other one is. Just saying. You know, I think Corsair sponsors Summit 1G. So they have like, you know, everyone on Twitch.
Johnny, nice job, buddy. And I like how you had the share size down. So, you know, low share sizes, dollar per over $1 per share on those results. Beautiful.
Yeah, I heard you talking about the holding, or I saw Joel post something about holding on longer from S&P. So I just wanted to show a small example of a few pictures that I had on my phone.
SMB used to be my target, but we're way better now.
Yeah, we're above them, I think now. But yeah, just try and hold on. You know, like remember I say it time and time again. The longer you hold on, the easier it's going to be to manage your risk tolerance. As long as you're already in profits, like just note that all these you see realized, there's nothing negative there. Just realize, lock something in, move on to my next ticker. Realized, lock something in. Like look at that unrealized on AMD, for example. Total profit almost 2K, realized $200. That's 10 times higher. So if you build winners, just move on. There's no need to keep staring at it. It's not saying that you're going to take away your risk management, but you know, if you're $2 below your entry and you're at support, you can take something off again and move on. It's really simple. It's hard to overcome the barrier of doing it when you haven't started doing it yet. I can attest to that since took TJ 6 months to get it through my head to hold on longer.
So Johnny, you just after you take your profits, I'm assuming you just raise your stop and you move on to the next ticker, and then you come back to manage the trade at some point.
Gotti, can you repeat that?
Yeah, sorry. So I was like, after you take your initial profits, you just raise your stop and then move on to it and just come back to take a like when you come back to take a look at that ticker.
It depends on your trading strategy. Oftentimes, I will not increase my stop. So I'll just leave it where it is. A lot of times I'm willing to risk the profits that I made to be able to hold on longer. For example, AMD yesterday, I took that short from 77.11 and we came under, took it down to like 76.50 pretty fast. Took some profits and I decided to just leave my stop at 77.31. We came all the way back up to 77.25 after going to $75. So if I'd increased my stop, like the whole position to stop out, then I wouldn't have been able to add back what I took off back at 77, take it back to 76, basically, or 75 seconds. So you can increase stop. Like what I did yesterday was I took a partial at 76.50, and then after it came below 76, I took another partial when it came back over, went back to 77s. I added what I took off, went all the way back down to 76, and I had a partial stop increase to 76.31. After that, it ripped to 77.25. I got more ads and tanked.
Gotcha. I guess one of my takeaways from that is that it also depends on what the strategy is, right? Because for you, you're usually scalping, day trading, versus if someone were to swing, and I think it would be a little bit different, right?
To an extent, like I could have swung Roku. TJ was asking me, he's like, hey, you think you're going to hold a little short? It looks interesting. I'm like, I kind of want to, but we'll see what happens. I may not. And I was going to hold like 10 shares, but I decided not to. And it came down an additional $5 and ended up holding that 180 for a little bit. But
no, it went to like 170 something.
Or I think, yeah, 177 or something like that. Just around 180. Like it was below 180 for sure though. But so yeah, I made almost $15 a share on 200 shares that day. So that's about 3K, almost 3K. So to squeeze out an additional, 100 or $200, yeah, it's possible, but with the infinite risk on the short side, I'd rather be swinging into the long idea.
Gotcha.
Especially after Roku just made a massive push up. So yeah, it just depends on the setup, guys. It literally just depends on the setup. Another example would be Apple. I increased my stop loss and missed out on $10 a share because I increased my stop loss, which is fine, but I still made $5 a share. But if you are willing to risk some of your profits because you can look for other plays and you're not on PDT, then think about it. Like, consider it. Something that I do. And for example, Madi did it last week. He had 342 puts. He wanted to close the 2 that he had left. I had mentioned to him, just try and hold on to one. You already made 1,500 and you'll risk $150 if it expires worthless. So you can risk back 10% of the profits of the day. You literally just made 3 days worth of profits in one day. He agreed, and he ended up turning that contract from $150 to how much did it go up, Madi? Like $1,000 higher?
Yeah, it was. I closed it at 12.
Yeah, incredible. And he wouldn't have been able to do that if he closed it on the Monday. So he risked 10% of his daily profits, which was 3 times higher than his daily profit target. And he made an additional $1,000. So 2 more days of profit target without having to do anything. Just held his winner.
That's amazing, man. Kudos to both of you guys. And thank you for that, Johnny. Appreciate the insight.
Yeah, no worries. And note that on the options short side, if you're buying puts, your risk is what you've put in. So his risk is 150. For me, if I'm shorting with shares, my risk is infinite.
Yeah, that's true too. Yeah.
But it doesn't matter if your risk is infinite. If you reduce size to a point where you can expect, let's say I shorted Roku, and I'm like, I could see Roku gap up $30 tomorrow. So I'm not going to hold 1,000 shares short. I'll hold 50 to 100 shares short. But it's going to be a swing trade idea. I'm not going to turn a day trade into a swing trade unless it's an amazing one. I could have held Roku, but I couldn't see much more squeeze played down. 175, another $10 was what I was thinking. And I didn't feel comfortable holding more than 20 shares of that on the short side.
Got you. So I guess, like you said, it depends on the setup as well, right? In context.
Yeah. And just for my rules, I don't like turning the day trades into swing trades. Specifically, if you think about it, though, a swing trade is literally going to be a trade that you take today that you're going to hold into tomorrow.
Not necessarily. It's you hold it until you get stopped out.
No. What I mean is, if you're going to take a swing trade, if your plan is to buy or short something today and to cover or sell tomorrow, you're technically taking that trade today. So,
overnight, yeah.
It's just based on the wording. I mean, TJ, you know what I mean. So just to clarify that for everyone listening in, I prefer to, if I'm going to swing something, it's either going to be based on what TJ is mentioning, or if I'm in a position that's a day trade and TJ convinces me to swing it after taking profits and mitigating my risk by reducing size. So just keep in mind, guys, the only reason I'll take swings is if I'm very, very convinced and I use a small size, or if TJ brings it up. Because TJ's track record is absolutely incredible. Going now 3 years, what is it? 95% of everything you've said has hit gold, pretty much.
Yep.
So just follow TJ on StockTwits and Twitter, guys. And make sure you do go on, like, and subscribe our YouTube and Instagram as well. Because if you're not on TJ StockTwits and you're not following TJ on StockTwits, you're going to miss out his posts if you're not looking at the trading chat when he posts on StockTwits. Because we do have it linked, but he is posting a lot of the DD on StockTwits as it is posting automatically to Discord. Or is that
sometimes I forget? So just remind me if I missed out on posting something on StockTwits or something. Just let me know. I just want to post it one place and then it can repost everywhere. So doing it on StockTwits, it posts on Twitter and then it posts in the group, so it makes it a lot easier. But yeah, guys, I mean, look, this is the way to make money. There's, Not much you can say more than that.
Guys, for your daily targets, how many trades do you guys usually take to get it?
That depends really. I mean, most of the time, I just try and lock in profits, whatever's on the table, right? So the market was choppy today, so I couldn't get like a really good read on it, so I sized down. And most days I'd be up a ton, but today not as much because didn't take as much trades, right? And I don't think you should have daily targets. I think weekly targets, like when the market's ripping, when you have an edge, yeah, fuck it, hit your targets and go above it. When you don't think you have an edge, that's when you kind of want to just like scale back size. So I feel if I had always as the same daily target, like I'm always going to try and take a trade to get there. And then that's never going to end up in a good place. Like yesterday, you guys know I was down, 2 million yesterday, right? At the close. I was down 5, but then I recovered 3. Today, totally different. Just holding on. I haven't locked in a lot of profits, just holding on. And yeah, it's been working pretty good.
To you guys, TJ, Johnny, for the insight as always.
You're welcome. I missed the question that you're answering there, TJ.
Oh, like daily targets. I wouldn't go with daily targets. I mean, guys, just take whatever's on the table. Depends on your account size, right? How confident you are. I don't think you can just be like, oh yeah, you should. Your daily target should be like 1% of your account. Fuck no. That would put you into scenarios where you're gonna risk too much when you don't have an edge, when things are against you. So there's days where you're confident. There's those days when you wake up, you look in the mirror and like, damn, I'm fucking sexy. Yeah, just like that, you have that emotion when you're trading. When you have that good hand, when you have that confidence, fucking tackle it. Until then, take smaller trades. Take whatever you can.
Yeah, guys. Like profit targets, if anything, should be small. So when I increased my profit target to $1,000 a day, that's when I started taking bigger losses. Like I'd be up $500, $600, $800, $900, and I'd take like a drawdown. And it's just stupid, $500 a day is $2,500 a week, which is 10 grand a month and 120K a year. And it gets exponential. The more you increase your size, the bigger the drawdowns will be. Though it's risk to reward, guys. The more you risk, the higher reward. But it's not necessarily true because, like, you can risk small amounts and make huge capital, like huge bank. Because we're alerting dollars and we're giving really good setups here with not just pennies. Before we were looking for like at least 30 cents, minimum 30-cent moves on low volume, especially. But now with the volume, we're easily getting dollars every single day.
Yeah, and just like guys, take profits every single day. Okay, this was mine at 10 a.m., right? As you can see, realized was less, unrealized was high. And then you saw mine now, the one that I just posted. So again, like take profits. I'd take in profits every time. And that's why I trade so many tickers. There's always going to be something that's going to run in my portfolio. And I just have to know when to just take some size off.
To add to what Johnny was saying, when it comes to like profit targets and trading wise, lately I've been trading with very small size, but the reason why I'm doing this is to capitalize on a larger move. And for example, that ZM trade in the morning, I only went in with 2 contracts. It was nothing. Like I would usually trade 3 to 4, I would say. So I reduced the position size by essentially 50%. And what that allowed me to do was hold on to the play longer and not worry too much about just cashing in really quickly and taking what I got, because I could have easily cashed out and closed the trade when it broke out of the flag, the second green candle. I could have just closed it. I waited until over 490, which was my first target, and I still held. I held a little bit longer, and I capitalized on the larger move. So just the reduced position sizing, it allowed me to do that. With the larger position sizing, I maybe would have scaled out some, maybe even closed the whole trade, just because I was happy with what I got. But sometimes it's not about if you're happy with the P&L and the trade and how the outcome went for you. It's about capitalizing that larger move. That's what's going to push you to the next level. And that's
I want to touch on that as well.
Still looking at, still working on.
Thanks, Marty. I want to touch on that as well, guys. Like, we've had several market makers join the group, and I can tell you that one of the market makers in our group is making about 20K a day just filling orders for companies. It's literally making $20,000 a day just filling orders for companies. Okay? And when he's trading Roku and things like Tesla at like 1,000 shares per entry. When I told him to reduce the size to 10 shares per entry, he started making money trading.
Because he's so used to, because it's not his money when you're doing it for the firm.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a paycheck. So, when you're trading your own money, it's totally different. Like, you can't do the same shit that you can do on paper. Because, like, when you're taking someone else's order, that's easy. Anyone can do it. It's fucking easy. It's just a buy, sell, stop loss. What else do you need, right? But yeah, like, when you're trading your own money, guys, size down. Like, that's the biggest thing. Because again, you have to worry about longevity. You want to do this for a living. You want to do this for the rest of your life. Most of you guys are going to live for another 40 years at least, right? So if you guys are going to live for 40 years, why do you have to size up now when you don't have everything together? When you can't even make $1 per share on a trade? You can't withstand any drawdown period. And if you can't withstand that drawdown period mentally, right? Let's say you have a couple bad losing days. If you can't walk out of that alive and be ready the next day, motivated, and still tackling the same trades with the same like focus and determination, you're going to end up losing again. And then it just goes in a spiral. So guys, like, the time to learn is now when you're trading small sizes. You can't make these fuck ups when you're trading large sizes. It's just going to be huger drawdowns. And you guys know, like, yes, I'm up so much on my portfolio, but the biggest thing that eats me up every day is just my stupid Big C. And is Big C a big deal? No, that was literally like one day on Friday. Like, I locked in enough money that I can just literally close it. And I would just, it's not a big deal, but the dollar amount still hurts the same. It doesn't matter. If you still lose $1 million, you lose it, I lose it. The same shit, it hurts. So again, when smaller sizes, you can prepare yourself. You can mentally get ready. You can like rewire your brain to accept a bit more risk, to and slowly, right, and gradually. The biggest mistake I see so many people doing is sizing up way too early or adding too early. That's one of the other big things that I used to do that fucked me so hard. Like, I've literally had to bag hold so many positions or go in with like stupid amount of ads just to save my position. And literally, guess what happens? As soon as it goes up, I fucking scale out. I'm not even making 10, 20, 30 cents on it, right? You can avoid that by just being a bit more smart and have some rules, right? Everyone should know their rules. You should know when you look at something, if you like it or not. You should know what strategy you're going to use. You should know if it's better on the option side or the equity side. And if you're a new trader, please stay away from options. Just like, please don't do it. Don't do it to yourself. You're not going to survive, in the long run if you're going to just be, trading options and have no risk tolerance. You know how many people have no risk tolerance? Imagine amplifying it by, trading options. Like, just think of options as the same thing as it is, okay? You're buying a contract that's worth the, let's say the equal amount of buying 100 shares. So if you bought 100 shares and it goes up $1, right, yay, you made money, right? In an option contract, you're literally doing the exact same thing, and you can lose. You might have bought a contract for $1 and it goes against you. Guess what? The stock, the underlying moves down on you. you're done. You're probably going to be like down like 40%. And by the time that's, you're like, okay, last time I cut it, it came right back up. So I'm going to hold on to it. Guess what? Now theta is going to go against you. Gamma is going to go against you. You're just fucked now. And then you're just going to hold on to a bag hold. And yeah, it gets to a point where you're going to freeze up. I freeze up sometimes. There's that specific time where you're like, oh shit, I fucked up so heavy. I don't know what to do at this point. What's my options? That moment of hesitation, you can really avoid, because that's the snowballing effect. That's what makes your small losses into huge losses. And I'm not talking like incremental small losses. It's not like your P&L never goes from minus 100 to minus 200 to minus 300. No, it goes from like minus 100 to minus 200 to minus 500 to minus 1,000, right? It just snowballs on you. So again, just be careful, know your stops. One big trick that helped me was just writing it on a damn piece of paper. Before I enter the trade, on a piece of paper, wrote down my stop, put that sticky note on top of my keyboard, can't miss it. That's it. Stick to it. And if you don't stick to your stops, you're literally telling yourself that you don't trust your own judgment. So why are you trading? You can't even trust your own stops. That is when you have to go back to the drawing board. Anyways, I'm done with my rant.
I needed that one 30 times.
No, believe me, that was probably speaking to me, because I've done that a million times, enough times to yeah, like that's why I have a punching bag, just for those days where I do something stupid. Got to get my hands bloody a bit. Oh, and one more thing, guys. Pain is so good. It's the biggest motivator in the world. We know that. Fear and pain. So fear we can't have in this. You can't have any fear, no reservation, right? You cannot have that when you're trading. So one thing you can do, pain. Like I just punch my punching bag without any gloves on. That's enough pain to remind me the next day, okay, maybe I should not do what I did yesterday.
No, it's definitely a great teacher. I remember when I blew a small account, I was talking to TJ about it, and it was the biggest lesson. It literally made me go and do all the work that I needed to do for the last 3 years in like 9 days, and then get my shit together, come back, size down, and make a whole bunch of changes, because I was like, I can't go through that same pain again. It was devastating at the time because I already blew another small account, and it was like, yo, I can't do this shit no more. So teacher's like, listen, like pretty much get your shit together, and then it came back a little bit smarter. So yeah, pain is a great teacher if it teaches you. And SPY is launching.
As long as you learn from it and you remember, like, guys, soak in the pain. I see a lot of people just pretending like there's no losses ever. It's like they forget about that loss, the pain of that loss every freaking day. I remember that pain. The only thing that I have up that like a quote right now is the market is always right. No matter what I think, no matter how much experience I have, nothing beats the market. It is always right. Always, remember that one fact. And guys, bake in your pain. Like I will never do the same thing I did on NAC, because that hurt me. That literally mentally was like devastating to me, that I had 6 mil on the table and I didn't take it. And then I was down 3 mil. That was the most retarded shit I've ever done. And that thing ate me up for months. And honestly, it was the best learning experience, because to this day, I still feel the pain. I bring that ticker up, it hurts just a little bit. Slowly it's getting, more and more less painful. But, that reminded me, okay, there is serious consequences if I don't get my shit together. And again, reposition. Like anything you have to do, there's no such thing as hard. It's just how much time can you allocate to it? And, trick yourself. Half of what I learned from the best performance coaches, from the best psychologists, is just to rewire your brain into thinking something different, right? Whenever I do something and I don't follow a rule, I just turn it around and flip it on myself. And I'm like, okay, I don't, if I'm not following my own rules, that means I don't trust myself. If I don't trust myself, why am I doing this? If you can't answer those questions, if you have no answer for those questions, then again, you should go back to the drawing board.
Yeah, honestly, guys, TJ tells you what you need to hear. Like whenever I did not listen to something right away, eventually I had to learn through pain. And then I was like, fuck, why didn't I listen to TJ earlier? Like, trust me, the faster you listen to it, you save yourself months of losses, going through those, those bullshit drawdowns. It messes with you psychologically. And then you miss out on so many great trades. Like when I blew the account, he's like, you could have bought the dip with that, right? Like you decided to go and fuck up your account. Now you got to do it all over again. And then, yes, I had to learn through the pain, but now I realize it's better to just listen to TJ so I don't have to go through it twice. And I've never blew an account since, knock on wood, but the risk management from there, like it was just permanently stamped in my head. You can't make that same error again. So.
Yeah, Socrates said this, and this was, guys, like, centuries ago. And he was literally like, employ your time in improving yourself by other men's writings, so you shall come easily what others have labored hard for. So I bring up these experiences, the bad ones, because A, it helps me because it keeps it at the forefront of my mind. And B, it also is to make sure that you guys don't make those same mistakes. Because there's no one here saying that you have to pay tuition, like, I hate when people are like, okay, you took a loss, that's your tuition. No, it isn't. That's not how you should look at it. There's no cost to this. You're bearing that brunt on your own accord. So again, take our advice, learn from it, be better. And I'm sure, like, I'm so confident with the skill sets you're learning from our group on a consistent basis, with the trades that we're tackling. You guys in 12 years, it will surpass me if you have the same sort of determination as I do and work as much as I do. And if you did that, I'm 100% sure you guys can beat me. There's no two ways around it. There's nothing else holding you back except for yourself. So stop smoking weed, stop doing drugs, stop fucking drinking on weekends, stop partying, stop wasting time with your friends. No, none of that shit matters. You think they're going to be around? Go ask them for a $5,000 loan. Tell me if they're your friend or not. Everyone has their own struggles. You can't like allocate time to, have a good time. Like sacrifice now so you can have a good time later. That's how you should do it. If you do it that way, you're always going to be successful. But again, we live in a society where people want instant gratification, and that is the problem. Just take that off of your agenda. And yeah, like, it's okay to have fun. Just, work more. Like, deserve the fun. Every time that I go out and have fun, it's more enjoyable because I know I fucking earned it.
And if you're investing, you have to be patient. Otherwise, you're not going to make any money.
Yeah, you got to be headstrong. You can't, be like, if you have a direction, if you know the fundamentals, if you know what's driving it, and the market is just taking a correction and the stock has done nothing wrong, just think to yourself, literally 3 weeks ago, someone was willing to pay a huge premium on it. What is stopping them right now? Nothing. They're just deleveraging. That's not a big deal.
I'm laughing at King Big's comment.
No, you're supposed to buy into weakness, sell into strength. So keep that in mind, not the other way around.
Exactly right.
By sitting at HOD, I'm trying not to laugh with your RKT stuff. Let's see here. If SPY can hold, share the volume.
That's a good question. What's holding most traders back? Themselves. That's it. That's the only difference. Like I put everything on the line.
ADXS.
You have to remember, now when you're trading in a position of strength, you're already up. Your bills are paid. I have nothing to worry about financially. So in that aspect, so what's next? What do you do next? It's like you risk it. You have to risk it in order to get better returns, right? And that just comes with the territory. You just got to be willing to risk it. Like at one point, you're gonna have everything aligned, all the stars are aligned, and you just got to fucking pull that trigger. And up until that point, you got to like tread lightly. You know, you got to learn slow and really learn. You know, half you guys probably don't even use TraderView, and that's sad. How do you not know your stats? How do you know if you're doing good? Just by looking at your P&L doesn't tell you anything. Maybe maybe my P&L looks good because I fucking added like 3 times and then it went up finally and I made like $3 a share. Yeah, oh, whoop-de-doo. It looks really beautiful. But does that actually really truly represent my skill sets? No, that was just, it went against me. I added like crazy. It hit like an area where I had nothing else to do but add or take a big loss. Chose add, and then it just went up, right? That's not going to teach you anything. That just teaches you the worst habits, actually, right? So you really want to track those macros and actually know what you're doing. And guys, I don't fucking tell you to buy anything. Do I tell you guys to buy like any service? Hell no. Like we have a scanner that's community run. That scanner you can find trades even if you don't want to take our trades. And that scanner, by the way, like just look at each one and just back test it. You will find some sweet deals. If you're a new trader, that is the one scanner you should be looking at to find those really good breakouts, really good like bounce plays, really good like shorting opportunities. And they're designed to, designed to pretty much like work with a strategy, right? So if you break down a strategy, there's only 2 really, right? Okay, there's 4. You either buy at support or short on the break of support. You either, sell at resistance, right? Short at resistance, or you buy it on the break of resistance. You break down every single strategy. It comes down to those 4 fundamentals, right? So don't overcomplicate shit that you don't need to, right? You can literally break it down to those 4 simple strategies, and all you have to do is find a setup that works and trade it and build your account slowly. Like if you want to make $150 a day, start with 50, and do that for like a month, right? Most of you guys are taking risks and yeah, you're making some money and then you're losing it and then you're making it again and then you're losing it. If you had just cut down your position size, your P&L curve would have actually looked decent. Instead, you're choosing to have those like whippy, lashy, just P&Ls. And again, like, how are you going to perform the next day? My biggest thing every day, you guys know what's my first rule. Make sure my first trade is a profitable one. That's going to build the confidence on my next trades. I don't care if it's $10. I don't care if it's $100, if it's $50. As long as I capitalize a little bit, I'm happy because that means I can tackle the next trade better. And then the next trade. And you'll see like, progressively as I go on the day, I'll increase my size. And the reason for that is I'm risking whatever I made on that day. That's my goal. My goal is only risk what's already on the table. If I write off one day, that's okay. If I write off a week, livable. A month, fuck no, that hurts. That's going to be painful. So what's the one thing that I taught you guys about position sizing? And this is a way to just literally take it off of your head about like the dollar value. Like literally use position sizing based on what. So let's say you made, I don't know, let's go, it's a small amount. Let's say you made $100 today, right? So now we're going to trade AMD. All right, so how much is your stop going to be if you only want to risk 100? And let's say, oh yeah, one more thing. Let's say your account size is 5,000. There we go.
What's the question, TJ?
How much risk can you take on? Your account size is 1,000. I mean, or your your allocation on that trade is at 5,000, and you only can risk $100.
2%.
So how much? Like, how far is your stop? On AMD, by the way. Nope. You want to, like, position sizing is pretty simple. You know, this is how much risk you can take on. The formula is right there.
I think your question was a little bit confusing. It sounded like if you're going to risk $100 out of 5,000, how much of your account is risky?
Yes. So your account size is 5,000. You've made $100, and now that is your max risk for your next trade. That next trade is AMD. How many shares can you buy? What is your risk? Like dollar per share. How much can it go down?
APWC.
Come on, post the math. I want people to not just like guess, but you know, one of you guys will get it right. So if you guess, but
CLNYJ.
you know, post why you think it's this. See, that doesn't make sense. You can't buy 100 shares because you only have 5,000 capital. If you bought AMD's trading at what, $77 or something? So that would cost you like 7,700. Come on, do the math. You got this. Can't do 500 shares of AMD. All right, so JC, you kind of got it, right? So 65 shares is the max that you can take on, right? So then how much would your stop have to be? There you go. Now you just do that all the time. That's literally simple. So how much does your profit target have to be? You need to see at least $3 to take that trade. But that's your max loss. You don't have to hit that max loss, right? Like I said, on AMD, keep your stops tight. Like 30 to 60 cents should be your stops on something like AMD, right? So if your risk is 30 to 50 cents, you know, like AMD is one of the easiest, guys. It's an easy technical read. It's easiest. It's like one of the easiest ones. No liquidity issues, no slippage. That's one of the trades that if I have a bad day, all I used to do was trade AMD. A, because I can take size. B, all I need is to make like 2 or 3 trades for
SYPR.
you know, like 30 to 60 cents. I'm happy. Now, you remember when we talked about profit targets, like daily targets? My daily targets actually was dollar per share. How much dollar per share can I take on? Even though my position sizing isn't the same, how much dollar per share is like more important, right? So R is what we use to calculate it, right? So you want to really calculate your gains by using that method. How much are you able to actually capitalize on it?
UEPS.
And, you know, there's no wrong way of trading, guys. Like I can right now, I won't do it because it's going to fuck up my stats, but, you know, we can look at AMD and, or let's say another day, just remind me when I'm not trading, and we can look at AMD and I can probably make $3 a share just by literally scalping it. Or you can hold that and maybe you'll make $3 a share, but it'll take a little bit more time. for the trend to actually develop, right? There's no wrong way to do it. The only wrong way is if you don't track it, if you don't actually know what your metrics are. Did that make sense, guys? Yeah, and you can use ATR. Like I use ATR religiously to kind of figure out when to get in, when to add, when to do everything pretty much, when to take off. And that's how I do it because again, I'm not really worried about like allocation, right? Capital isn't a concern. When you're a small trader, when you have like a smaller account, you have to worry about your capital. You have to worry about how much you're putting at risk. And if you can't do a simple calculation, how much you can actually expose yourself to risk without losing more, then you're setting yourself up to lose. And remember my number one rule. If I think my stops is 30 cents, I position size for 60. If I think my stop is $1 a share, I position size for $2 a share loss. That's the way that I've found to be more consistent and, make more money. And, you'll never panic. That's the one biggest thing. Remember, how many of you guys panicked in a trade? You know it when you freeze up and you're like, oh shit. You can't even come up with an idea of saving yourself. I've done it. We've all done it. Right?
APWC.
So how do you avoid that? Easy. Position size for more than what you expected. So in that situation, right, AMD, you can take 65 shares, right? Are you going to go with all 65 at the same time? You don't have to.
TJ, I don't panic. I just when it hits beyond that stop loss area, I just switch to my WSB mode, Go add, hit the ad,
Yeah, see, that's the thing that always guys, always follow the people follow the many, not the few. Whenever you look at something, you always hear the stories about people that went from rags to riches. Have you noticed there's only a handful of people? You can probably name them, right? Because they're the ones that are like celebrities, right? But the guys that have actually fucking dug through the trenches and actually worked their way and slowly grinded their way up, you barely hear about those guys, right? They're not spoken about. Everyone wants to hear something that makes them feel good, feel like, oh, this is possible. They're selling you a fucking dream of telling you, hey, you know what, you can do this. If I can do it, you can do it. No, that's not the world we live in, right? The world we live in, you get what you pay for. You literally have to put in every effort. And if you put in that effort, it will reward you. But yeah, follow the many, not the few. There are few exceptions to the rule. If you think you're one of them, go ahead and try, but many have failed. Why try it that way? It's not a good investment. Would you invest in a business that 1 out of the 12 months it makes money and that 1 month it does really well and every other month it just fucking shit? No, right? You'd fucking invest in the business that is steady, right? It's like a no-brainer. You always go for the steady money. That's where the big money is because it's safe. You can put more size in it. And you want to learn those strategies, the strategies that you can use size, not the ones where it's like once in a lifetime it moves up. I mean, how many trades have we got SPI, right? And now look what happened. Everyone's trading penny stocks now because, they made money on SPI and they think the next one is just like SPI. And have any of them even gone up over 100%? No. But these retards are probably holding on to it thinking that it will. And and then they end up losing and back to square one.
I want to add something onto that. That literally is the biggest change to my trading, I think, this last year. That's helped me out a lot. Trading things that you don't mind bag holding, because if it goes against you, it's probably a good stock and it'll probably come back up. If your position size is right, then you'll just double up once you come back. But if you're going to be trading stuff like SPI, I mean, you might not ever recover.
Yeah, I think that will be worse in Kodak.
And guys, that's why we mainly focus on the well-known, the big tech stocks, companies that are actually established. I mean, you do see us trade like those pennies that run here and there, sometimes very rarely, but it's never a hold overnight position. We always manage our risk accordingly, keeping stops tight, because as you can see with SPI, look how much it came back down. So many people probably got stuck in that stock. So yeah, just stick to the well-known companies. That way, if you need to bag hold, there is hopes of it going back up. But just stick to your stops, please.
Also, I want to add one more thing. If you guys ever have that, TJ mentioned it, if you ever freeze up or anything like that, this has prevented me from freezing up. Like I can bag hold, like let's say MA, Roku, and I will have no problems.
There's one small thing I wanted to add, because TJ was talking to me about this the other day, right? It depends on where you are in your journey. If you're just trying to build your account versus, for example, like a position TJ's in, right? Where you can take on certain risk, right? So, me personally, as I'm building my account, I don't take on certain tickers. Like I'm not going to go risk it on tickers I have no clue about. At least, for example, if I get stuck in a ticker where, example, docu, right? I can bag hold that knowing that, okay, that ticker will move up. It's not like I'm going to go and buy Kodak or like some random shit where like, I don't know what could happen. SPI, I don't know what can happen to SPI tomorrow. I have no clue about it. I'm not going to buy that and bag hold it, right? So I think that's also important as a stock selection. What I'm getting at is like taking on those riskier trades, like looking at your account, like do you have enough capital to take on that riskier trade? Like, can you recover from that if you mess up, right? If you can't, then probably better off sticking with safer tickers, right?
Yeah, and guys, spend less time looking at a damn chart and spend more time looking for ideas. Like generating ideas is where the money's at. You have to have a solid plan. Executing it, that's not hard. We can help you with that. But finding those really great ideas, man, sometimes it requires you to, like for me, I have TweetDeck, so I use that. I have it like categorized, kind of helps me out. And secondly, you know, read the news. Know what's popping right now. Like, what's the hottest sectors? Why are they hot? What's moving the markets? What's driving pricing? And everything that you're gonna learn, eventually you're gonna have to use it on one trade or another. So it's no cost to you. It's free. It's better utilization of your time. And the next thing is that one day you're gonna be like, oh my god, I remember I learned this. And then you can use that to do better on that trade. You're like, shit, I remember this scenario. I can apply it here. Yeah, and guys, it's not just about fundamentals. Fundamentals, I can tell you. Like, it takes me a second to tell you what the fundamentals are. What's more important is what's going to drive the pricing. There are so many tickers that are trading at lower multiples. Why aren't they moving? Like, you can't just like base it on like fundamentals on like valuations. No, it's like there has to be a driver that's going to drive that price up. That's what I'm looking for. What's the next event? What is the next catalyst driving it? That's why, for me, I loaded up on Amazon calls because we have Prime Day coming up. And hopefully it works out. I loaded up on AMD because, they're the processors that everyone's going to be using on the PS5s. And it's holiday season, right? Their product is better. They're gaining market share in every aspect. Okay, not every aspect, except for the AI aspect. That's the only thing NVIDIA has like an upper hand on, and on those higher end cards. But for the regular consumer, those cards are what most people are going to buy. That's volume. That volume drives revenue. That revenue is what drives pricing.
You're looking for that company where it'll go like crazy, people's valuations. Not only are they good fundamentally.
Yeah.
Like CM or Shop. where people are willing to pay like 100 times sales.
Exactly, because they've always done well. Like they're literally scaling their business they're eliminating so much competition, right? Like we only know of like pretty much like 4 stores, right? We know Wayfair, we know Amazon, eBay, Etsy. Okay, we'll put Etsy there, and Shopify. Like, do you know any other stores like off the top of your head? No, right? Because most of them, they just got eliminated. They got destroyed. Everyone tried this business model. Maybe, okay, maybe Wish and Baba, you can add those two, but you'll get your product in like fucking a month and a half. So nobody wants that either, right?
Someone asked TJ, when did you start trading? TJ's been like, what, 35 years?
Yeah, 2009.
I think he said about 12 years roughly.
And, that's why for me, I always tell you guys, like Tesla for me is a different ball game altogether. I've been trading this shit since 2013. There's my Facebook post from a long time ago. And yeah, and oh, by the way, I've been saying booyah before Jim Cramer. He stole it from me, actually.
But that's crazy though. 6 years ago, you were already doing this,
I mean, what helped me, especially in early stages, was to set some time aside on the weekend. Well, sometimes even 12 hours just a day, and then do 24 hours on one weekend and run through 100 to 200 charts on one weekend. Just try to identify patterns. And if you do this over and over again, you kind of get used to watching a charts and straight away see things that previously you actually couldn't see.
Yeah, repetition is everything.
Who was the guy before Kramer, TJ?
TJ.
That would be DX.
No. I wonder who's gonna take off after him, but I also wonder who's before him. Who's the entertainer before him?
I don't even know.
I don't think anybody's old enough to remember that.
No, there's probably Tony. Oh my God, Tony showed me his. I think it was the Interactive Broker, one of their ads. It is the most hilarious ads ever. Like you can't get away with that shit nowadays. But Tony, what was that ad? I think it was for Interact. No, it was for iTrade or something like that. Man, I gotta find it. It was the funniest ad ever.
E-Trade, TJ.
I remember in high school when Jim Cramer had an episode where he was teaching fundamentals, and I had like my notepad out and I was taking notes what a PE ratio is.
Yeah.
Guys, this is the best ad ever.
Hold up, I gotta see this shit.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Oh, I got it. There was a show called Bullseye. When he ran for 2 years, and the one before that as well.
Can you hear me, TJ?
We hear you.
Okay, sorry, I lost my Discord went down there for a second. Yeah, the E-Trade baby. And then in Canada, it switched to iTrade when Scotia bought E-Trade Canada.
Your mic is a little bit low there.
Guys, Zoom is running. Good call, guys.
SYPR.
We're at 500s. Okay, almost there.
Nev.
I think we can short at 500.
I got a message on PM. Did I take losses? I'll be honest. So the first little while, I can't take losses. It cost me $50 round trip to trade. So for me to make money, I had to make sure at least I made $50 just to break even. And it's not even break even because if you make $50, you get taxed on it at like 30%. So then, it's not really break even. You'd really need to make at least like 75, 80-ish, right? And you can't write off those commissions. So you have to keep that in mind. So for me, it's like I just picked the stocks that I really knew the fundamentals on, that I really believed in. And I just traded that. That's it. So for me, it was Apple earlier on and then moved to Tesla. And that's it. And when I bag held, I just held it. I was like, whatever. I have a day job anyway. So it's not like I can day trade at that time. And I just held it. And and then it went up. Now, again, I didn't have exposure to how to trade. The CFA books will teach you everything you need to know except for trading, like how to actually trade. Those strategies and portfolio management, it works if you buy the entire market. At that time, I didn't have the money to buy the entire fucking market, right? There's no capability of hedging because that was just off the tables. It was too expensive to hedge. There was not a lot of option volume. And honestly, I didn't even look at options back then. And, one of the biggest things is like I like to trade stocks that I know is going to be good. When I see something at a good valuation, you guys know I'll trade that day in, day out till I'm so happy about it and then move on to the next one that I find, right? I think that's a good strategy to start with if you're trading. Now, again, you have to know fundamentals. That's the one thing. If you don't know fundamentals, then the likelihood of you having a successful trade and it being successful probably is going to be slim, right? So take that into consideration, but trade stuff that are good at decent valuations and, have a recession-proof business. I mean, and big tickers will save you. I'm still holding APT and I still, let's see, what am I? Yeah, I'm still pretty much at near break even. The market tanked literally 10% and APT is still holding that level. Find those really good deals, right?
SGBX.
SPY's flying and ZM is flying here too. Ooh. What do you think? Shorting?
Yeah,
I am thinking of shorting.
Today's options are done.
By the way,
Look, guys, SPY be flying. Tesla be useless.
Jay-Z, what do you mean today's options are done?
Maybe with my broker. I'm putting or what do you call it? Options on
Amazon new high day, man.
So maybe just Webull just kind of locks me out of today's options.
Oh yeah, we will lock you out about an hour and 15 minutes before the bell.
So we locks you out 2 hours before the options expiry. I'm looking at next week's.
Crazy. TV lets me. Last hour doesn't matter.
yeah, you can't play those lottos, those over/under lottos.
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
The day.
YOLO, no USB stuff.
I'm that certain, guys.
Damn, I thought that was the.
All right, let's see if we can squeeze a little bit higher, and then I'm gonna short it.
TJ, yesterday I heard Kramer badmouth APT. Not that it matters.
No
but
way.
he was badmouthing it on this podcast.
What? What did he say?
That's why it went down yesterday.
Yeah.
Piece of shit. And
Someone should keep track of his alerts. Because I bet he has a horrible win rate.
Who? Kramer's made me money. You just gotta know,
No, I think someone backtested it already. Like, you'll make money for like 3 days max. And it's like a low win rate.
Kramer, I can sell after a bunch.
He brings up some good points. Not everything is bad,
Acore.
Didn't someone backtest that if you just go opposite what Kramer does, you'll be like multi-billionaire? Since he's
Yeah, I've heard of that too.
Nah, that's just
It's right here. The back test is right here. It proves it 100%. There you go.
The theory is that the big guys they use him as like a liquidity thing.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. Liquidity events.
That's his action alerts. Not every time it's action alerts though. That's what I'm saying.
You know, all the retail people starts buying, and then they just use that as like a liquidity.
Yeah, he's got some good insights, but yeah, it's just like the golden rule: you can't trust anyone. You got to trust yourself.
Exactly.
Trust TJ.
No, don't trust anyone.
TJ
It's your
can
money.
add forever. TJ can add forever. So unless you can add and follow TJ.
Double down or triple down. That's the only way to really add onto losing trades. You can't, like, if you add the same amount, you can't do anything. Your average isn't going to move.
Yeah, take that from me.
Yes.
There you go. Even more recent stats. There you go, Vivi. Just posted. But again, I mean, like, guys, are we really going for such small trades? Like in a year, what, you made 91%? Like that. That's not what we're going for, right? Like our trades are multi% runners, right? Like that's what we're aiming for. So following Kramer, doesn't always is not really a good strategy. If you're like a mom and pop who just has, just retired, have nothing else to do with your money, yeah, you can still make a living. But again, you can probably just buy QQQ and have way better results, like 3 times better.
APWC.
Yeah, I mean, it even shows that, you just buying the index, you just outperform Kramer, so might as well do that. Or buy Bitcoin.
You just reminded me I have some Ethereum.
You can follow TJ on 9 out of 10 trades and you'll be fine. But if that one trade that goes against TJ and he can keep adding and you can't, that's where you can get into trouble. But majority of time,
AWX.
TJ's the man to follow.
I think it's
No, don't follow anyone. Don't follow me. Don't do that. I like to sleep at night.
He's like, I don't want that responsibility. Don't put
fuck that. I didn't sign up for that. No, but guys, you have to benchmark yourself.
You're wearing
If you don't know your benchmarks, you're screwed. Sorry, go ahead, Tony.
I'm done, man.
But, look at the benchmarks, see if it's worth it. That's how you want to track it. And compare yourself with everything. If you can't beat the benchmark, just fucking buy it. Just buy leaps on QQQ. You'd probably have better returns than most of these guys' strategies, 100%. Wait for this market to dip. I swear to God, all you have to do, just remind me. I'll take the same trade with you guys. And as soon as the market's, tanked and for elections, I'll buy it with you. We'll buy like 2022 calls on QQQ. Call it a day. And believe me, that one trade of yours, that one contract is probably going to do, more percentage gainers than, most strategies out there.
Hey, quick question. How many times did you average on AWX?
I don't even remember. It was stupid. That's why I don't want to do AWX trades again. And the last one was Gene. I had to add just to get out, but even then I took a small loss.
Guys, I remember the
Kodak
play on.
Oh no, Kodak, we fucking killed it. We got it at the bottom, right? Because it halted. We had time to get in, and we took it all the way up. And then, you're talking about the other Kodak, the other time when it was a 5-cent spread ticker.
Yeah.
Remember when Kodak was 5-cent spread, Tony?
Yeah.
Oh, that fucked me. That was the most retarded thing ever done. Always trying to hit the ask and nobody's filling me. And then it just keeps going down and I move it back to the new ask and oh man, before you know it, it's already down like 30 cents and you're like, shit. 30 cents on a $4 ticker, I think, at that time.
Hey, TJ, on that AWX trade, I remember what happened. You were short from 750, you did an ad at 10, and then you did the 2-to-1 ad on the Monday morning around 30s. You got your average to like 23, 24 or something, and took it down to like, I think, $5 or something.
Dominic, don't follow my option trades. I am not the best option trader. I'm good with scalping Tesla. That's a different story. But for option trades, I'll tell you, I'll be honest, I expose myself to 100% risk. I know I can lose on it. I already accept that loss. I'm still trying to find the middle ground where it's like, okay, like I can cap losses like really quick. If it's near my entry, I'll take it off. But you know, sometimes you just get like gap down on, and it's down 40%, and you're like, fuck, what's the point of closing it at this point? And just trade something else, and then make some money, and then it covers the cost of that.
Yeah, real quick. Basically, I just want to add on to what Ben Traden was saying and what Johnny was saying. Like AWS squeezed you real bad, and that's not something
Oh yeah,
people can get.
broker called me. I had to beg them. I was like, literally, you know me, I'm good for it. I'll fucking wire the money. Do not close this position before open. And luckily, that next day it fucking tanked. And but the problem is because I added so much, because the entire weekend I was like, it was just baked in my head that I'm such a moron. As soon as it came into my as soon as it was profitable, I took off all the size, and because it was a CFD broker, it's instant fill on all the size. So pretty much, I just like smashed it until I was like fully out of it, and I could have made like $4 or $5 a share, even though I was down like that was the worst risk reward. I think I was down like $16 a share on it, but instead I closed most of it at break even or just under it.
Yeah, that's the lesson, people. See, TJ is able to get squeezed from $7 to $30 while adding. I actually lost a TradeNet account on that one. So yeah, don't just
no, you didn't. I told you to close it. I let you close it before I even closed mine. I didn't want to jump up pricing.
After, I don't know. I remember AWS wrecked me on one of them.
No, because I told you to close it. I remember clearly because I was gonna close it, but then I didn't want to fucking close it and then make those algos take the price up. So I'm like, you just close it, take it.
Oh no, you didn't tell me, and I didn't close it. That's what happened. I'm like, this has to be the top, right? Those were the early days when I was still free.
Oh, you're right. You didn't close it. My bad.
No, that's not your bad. You warned me. I didn't listen. I'm like, this has to be the top. Like, those are the days where you not hesitate. You literally don't know what to do. It's just gone so much against you. You're like, you're not thinking rationally at all anymore.
I mean, how do we know the guy? Like, we didn't know until afterwards that the guy bought the entire float, right?
Float? That's just evil, dude. Took a month of my money right there. That was evil.
APWC.
Who is it that took the trade? I don't know who it is on The Voice.
Oh, that's Jay-Z.
Jay-Z.
Boom, there's a Zoom short working out.
Yeah, for that AWS trade, I remember like it was yesterday because that was the first time and the only time TJ's ever called me sounding uncomfortable with what happened and asked me for help.
Yeah, I almost blew my first account. Holy shit, you know, like that's never happened to me.
Yeah, like I remember, like I can quote this. He's like, Johnny, please wake up early on Monday morning because I need your help on this one. Like and he's like, yeah, I got screwed over. And another reason I remember is because I had actually told TJ to scale down when it came from his 750 entry down to $6 because that's where I was going long. And TJ wanted more, which is fine. He ended up turning like that would have only been like what, probably like 10 or 20,000 if you closed it there. And you ended up making like I think 4 million on that play.
Yeah, no, if I closed it, I would have like made like I remember it was like 30,000 that I was in profit and I just sat on it and I was just greedy, you know, because every other, you know, I use stats, so every other one of my short ones, yeah, it went against me, but it always came back down. This one was the Black Swan event, which is why I work so hard to avoid those ones now.
At least on the flip side, you had a friend that knows trading too, When I have a bad trade, I'm going to blow up my account. I'd call one friend that's been in the market for 5 years longer than me, but he can't read a chart. I'm like, man, what should I do with the position? And he gives me the worst advice. I blow the account with them. Margin calls. So
the BYND one?
No, not the BYND. That was it was a shop short. I think this was before. Yeah, it was before I met you. I took a short on shop. This was like early on, where every time I hit that range, it would tank. And the one time I decided to short it, I got really confident because I kept killing shop. I got flushed. And
Oh yeah, that's just how it works. Like once you see the channel, it's too late. Like you have to be there when the channel's being created, not when it's already formed, because that's usually when it's gonna break out.
yeah, it was too late for me. Like I caught it several times. I'd catch the bottom, I ride up to the top, sell it at resistance, get back. And that one time I'm like, I'm so confident, I built so much bankroll, I'm gonna go heavy on this. And I got way too cocky. I went on margin. I was like, yo, I got this. I would add to it as it was going. Like, man, how high could it go? And then it broke to all-time highs. And it kept going and going and going. And I got out. And then, yeah, it was the worst trade I ever took in my life. Shop scarred me. It was in to 200s at the time.
Sorry to interrupt you, TJ. I know you were looking at ZM, so it's literally right at 500.
That was a great scalp.
Yep.
Olive Man, all right, see you undeafened. So we average down because we position size. We won't average down on just any stock, and it also depends on where our indicators are.
Anymore. Anymore keyword.
Say it with me, guys. Anymore.
No, seriously though, like I have strict rules now when it comes to adding. Like I won't take a position. I have to add now if I want to take size, and if I don't take size, then I mean I could trade something else that I can take size on. So it doesn't make sense to waste my time. But if I do add on to anything, it's not going to be close. It's going to be at least like max like half ATR. Minimum. That's like my minimum requirement would be like half ATR. And honestly, it's like our timing is way better, right? Like we're buying the bottoms when it's already gone down one ATR. So the odds of it going back up at least, half ATR, it's probably more likely than if you bought it in the beginning of the morning. I hate those morning trades. I have lost so much money by just, buy the open range breakout. Guess what? Almost every single time I do that, nothing good happens. Sometimes I get lucky, which makes me think that, hey, this strategy could work. Maybe I just chose the wrong ticker, but no. After all the back testing I've done, I realized like you have to be fast. You can be fast and like you can make money, but it's also like a 50-50. So no edge there. Instead, just wait for a trend to form and then just buy the breakout or the pullback. Much easier, much safer, much better for your health.
I want to do a little poll here. I'm going to type something out, and I just want you guys to react to it with thumbs down, thumbs up or thumbs down.
Zoom looking weak.
SYPR.
TJ, don't react to this one, please.
Remember that portfolio I built for you guys? Yes, there's some losing tickers in there, as you can see there. But there's also some winning tickers. And overall, if you trade this like a portfolio, you're still up. While in the same time period, SPY, NASDAQ, Dow, everything. Pretty much the whole total stock market went down. This portfolio was actually still up. It was just a basket trade. You just fucking, in one day, buy everything at the same time kind of strategy.
Damn, this morning was my first actual good SPY read. I saw the move like to 329, 330s. I'm a little happy.
Get them, bulls. I'm happy too, man. Trying to get these bags out. You know you're a true bull at heart. You see SPY pumping and your whole mood goes up,
No, that was just strictly based off of chart analysis. Not like not a personal sentiment where I'm like, I need it to go up. I don't want it to. Like, it doesn't matter with me if it's up or down, kangaroo, sideways.
Smile a little bit when you see SPY going up, man. Come on.
To be honest, it's very rare for me to even like. I mean, I do have a SPY chart pulled up, but I don't really trade it as much as I used to. I used to only trade SPY.
Oh, I don't trade SPY at all.
Oh, man, I can't do SPY. You know why? Because I go too heavy because there's so much liquidity, and then when I end up having to add and it goes against me even more, oh god, it's the worst thing ever. Like a SPY options, not like the SPY equity, but on the option side, I got myself into some stupid messes.
Yeah, I actually don't trade SPY at all. I just mean like, the overall market going back to like where it was at, just, a higher chance of recovering. I'm like, yes, that's nice. That's all. At least before the elections, so I could sell some shit off and I could retreat. I don't know if you were there, Marty, but yeah, like I already trimmed the option contracts yesterday, so I don't have to really stress anymore. I just have shares left now, as of yesterday. So yeah, peaceful.
Nice, dude. What's your average on shares?
On shares, so I have Docu sitting around 224, and then I did have some heavy shares before on Apple, but I trimmed those. I think sometime last week, yeah. So very tiny position left on that now. It was the Intel that was stressing me out because it was calls, right? But I accepted the loss, moved on, and now I'm a free man. So yeah.
Guys, I wanted to share this this post that I got, like a DM. So this person's been with us since 2017, so thank you. And he lost money, but now he is finally making money. And his question is, he's looking at SQ. He did all the research. He did everything right. The levels were perfect, but he didn't take the trade. So, one thing, size down, right? Like trade to a size where it doesn't matter. Look at your levels. Look how far. Oh, let me actually post the chart. Your levels are so far apart, right, that you can turn this into a good win. Here, let me post the actual picture. You don't need size for this. You can literally go with 10 shares. And it's not about making money right now. Money comes after you master the skill sets. But you could have literally traded this one, because look at your next level. Like you could have bought any of these three levels, the top three levels, and made money. And you had confirmation. It's not like, that first, the third level, right from the top. That was just beautiful. It tested it came down. Tested, came up, tested it again as support, then moved back up. Even if you didn't get on it when it hit 155-ish, as soon as it pulled back, that would have been the next entry.
Guys, I want to kind of touch on what TJ is saying here. You guys hear me?
Now.
Oh shoot, sorry about that. Okay, so back to what TJ was saying. In the end of the day, think about what you're doing as a trader. If you're new, and this actually goes to people that are not new as well, but the first thing TJ had me do was focus on getting comfortable with the charts and executing, and he said, don't focus on making money. I had more than enough money, guys. I could stop working for the next 10 years as of 3 years ago. Okay, since 2017. But he just said, just focus on the charts, focus on getting comfortable and executing, and then I'll tell you when you're ready to start making money. A few months went by, and then he said, okay, now you're going to target only $100 a day. You're just going to take small trades, small amounts, $100 a day. You can't size more than 50 shares, maximum 50 shares on any ticker. And then after another few months, he's like, okay, now you can size up a little bit. After a year, then he started telling me to start holding on to my trades longer in order to adapt to volatility increase. But not only that, to make more money and to become a better trader. So just take a step back. If you guys are finding that you're taking big drawdowns, just take a step back. There is a saying called practice makes perfect, which I kind of disagree with. I'd say that perfect practice makes perfect instead. And you can't know if your practice is perfect unless you have someone who's better than you or has more experience than you telling you so. That it's time to step up or to step back.
And guys, just work as a team, you know. It's easy for me to advise on, you know, a ticker, like my opinion. When someone's on voice chat, they're in the trade. After the fact, like the only thing I can tell you is you fucked up. That's pretty much it. Don't do it next time. But you know, when we're taking trades together, it's much easier. Like we're literally like trading pretty much the same ticker. So, you know, sometimes when, you know, someone's on the opposite side of my trade, I'm like, okay, maybe I should think about this. And it helps me grow as a trader, right? And believe me, guys, like working as a team, that's the only way to do it. Tell me one guy that's in like, tell me one billionaire that has done it by himself. There's no such thing. It can't be done. It has to be done in a team environment, right? What's Tesla without his team? Nothing, to be honest. I mean, he didn't even make the product, remember? It was literally, yeah, it's his money, but it's not him who like really designed the first one, right? What's Zuckerberg? The same thing with Microsoft. That they didn't even make it, right? Now, the one thing I want you guys to also know is like you can't have that greedy mentality. You know, some people. I don't do deals where, you know, I hate getting ripped off. You guys know that, biggest thing. But the worst deals are when both parties don't get anything out of it, right? Like, that's the worst deals, right? So make sure like you're setting yourself up to succeed. You're taking advantage of, you know, you're leveraging everything that we're providing, and you're giving back. Because the people that give back, I'll help. No two ways around it. If I have to literally like, if I'm even in a trade, and sometimes I am, I'll even like just switch it just to help someone out. And I'll only do that for a select few, the people that have helped me grow, that helped the group grow. And yeah, and that's the advantage, right, of being like participating in this team environment. And one thing too that that we're horrible at is marketing. So if you guys can give us shout outs on social media platforms, and yeah, if you guys can rock the, you know, create your own invite link, post it on your social media, that would really help us out. Because I mean, we know we got the best skills here. We have the most scalable strategies. We have the most in-depth lessons ever. We can teach you a lot, but we also want to make sure that we, you know, help as much people as we can. Because, like I said, 10 to the power of 10. That's all we have to do. That's the world of a difference. That's what's going to change this world, right? We're not doing what Warren Buffett is doing. He makes money, doesn't teach anyone how to make his money, but then he donates it to a different cause. We're literally teaching you guys how to put food on a table. So yeah, take advantage of that, guys. This isn't something that most people do, and if they do it, you know, they don't do it to the extent or the quality that we do.
Hey, you mentioned this a couple of days ago, and I just want to reiterate it. You are changing people's lives, you and Johnny. So seriously, from the bottom of my heart, thank you guys.
No, we all are. We're a team, and we're only as strong as our weakest link, right? And again, like guys, we have everything. We have everything down packed. I mean, we're not going anywhere. This is what we're going to be doing for the rest of our lives, right? So yeah, it's important to have that connection and work as a team, because that's the biggest improvement for me. It's because of the relationships that I built in this trading community that I got better at such an exponential rate. I never thought this was possible, humanly possible. Never. If you told me this 5 years ago, I'd be like, probably not gonna happen. You know, so again, just try your best to participate. I know you guys don't have to be geniuses in your field. You don't have to know every like answer to every question, right? But working as a team, you guys will develop those skill sets.
Oh, I don't know. Oh, yeah. How are you, folks? Lasagna, mic is on.
Someone's mic's on. All right. Wait, did I mute them? Oh, wrong person. Sorry, DX, I muted you. There we go. Unmuted you.
Can't scapegoat it, boy. Hey, so Sixers, I hope you know how to sell those covered puts now. I mean, those covered calls, should I say? I've taken off an entire dollar off of the average cost basis, so took off like 5% already.
Nice job.
Amazon about to break 3,500.
BYFC.
It already broke it.
Yeah, options, boys. If you're on there with the options table, make sure your strikes are set to all, not to 4. Otherwise, you won't see the whole picture,
Thanks for that one, DX.
No problem.
How's your day going so far?
It's all right. Got some, got some buyers here. We need a green Monday, though. I would say. I think this week was mostly people getting margin called on the metals. So yeah. Right now we got a pretty decent close, it would seem. The mega caps are doing well, so it's always a good sign.
Yeah, it feels like we'll get a green Monday.
Yeah, I think this week might have been a lot of margin calls in the precious metal.
And in penny stocks.
Penny stock. They mixed up SPY with SPI instead, It's like, what's that SPY they was talking about? So let me get some of that.
Mr. Blonde brings up a good point. We keep each other in check. That's important.
Man, honestly, like all of you guys in some way, shape, or form have helped me out, whether it's, analysis, just putting out that good energy, just helping someone guide them in the right direction. I remember when I started out, Blonde, he helped me out, like took time out of his day, helped me set up my volume profile, things like that, like where other people were too busy to, like those little things you just got to appreciate along the journey and just pay it forward in some way, so thank you guys. Appreciate
Yeah,
that.
Blonde helped me with that delay. There's still like a 3-second delay on TOS, right? You got to put it on no delay. Otherwise, having a gigabit internet connection, a supercomputer won't help you, as it could be delayed 3 seconds. And like living close to the Manhattan doesn't count for anything if you have a 3-second delay.
And guys, I remember when I first joined, or I want to say at least until end of May, mid-June even, it was mainly just TJ and Johnny on Voice. And to see the amount of people that are participating on Voice now, it's very encouraging. And I just wanted to give a shout out to everyone on Voice who contributes on the daily basis, whether it be on the daily or every here and there. The contributions matter the most, and I greatly appreciate it. And I'm glad to have you guys in the team.
Yeah, you too, dude. When did you and John Gotti join Voice?
I think I started joining Voice mid-July.
Yeah, thank you guys for doing a lot of TA every day.
You, Muddy, and JC. Yeah, I shared this a couple of times, but TJ told me, hop on Voice, and I was nervous. I was like, yo, I can't contribute the same way these guys do. They're pros. Like, I was nervous as shit. And then one time, TJ called me out in the profit loss section, and I was like, oh man, everybody read this shit. Now I have to come on Voice. And it was so awkward at first. But then I was like, yeah, everyone's pretty friendly. Everyone's pretty chill. Even if my analysis sucks, whatever, I'll get better. And no one really shit on me or anything. And I was like, okay, cool. Like, let me do this more often. And then you realize everyone here is pretty chill. Like, they're going to help you if, you see something and they're not seeing that, they'll let you know. And then you look at your analysis and see what you can fix, and you keep on learning and, day by day, right? So shout out to you guys for making an environment where people can grow and be comfortable.
Dude, 100%, but you were willing to learn, right? And you weren't just shadowing calls and stuff like that. That, I think, is the biggest difference. Like, you definitely showed, like, you put in the effort,
Thank you, brother. Appreciate it. I don't want to take anyone's calls and just, because I didn't understand that process, when people are calling out this and that on the chat, I'm like, I don't know what they're talking about. So if I take that call, then I have to, bother someone else to manage it. And I don't want to be doing that either, right? So I was like, okay, let me watch them and then figure it out. And still figuring it out, right? I'm not like I'm a pro or something, but thank you guys.
Yeah, I remember the first time I joined Voice. It was literally like the second day or the first day when I joined UT. And I was such a noob. Like, I knew nothing. And I remember asking TJ about Roku like 6 times within the span of like 20 minutes because I knew nothing and I was in a call. It was ridiculous. And then ever since then, I was a server muted.
Wait, I missed that. What happened?
So when I first joined UT, literally like the second day was when I went on Voice for the first time, and I was a total noob. And I remember asking TJ about Roku and how it looked like 6 times within like 20 minutes, just because like it would go down like 30 cents and then back up. I'm like, what's going on? TJ, what do you think about Roku now? What about now? And then I got server muted.
It's so joke.
I'm glad you grew, dude.
But I probably remember that.
We all came from humble beginnings.
To say the least, Now, I bother TJ a lot in real life, so it's less on the mic, but I'd always bother TJ when I first started out. And he always, was more than willing to help me and guide me in the right direction. Nonetheless, he would tell me, hey, like, you read this, read that. And then, like, I'd have to do it. He didn't, like, spoon feed it, he did, yes, like, guide me a lot. But it was like, hey, like, you have to put in the work, right? And that's what it comes down to, right?
Yeah, to be honest, I didn't tell John Gotti about UT, and I know him as a personal friend for a long time. And I didn't tell him about it until he read the books. Once I knew he read the books, then I was like, okay, here. That's my one rule. Like, if so many people ask me, okay, what do we do? It's like, okay, read these 2 books. As soon as you're done, let me know. You know how many people like let me know once they're done? Like less than 2.
I remember that. You're saying every 100 friends of yours ask you, like, dude, how do you do what you do? 2% of them can actually, like, even, like...
Yeah, it's just, they don't have the mental fortitude or, like, the dedication. Everyone wants to see money. They love money. They hate fucking working for it for some reason. And it just doesn't make sense. Like, this is money. You get rewarded for working. But they instead, they choose, like, what they think is easier, which is, working a 9 to 5, not getting anywhere, paying your fucking mortgage, for the next 30 years of your life. Like, yeah, you might have a comfortable retirement, but, seriously, you just wasted all that time working for someone else so then you can make all that money. And it made no sense. You got like nowhere. You could have really just applied yourself for a couple years. Like, guys, it takes maybe 2 to 3 years. Most of the guys on our dream team, I'd say about like 90% have been profitable ever since, right? And I'd say within 2 years, you can do it. 3 years is more reasonable.
Also, guys, keep in mind that if you do that 9 to 5 work, or you're like you give up, or you do the normal job, your bosses or the person that owns that company that you're working at more than likely is making money on the markets.
Companies, their incentive is stock incentive. Like that's their biggest bonus, right? And that's the biggest thing they value. So, just keep that in mind. Like you can make this money. It's just going to take a bit of time, and just be realistic. Do you see, like, again, like I said, follow the many, not the few. You look at anyone on the Fortune, the billionaires list, they have, that one thing in common. They all own equity. They don't own Forex. They don't own futures, but they all own equity. Majority of their wealth, if you actually go through Bloomberg's list, and please do, because you need stats on it. Don't just take my word for it. All of them usually look at the largest, largest asset. It's going to be some equity, right? It doesn't have to be in this market. It can be various markets, but usually it's equity, or they just have a nice, like, huge business, right? So those, we don't see billionaires on majority of the list because most of them are publicly traded companies, right? The smaller ones, their entire goal is to go public, right? And we get to do everything without doing any of that grunt work. We just literally sit on our ass every day. You know how grateful it is. Like every day, I am so glad that I stopped my pursuit of being a mechanic when I was like 18. I stopped, those goals because, hey, like if things were different, what would I have done? Like literally probably been a mechanic. Like, yeah, maybe it's a good living, 70, 80, 90K a year. Maybe if you own your own shop a bit more. But yeah, I would have missed out on this. And this, yeah, it's tough. Every day I'm working for every single day. I barely get any sleep, but there's nothing else like worth it, like more than this. Like this is the easiest uncapped potential that you can really do, and the least amount of exposure when you consider like you're not taking any business risk. You don't have any overhead. Well, you do, but it's really minimum, right? Most of these companies we're trading can barely turn a profit, right? We don't have to take that risk. We don't have to spend on anything. Literally, we literally just have to spend one thing, Trader View, and yeah, get there.
Yeah, so many people my age ask me like what I do when I tell them I wake up at like 6 in the morning, 5:45 for work. And after I tell them, they're like, dude, but like, isn't that tiring? 6:30, 6 o'clock in the morning is so early. Like I can't even wake up at 8. I'm like, what do you mean? You get used to it. The thing is, people don't want to put an effort. People don't want to put an effort to learn, and they don't want to put an effort to try and improve on themselves. I initially started trading I thought of it as a form of secondary income, just to help out with paying for school and stuff like that. And that's why I tried to take on the chance of learning trading again, because I tried learning last year and that failed because I didn't have time. But now that I had the time being at home during COVID, it made sense to me. So it's just like everyone wants to do what you're doing. Everyone wants to know how to trade and make that kind of money if you're profitable. But no one's willing to put in the work that is required. So it's weird.
Like nobody really talks about what it is that's required. Now I can't compare it to a lot of people in here or TJ or anyone, but just a couple of things from my own personal experience. I got tired of my own shit. I got tired of losing. I got just in life, in general, and I had to cut out a lot of things. I used to, smoke all the time, hang out with certain people. I had to cut all that shit out. I was like, wow, like after seeing what I did in 1 month, I'm like, why wasn't I doing this for the last year and a half? I was chilling around losers doing bum shit. And if I wasn't doing that, I could have progressed a lot faster, right? So I took a month something off work, and I would literally study until 12 o'clock at midnight. and then just called it a day. Wake up, repeat, same thing over and over, day in and day out. And then I did that again a few months later. I took another whole month like that, just fast tracking. And then that set, I literally did in that 6-month period when I didn't do in 3 years, just sitting there teaching myself. That's how I learned best. Then I came back to UT, and then I started to be more active because I wasn't understanding what was going on in the chat as much. So everyone's journey is going to look different, right? Like some people are better observational learners, audio learners, some are visual, like whatever it is, right? Like you just got to figure out what works for you and just do it, right? Like everyone's going to have different situations that make it harder for them, easier. I had a ton of debt, bad habits, so many things. You just have to take your bullshit excuses, take it out the window and realize you can have the excuses or you can have the results. I'm looking at these guys in the chats. They have the results. I don't have it. What do I have to do? What do I have to change to go get those same results, right? So I don't have a 10, 12 year, I didn't go to school for this. I went to school for psychology, right? I was in the fitness industry before. Like I have nothing in common with most people in it, but you just got to figure this shit out and make it happen. That's it.
Bro, that was amazing. And I agree. Guys, no one's going to do this for you. And guys, one of the biggest things I see people waste time on is just friends that they think are friends. But guys, there's so much time for friends. If they're your real friends, they'll understand the grind you're doing. They'll know, what you're trying to do and what you're trying to accomplish. And to be honest, there's plenty of friends now. So, don't really focus on unimportant shit. You're the only person that can change something in your life for generations to come. You take on that responsibility every single day of your life. You will make a difference. But if you're just whippy washy, just once it's like, okay, I feel like waking up, and then you just look at the markets and then you take a trade and then you lose and then you just go back to sleep, or you're not going to get that result. That's not going to help you. You can't thrive in this environment. You are up against beasts like us that are fucking every day, nickeling, diming our trades, trying to figure out the best way of executing it the most effectively. And, this is what you're up against. So again, if you put in the time, fuck yeah, I'm telling you guys, I have 100% confidence. You guys put in the time, the effort, you will make more than me. Easy. And it all just comes down to that first little beginning. A, you can't lose money in the beginning. B, you can't spend money in the beginning. C, you literally have to trade small until you get everything down packed to a science. Once you have that, the sky is the limit. Use leverage if you have to, if you want to. But until you have that, don't do it. And please, if you only did 100 trades and those 100 trades show a good result, that's not enough data. You need more and more data. And keep constantly improving.
I gotta say this one more time, sorry, but you guys be careful with options if you guys are just starting out trading. I'm DMing someone right now too. They just lost a lot of money, and it's just because they don't understand it. And if you don't understand it, you're gonna hesitate once it goes against you, and they will decay quick.
Don't let the FOMO of options and making money with options drive you into getting into options.
Literally,
that itself will kill you.
Yeah, no, on that point, literally, I don't post my P&Ls because most of the times I'm hedging with options, and those are where I'm making good amounts of money lately. But if I post those P&Ls, people are gonna be like, "Oh, options are the way to go." No, they're not.
Yeah, use options to hedge, boys. Take off, the risk.
Yeah, I posted. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you're good.
I want to say I'll post my P&Ls with equities, which is in swing chats right now, but I'm not going to do that with options because that's sending the wrong message,
Yeah, and guys, you have to remember one thing. When we trade, look at our ZM position. We're long on it. We already have the long. I'm short on the 350 puts, and now instead of selling my position, I'm hedging it out by selling the 500 calls, right? For next week. We're using options to stay in the trades that we have such a beautiful entry in, and to still make money while it's just fluctuating here, right? We're not just using it to just buy some random call because, there's 10,000 sweep that just came in, right? That's not what we're doing. We're using strategies. We're using options as a tool to still benefit and take advantage of short-term moves while we're still holding on to that underlying. Right? That's how it's supposed to be done. It's called options for a reason, right? It provides you the flexibility of doing something, making something. Like I'm holding on to a huge bag of, Big C. So what did I do? I just sold calls on it, right? I'm gonna hold it anyways until it kind of moves up, or there's a liquidity event like big enough for me to take size. So instead of it just sitting there, I'm slowly recovering that money by just selling calls, or maybe next week, maybe I'll sell puts. Who knows? But you can really, really profit if you have that strategy down packed. But if you don't know what you're doing, if you do something stupid, believe me, you can lose money. And I have some option contracts that I'm down on, like Apple. Down on my Apple ones there. And I'm telling you guys honestly, like, you guys know, like as soon as I take an option trade, I know I can lose 100%. That's why I love selling. When I buy options, I'm the worst. I'm telling you, my win rates are not the best. But when I sell options, my God, it is so much easier. Most of my losses in options is just buying contracts. It's so much easier to sell.
Yeah, let's explain it to them after 4 p.m. one time when you guys got all. If you sell, data is in your favor, so you can hedge down the downside risk as well if you sell the covered call, and you just wait because you have the equity already,
And DM's tanking. So yes, is selling risky? Yeah, but why can't you just buy a call on top of that? So let's say, like right now, we have ZM, right? Now on ZM, what you can do is you can sell, because I'm going close and I'm doing like next week's contract because it has a bit more premium. You don't have to do that. You can literally trade like the ones that expired today. You can literally sell the 500s, and then you're like, okay, there's a lot of risk to it. Yes, you are right. But that's why we stop out. That's why we have like stop losses. And if you want to mitigate risk, you can buy like the 520 calls, right? You'll still get a nice credit for the trade, and stop out early. Don't let it like expire for no reason. You're mitigating your like downside risk, right? And that's the biggest thing. If you can cap your downside, you're always going to make money. Go through your trading journals and tell me, like, if you hadn't take those really big losses, that would have been the difference between you having a good year and a bad year. It's those big losses. And on options, I mean, it's a win or lose. That's pretty much it. Like, you can't really do much about it, right? And one thing I always suggest is, if it doesn't go your way right away, just get out. There's always another one. I buy leaps. I love leaps. Leaps are my go-to. That's my option strategy that I'm good at. And as soon as this market tanks, I told you guys, I'll buy QQQ leaps into 2022. No problem. Just remind me to do so.
Hey guys, is it safe to assume that because there are so many new traders who, like first 2 years ago, there was nobody trading options. Now everybody trading options. Are the premiums going up? Because there are more people buying them.
Go off based off a number thing. If the VIX is high, the premiums will be higher, especially on the put side.
Okay, so
yeah, because usually it's the opposite, right? Before this whole media, attention on stock markets, it was the opposite. It's like the higher premiums were on the put side. Now it's like there's fucking no volume on the put side, and there's only volume on the call side.
Yeah. Because people are, like you said, they're chasing, they're tracing, they're like Wall Street bet chasing everything. So unfortunately, we're rocket on the 918s before. Oh my lord! Before earnings, it was so like stacked on the call side. Think of it this way: if it's say it's at $20, right? At 19 and at 21, on 19 on the put side, 21 on the call side, the amount should be the same, right? But no, the call side was absurdly higher, by like maybe 50%. So yeah, you take that into consideration, right? Remember this: like at 20, 19 put side, 21 call side should be around the same premium, right? The bid and the ask, or the spread, the midpoint, the call side is just so much more for some reason. Because people are chasing it, they're making the IV go.
Yeah, DX explanations are the best because it makes you laugh at the same time.
So it actually does make sense to sell cover calls since they're getting more premium because there are more people trading on that side, buying on that side.
No, but you get it, right? Say a stock's at 20.
BYFC.
On the put side is 19. On the call side is 21. It should be the same, right? The premium should be the same. That's how options are. But on the call side, it was like 50% more.
Right, there are more people buying it, so it makes sense now to take advantage of that to sell more covered calls.
Oh yeah, that's why I'm like soaking in money just by selling calls because there's so much premium baked into it now.
That explanation makes sense, right, TJ?
Yep.
That's how you're supposed to look at it.
And the market's always going to change. Right now, it's seller's market. Soon it'll be a buyer's market. Now, again, that's maybe my skill sets. I'm not saying that you guys can't, because I see like Madi making like apps like what is it like crazy returns on just like trading intraday scalping options, right? And I couldn't do this before because there wasn't enough liquidity in it. Now there is. Now it's kind of worth it. But the market always changes. Maybe as soon as let's say Biden becomes president, maybe things slow down. Maybe volatility goes down. When VIX is at $14, you think there's any money in what we do? No, right? Because everything's going to move pretty slow. And it'll be directional, but slow, right? Right now, we're just capitalizing on the extreme volatility. As soon as that dies off, we're probably going to have to go to a different strategy, right? Most likely selling puts.
Yeah, and for the love of God, please don't sell SPY contract. It's like the worst risk to reward.
Iron condors on SPY is easy. I used to do those a lot just because I can't monitor my trades. My risk is capped. Most of the option spreads, you're gonna not like it for one reason when you're selling. It's that the max profits is lower than the max loss, but the higher probability of hitting it. So it comes down to the law of large numbers. You just pretty much have to do a consistent amount for you to actually see it, and those wins are just gonna make up for those big losses.
Wait, so when you do an iron condors, how far out do you go for something like SPY, or do you do one for
at least two standard deviation?
Oh, okay.
Because I just want to capitalize on money. I'm not greedy, right? I just want to make money and make sure that I can do it consistently. That's it, right? If I can do that on a weekly basis, I'm happy.
How far out do you go for expiration?
Usually I started by going 45 days out, and then I went to monthlies, and then with monthlies I try and close it within the last 2 weeks. That's when the theta curve really takes effect. But then that's also when your calls are just the option buy, the contracts you bought, that also depletes, right? So I was the sweet spot is usually when you hit 30 to 50% on those, just cut it.
So let me rephrase. Don't sell same day or same week SPY options.
Yeah, no. I've had horrible results by doing SPY. But it's probably just because of me, because I'm oh my God, there's so much on the ask, I can take some size, and then I get greedy. And SPY, it'll spike up, and then as we're speaking, it can just literally tank. Oh, that being said, I'm going to take some off on ZM.
I think it's important to stress that if you're new in trading, don't trade options yet. Just wait until you're consistently profitable. Options will kill you.
So I remember my first ever option trade. TJ knows about it. I took the advice of somebody else. Obviously, looking back, pretty stupid. I think it was maybe more than a year ago. All the capital I had in there gone. It was the worst trade you could have actually taken. And it was on Beyond. And I didn't know shit about options at the time. I was just starting out. I took 1 or 2 classes. and I took that guy's advice. He was biased on the trade, and me following his advice, I could have taken profits actually. And I was like, okay, I got a month out on these. He said these are safe, and I lost that whole account. Looking back, I mean, yes, now it's a small account, but at the time, it was a lot and it hurt. So like, yeah, I didn't need to do that. I was doing fine just trading equities, and I should have just stuck to that. So yeah.
Yeah, and like John knows just said here too, guys, focus on building a portfolio. You know how easy it is. Now, if I ever need money, guess what I do? I'll just sell Intel. I'll just sell MPW. I'll just sell Store. Like those are trades that aren't there for any other purpose but to keep my money safe. Park there while it's doing absolutely nothing and sitting. And having that portfolio, it's amazing because in the event you get into a bad situation, you're going to sell off a position and then you have that capital again. Maybe you can add on to the play, or maybe you're just going to cut it. And you have that buying power. That buying power, guys, come on, like the buying power really does help. And that's how you can really like grow your account exponentially. Which, and just so you guys don't get it confused, I am not saying go 95% of your buying power into one position. Okay, that's not what we're saying here. We're saying you can use that buying power. Once you have a proven strategy, once you can prove to yourself you can be consistently profitable and you're not going to freeze up, your stops are secured, your risk tolerance is perfect, then, then you can, really use it. Like I remortgaged my property just to do this 100%. That's the first thing that I did because I was like, okay, Apple's returning more than like 8%. My mortgage is at 3.6% at that time. So I'm like, okay, it makes no sense. I had no cash flow issue. So I'm like, okay, I'll just put it into the markets and then, buy stocks. And even at one point, I think I even took out a loan because I had Apple shares at one point, and I actually used my Apple shares to take out a loan so then I can use that money to buy more shares. And then, you can do that. You can leverage yourself as long as you know what you're doing. ZM's tanking, by the way.
I love this short.
That just made my day. ZM, oh man.
It should bounce here. This is a good bounce point, 200 EMA. So I will cover, and that was my last trade of the day.
Ditto, dude. I was covered as well.
Amazing.
Raise the roof.
Man, this is like the same setup that was on Tesla.
I was like, I'm not missing this like the last one. There's no way.
CARV.
Yeah, thanks for that call out though, for the double top.
Anytime. I was just waiting for ZM to get closer and closer to 500. And then finally it blessed us.
Right, Tesla's running here. I want to see if we can break high of day in this last 5 minutes. Let's do this, D-Gents.
Hola. You are next. BYFC.
Let's do it, you Robin Hooders.
Let's go, straight YOLO. 95% margin, right, TJ? Yeah, boy.
KLDO.
That's the way to do it. Yeah, I just closed off my trades too. And I'm done for the day. Need a break.
So Tesla's getting close to the area where it rejected last time. I'm not looking at the wicks when I'm saying this, by the way. They're on that like 406.67 area, so we just tapped into that and came back. Let's see if we can push over.
I'll see you guys on Monday. Enjoy the rest of the weekend, and remember, just study hard. This is the time to study.
TJ. Enjoy it, TJ. Have a good weekend.
You too, guys. Take care.
Thanks for everything.
Thanks, buddy.
Maddie, I'm gonna put you in my ear 24 hours a day so I can hear your call outs because you've been killing it.
Thank you, bro. I appreciate it.
Just all day. Yeah, I spot.
Trying to be a sniper with it. Bang, bang.
No, we're gonna upgrade, dude. We're gonna upgrade into that boom.
Get ready for this after-hour sell-off.
I'm dying, guys. Guys, watch Tesla's. We got 3 minutes left for the end of the day.
Are you going to be holding that Tesla, John Gotti?
Yeah, it's just I got a few shares. They're in profit, so don't get me wrong. Oh, you mean like if I'm holding over the weekend? No. I'm not holding it.
Gotcha.
I like my peace of mind, even though it's a few shares.
All right. If it doesn't break 407 here, then I would consider this closing. But then it's up to you.
Oh, I'm getting ready to close it right now. I got that sniper shit.
They need this close over. 2 seconds. Nope.
Acor.
AMD, all these sellers coming in now. Yeah. Wow.
2 minutes on the clock. And what happens next?
Apple's doing very well into close.
Yo, nice call, Speedy. Tesla just got filled at 407, 15K shares.
Marty, hit him with the bang bang over 407, push to that 408. Let's go.
I don't know if it's going to go over 407, bro. I mean, I hope it does. There it is.
Do this. 1 minute left for the DJ.
Come on, bang, bang. There you go.
DJ in life. Let's go.
No.
One last bang for the day.
Literally.
I think we're about to hit that 408, baby. Let's go.
Yeah, you guys killed it. I think Ryan called that 400 holding.
Yeah, Ryan killed it on that one. I've just been scalping it in and out really quickly.
"24 seconds left on the clock, guys."
All right, hope everyone's green. I'll catch you all on Monday.
Have a good one.
Yes, sir.
See you.
Yeah, I'm done for the day. I'll catch you guys on Monday. Hopefully everyone has a good weekend and had a good day today.
Thanks, Marty, as well. Bye.
HNGR.
All right, guys. Have a good one. I'm off to the gym. You guys take care.
Oh, see you, John God.
Yep.
Have a good night, buddy.
Thank you, guys. I'll probably be back on tonight from my favorite DJs. Let's do it.
Let me know when you get on. We'll get on and start doing some DD together.
Sounds good, brother. I'll be on probably around like 7, 8. I'm just gonna hit the gym, come back, and start doing some reading. So yeah, probably around 7, 8. I'm gonna be home anyway. So yeah, you guys shoot me a message too. You guys are on.
What you talking about tonight?
Yeah.
Bro, y'all are workaholics. All right, I'll be on.
Guys.
UONE.
Yo, playoffs tonight.
Who's playing?
Raptors versus what do you call that? No, not Raptors. Celtics versus Heat.
Oh, okay.
Should be a game.
WB. NET.
Yeah, Apple strong
LMNT.
close, Amazon strong close.
ENOB. REML. MRC.
Dan.
DCUT. NTNX. MA. NRGD. FNF. CARG VVPR. SATS. IDXG. GME, LSF, SHLL Plus, INMD, SGMS, MWK, DPHCW, KMX, VRS, NG, KTOV, Gray, AGI, PSTH Plus, ATNT, JBLU, GWRE, ALB, SPPI, Zine, KREF, POLA, AMSC, SMAR, Excel, ALK, Jack, Avid, IRM, PRPL, CPB, QQQ, FNKO, RXT, Zen, IPOB Plus, OCSL, JEA, ALGN, Able, Tile,
Hey guys, what's going on?
Oni,
Anybody around?
TMUS,
Good, bro.
Hey, what's up?
NSYS,
Nothing, just recapping the week. How'd you do?
Great. Who is this?
This is
IPOB.
Helvetican.
Okay, I haven't heard your voice in a while. That's why I didn't recognize it.
Yeah, I was away most of August, and
UONE,
I just joined the community in like
UPWK.
late July anyway, so I wasn't online a lot.
UYEN, DMYT, STZ, HAL,
Did you guys end up doing did TJ end up doing a class earlier today? I heard you guys talking about it, but then I went away for most of the afternoon.
METX,
Yeah, he did. It started around 11:30 or so a.m.
FOXA.
Eastern time.
Yeah, that was just about after I had to step away from the computer. Did he post it anywhere yet?
ARWR.
It'll be uploaded to our YouTube channel sometime tonight or over the weekend.
CARV.
Ah, cool.
Lind.
All right, sounds good.
Tech. Skies.
Looking forward to listening to it.
PSN. GDOT. HRTX.
Yeah, if you get a chance, go back and look at the slides that correlate with the time on the YouTube feed because it was amazing. It was a good instruction today.
What topics did he cover?
He talked about moving averages and Bollinger Bands and just understanding resistant points and
VHVN.
just all about that stuff. It was really enlightening to see some stuff. He put up some stuff on SPY for the last year and when that tanked, and it was enlightening.
Sweet. I will look for it.
NLSN. Levi.
Johnny, are you streaming tonight?
NSX.
It's been streaming.
If you guys haven't joined Johnny's stream, you should. It's really.
Wait, so Drados, are you doing full day trading now, or are you doing a long-term
FCAU.
port, or are you doing both?
I'm doing both. I have 15K in my long-term account, and then I have 25K in my day trading account. But I don't risk a lot. I just have it there, just to have it there.
Lynn.
Nice. I see you doing pretty well, so that's a good job, man.
Yeah, try a few days back. I don't remember what day it was. I went up like 1,200, and then I ended up being down 600. so it was a good lesson learned of, self-control. And then but since then I've had a lot more self-control, just taking the right positions and waiting for the right time. But that's one of the things that
BFRA.
TJ brought up today was the snowball effect. Is you don't notice how quickly the snowball happens, and it can happen in a 30-minute span, and you don't want to stop. So you literally just have to exit and just step away. Let reset.
GLYC. PASG. Life. HT. CLNC. COP. DPZ. GPRO. No. MCRB. GLNG. PTON. Pins. JKS. PK. ENPKSO. SILK. YEXTTRE. Band. FLR. KA. SDGR. CCL. MIRM. PMVP. FIVN. DRI. AEP. UONE. GMDA. WW. CRM. NCNA. Pack.
Who was it earlier that was talking about the Trading View platform? Or
GRPN.
was it Trading View or Trade View?
Trading View. I think TJ said.
DHR.
Sorry, I didn't hear you all the way. Can you repeat that?
Trader View. What Andrew said when Mr. Blonde.
TCON. ELF.
Are you using that as well?
Me, unfortunately, not.
NET.
But I'm keeping track of my my trade and my average cost basis. I'm running a long strategy, so
CGIX.
taking off risk every single week. Just waiting it, right? It's consolidated. Once I see it's about to curl up fully, and gonna do in the bottom part.
PACB.
Do it on the put side.
Did you build your own model for that in like a spreadsheet?
CMPS.
No, I've been just been doing it through other different stocks as well. So I don't have I don't have an algo, if that's what you mean.
Do you use the spreadsheet to keep track of that stuff?
Oh no, it's all in my head. It's pretty easy for me.
RWT.
Oh, cool. Okay.
Yeah, so right now doing covered calls, I took an entire dollar away, so off of the average cost basis of per share. So 80 cents and then 20 cents. Yeah, those two up. And the fees are less than that. I got another good fill here, so I'll wait and see what happens on Monday.
PEG. DPHCW. DHC. Gene. AYRO. Lack. PEIX.
So like, there's different advantages, though, right? If you focus on one stock and look at the fills of it every single day, you'll kind of get an understanding of where people are wanting to buy. And since you already like the company long term, the fundamentals, you could hold it long term. So
sorry, what do you mean by the stock fills?
The fills, the level 2 and the time in sales.
Oh yeah, okay, right.
Sometimes the volume, say, like my ticker, I'm keeping track of RKT. There were at 2080, it was a bunch of fills, and one person bought 40,000 shares. So either a short cover or just an open buy.
CNTG. DQ. AVDL.
I hopped in RKT earlier today for less than an hour, but it made a pretty good swing.
Yeah, what's your average cost basis?
I didn't do the math.
Was it below 20 though?
Hang on, I gotta check. I have a pretty extensive set of spreadsheets with my buying history.
Oh, okay. That's probably a good thing if you buy multiple tickers, for sure.
You only play one?
I like this. I like the method.
You take this 5 or 6.
I think there's definitely an advantage in this one, like an extreme advantage, because people are discounting the fact of their next earning, and in fact, people discounted this earnings as well. So they're not. Yeah, they don't understand this one fully yet. So
Well, my average price was 20.49
UAA.
okay, yeah, that's pretty good.
on the buy, and then I sold at 20 in the
CARB.
50s.
GTHX.
I should have held longer. I was pretty impatient on that one.
Hey, if your profit is good, then you're good. But I'm definitely doing swing trading. I'm holding this at least until the next earnings.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it's gonna run up, and then the options will run up. So take advantage of that on the covered call side.
Do you have a stop?
No.
I've been lowering my what's it called, my average cost basis, but I kind of know what the support levels
BLDP.
are. So we got a good around 20, and then this 1830 ish.
Sava.
But that's where all the insiders are buying at 18. So
PSXP.
that's when like the original supposed share start for the IPO, but it never really touched 18.
That was the price in the documents, right? The IPO documents, and then there was the price that went around on all the media sites.
Yeah. So now if you look at the analyst target,
TMO.
we got some in the high 20s, some in the mid 30s, and it's touched there already. So the fact that it's already gone there once, there's a very good chance to go there again, right? So
Yeah, true. I remember I took the IPO of Rocket, but it was the first IPO that I had
CALX.
traded, and I was pretty nervous, so I actually only bought one share. But I made $7 fucking off of it. If only I had bought a couple more shares than that.
you gotta what's it called? You gotta do your
PD.
research. Really, it's it's an old company,
GP.
fairly old, like 1985. It's got good leadership.
Oh yeah,
And their books are very solid. So
yeah. Actually, my
Navi.
mother used Quicken Loans for a really long time.
Mhm.
I remember working with their product. It's
CNHI.
really good. I like
they
it.
have very good technology now too.
Oh
And
yeah,
the
that was back in the 90s too.
advertising, people don't understand
CLSK.
what I was saying. Like the
MTCH.
advertising, that's already been factored into the stock on their expenses plenty of quarters ago. You know what I mean?
True.
They have a brand that people like understand, so and people know about. They have good amount of branding and advertising. So, and I don't think like their expenses are pretty much just advertising and paying their their employees. That's it. They don't have any kind of like oh yeah, we gotta run a factory, so sort of deal. You know what I mean? Or we gotta manufacture this. They're not manufacturing anything. You know what I mean? It's a bunch of pieces of paper and computers using a computer.
And software, right? Yeah.
Their expenses are pretty low.
SBE Plus. MNR.
I remember looking at their the company's holdings
AXGN.
because how does it work? Is the
Eddie.
dude who runs the company and runs the holding company that owns all the property and the Cavaliers and everything else? Is any of that owned by the IPO Rocket Mortgages? I understood there was some relationship there, but I
SRPT.
didn't get a clear answer when I was doing my DD.
Dan Gilbert, his ownership of the Cavaliers has nothing to do with this, but the Rocket itself has Quicken Loans and a bunch of other loan and mortgaging companies.
Right? Yeah.
So they do some auto insurance too,
EDSA.
or auto loan.
Yeah, that's a pretty good business.
Yeah, it is. It is indeed. And any sort of thing with insurance and loans is good, and then refinancing in a low interest rate environment is
AAPL.
very, very ideal, because the banks have to the banks give out the mortgages at a higher rate, and then they refinance it to a lower rate, and they pocket like the difference, and then they either sell to like Freddie Mac or Fannie Mae. You know what I mean? It's pretty good. Yeah,
True, yeah.
they lock in their money. Not the most exciting company, but I like money. They like money. I like money. They like to make a lot of money, so I like that.
They have a good brand. Definitely a good
Yeah.
brand.
LTBR.
I think they took a really conservative route in their guidance, in their spoken guidance. I think they're taking the
EVGN.
AMD approach, so I'm not too worried about it.
LSF.
Definitely get it at the low
Cool.
range. This is a low range here, and any lower might go to 1830s, 19 something. But this is discounted range here, and it's only come down because the markets have come down, right, from that peak in NQ.
Right. Yeah.
I would say mostly because of that. I do understand when it was going high, a lot of the movements were due to either low volume after hours or pre-market. No, that I do understand, but you know what I mean? And when it pushes up, it'll go up in still like about like $1.50, $2 increments when it's actually going for earnings again. Because right now the volume is low compared to those times.
You mean just in terms of the entire market in a
No.
general sense?
Oh, on the ticker. And before, when it was going up, the volume was 30 mil. Now it's about 7 to 8 mil, right?
HLF.
But
You're talking
there's
about
like
NQ,
no.
right?
XYL.
Oh no, for
CRNC.
Rocket NQ,
Oh,
I
okay,
think
yeah.
the volume is decent. It's built upon the facts of like Microsoft, Apple, even Tesla. Tesla's like 3%, but there's
SPK.
Facebook, Google. Yeah, so there's
TGEN.
those mega cap stocks in NQ, but they hit a certain point and it just came all the way down. And then this week was basically
RCL.
people or even banks, I would
ACHB.
say, get margin called on
AMZN.
those like silver and those gold precious metals. So
USEG.
it's
HCNP.
unfortunate, There's a lot of swinging, a lot of movement with the
REML.
dollar as well. So
ATNM. MLM.
but I'm saying, like, such a low share, such a low flow stock, you can make
Yeah.
your 50%, even 100% pretty fairly quickly in the long term aspect. Say it's
HMI.
like after a year, you could probably double up your money. But someone like
SGH.
Apple, maybe, what I mean, it doesn't do now after the split. Or Microsoft, there's so many shares, after a year won't double up. Something like Tesla, maybe, I don't know. You'll get the
DNOM.
swings up and the swings down. Like Amazon probably won't double up. You know what I mean?
CSIQ.
Yeah, Apple and Tesla, I expect will begin to go up again soon. Not very quickly, but I mean, it's just inevitable. I'm pretty sure they're pretty solid companies.
Those trade extremely with the market. So they're
Also, yeah.
ES and NQ and even YM. Microsoft, Apple, I'm on all three. I'm pretty sure. So yeah. The Microsoft and Apple aren't weighted as much on the Dow Jones, but they're on all three major indices. So
CRSP. SPAQ plus UNVR MTCR.
right, so didn't chase Rocket. Went up to the 30s, the high 30s, the high 20s.
DEA.
Didn't chase it. My average cost basis is around this
BSY.
price. Very, very, very low 20s. You know what I mean? Gonna after maybe like another week or so, get it down all the way to 20 flat.
AUVI. AMST.
Helvetican, you know how to do the covered calls, right?
No.
So covered calls, you have
Buybacks.
equity, and
Are you
each
talking about for options?
yeah.
I haven't started trading options yet that much. I'm just researching it
Mm-hmm.
and like testing on paper.
Oh, all right. Yeah, each 100 shares you have, you can sell one covered call. So you will sell a call at a certain strike price, you get that premium. So say the stock goes sideways, you'll still get that premium. You know what I mean? If it doesn't, well, regardless if it hits the strike price at expiration or not, you still get that. You still get that premium. So I mean, the odds are in your favor, really. If the shares go down a bit, you'll get it. If the shares remain the same, you'll get it. Even if the shares go up a little bit, you'll get it. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
True. The max is it's whatever premium you got plus the strike price, but that's why you sell a little bit out of the money. Or if your average cost is so low, you can sell it at the money if you want to like
IPG.
try to get rid of it. You just gotta look at what the what the market's offering, what the CBOE is offering, the
Yeah.
Chicago Board of Options Exchange. They take
FMCI.
advantage, take advantage of how like the stock moves, the actual ATR.
BDTX.
Sometimes you'll get a number that probably won't hit. Say you sell like the 23s, and yeah, I mean you're hoping it hits, but it probably won't hit, so you just get the free money. So
BKU. DPHCW.
right, so you turn time into money, and then you just
GD.
wait. Once it's going, you just wait. Especially once it starts going, you just wait. You still hedge it out, and you might take off some risk. You might sell some shares, but you you wait, because then you'll get you get like the benefits. The IV will start coming in. You can sell some real good covered calls, or you could just sell the shares. Yeah, you could really take advantage. RKT, right? The week of earnings, well, the
Semi.
premiums on the call side were like 50% more than the premiums on the put side. They were giving like at the money, they were giving like $3-4 per contract. It was nuts.
I didn't follow
TPTX.
Rocket through earnings because I was
HRST.
away
IMGN.
during that
Oh,
last
okay.
part of the summer.
AVN2.
Yeah, it's
I'll pay
nuts.
attention this next round.
MUOH.
Did they do fairly well compared to what we
Oh yeah,
expected?
the numbers were amazing, but then it
Yeah.
sold off. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
Oh
that's
yeah, yeah.
why, yeah. I think some analysts want to see like those two good earnings in a row, right? It's an IPO stock, so they want to basically to see like if it's a fluke or not, right? One amazing earnings the next time, since it's new,
true.
it could be bad earnings, right? It could be a fluke, but hey,
Well,
if they
technically, the
continue
stock hasn't even established much of a rhythm anywhere. You can't. It's very hard to read it off of the chart.
because it's such a short time.
Yeah.
But if you
AVDL.
evaluate through the numbers, it's very cheap here. So
I imagine they're
HIVS.
pretty good at
QRVO.
accounting over there, don't you think?
PGEN.
oh, for sure, yeah, it's a financial company. So that's why I'm saying like I'm pretty sure they took a conservative outlook with their guidance, and then they're gonna
Blah.
probably overperform, gonna beat that mark.
Yeah, good point. Compared to Snowflake, who took the most ridiculous valuation conceivable by mankind, and
Yeah, you don't want to buy a stock if it's run
WWE.
400% in one day off of nothing. You know what I mean?
holy
Just
shit, that was
because it's an
crazy.
IPO, there's no reason to buy it, right? So
Yeah.
you buy the stock when it comes down. If you get it around the IPO price, it's a good deal.
EOLS. BSGM. WKHS.
Oh, yeah, that's good, Andrew. What are you doing?
OPES.
Are you in Rocket as well? Okay. Yeah, like I was saying, Big C, unfortunately, you don't have the weekly. Weeklies are so good because even if they, hit your covered calls and
GBDC.
whatever shoots past, you could always get back in the stock next week by doing
SRG.
cash secured puts again, and you won't miss out on like the entire move up. So that's why RXT is there's no liquidity in the shares and there's no liquidity in the options. So that one, I just cut it for a loss because that one was that was so bad. The company could be great, but the company and the stock have a disparity.
KLDO.
There's not enough volume for liquidity, so. Yeah, in the money option contracts will exercise automatically, yeah. So make sure you have if you're on the cash secured puts, make sure
OTRK.
to actually cash secured. And if you're on the covered calls, make sure to actually covered and you have enough shares. It's actually a good way too if you have a large position, right? Because say the volume on the shares, you can't, take a large position. But with the options, if there's not enough liquidity, you could get
VITL.
out, right? Say like Rocket's $23, $25. I want to sell everything. I wait till like Friday. I sell one that's in the money, 25 or 24.50 or something. It'll get exercised, they'll sell it, and I'll get the premium for that, and I'll liquidate entirely. Right? I could do it in the put side too.
AUVI.
There's 25. I could do it 24.50.
VCLT.
On the call side, you'll be selling it, you'll be getting money. On the put side, you'll be like, it's more like protecting it. So you have to pay.
UVV.
Yeah, the premium sucks because it's 11. Andy, the premium sucks because it's what is it, $7-8 away. The closer it is to at the money, the higher the delta would be 1-to-1. That's why I've been doing it every single week. I take off some more risk this week, take off some more risk the next week. Just keep doing that, and eventually the consolidation, and it goes through distribution phase. And
JAX. AVDL. PRPH.
yeah, I don't know about selling leap cover call. That's not too great of a strategy there. There's no data decay. That doesn't work. I mean, you want some of that data decay so you could keep selling more contracts. If you sell the rights of your shares to someone else, that's for like a year. I don't.
Chat.
You know what I mean? That's not the greatest idea. Yeah, exactly. So what Andrew said. You buy leaps. You don't sell leaps. I say worst comes to worst. Sometimes you could get instead of playing the weekly, sometimes not liquidity, right?
CARV.
So you play the monthly, so there's better liquidity there. So you sell like whatever 1 month out.
LGIH.
That's like maybe the furthest you should go. Because if you sell the Leafs, there's no liquidity there as well. You're like two-timing yourself. You're screwing yourself 2 times over, right? Because you're gonna have to meet the bid by selling covered calls, and there's the data's like not in your favor. You don't get to decay the contract. So.
IMGN. WKEY.
Oh, poor man covered. Oh, you mean buying the leap and selling the covered call? No, I thought he meant just selling the covered call straight up.
SHLL. CLSK.
Yeah, I don't experiment with a poor man's covered call. No.
SNR.
The equity, you get to do more with the equity. You get to protect better with the
GP.
equity.
Melly.
Right? Say the markets are doing bad, like really, really bad. And you're like, you're kind of scared to like tank a 50% or something. You could buy protected puts. You spend money on it, but or you could run a zero cost call. You could sell cover call and then use that premium to buy the closest put. But realistically, I would buy put like a month out or so if I'm doing that, so the data doesn't eat away, and you sell the close one here. So data's in work in your favor. Covered call data doesn't kill you too much on the put side.
BPMP. CMA. BSY. CRMD. FMC. LTTR. NTES. Veer. MGP. SPAQ Plus. FSM. DY. FMCI. Hein. NKTR. EAD. HIBB. ACOM. LAC. CRSR. RVP. TGI. GPN. AZEK. AXGT. Dish. FICO. XPER. New. ABXL. TXG.
I got a little distracted there with some work. I'm heading out,
GNMK.
guys. See you later.
Yeah, see you, man.
Have a good night. Maybe I'll be back on in a little bit. I don't know. We'll see.
Hey, good night.
Graph. YY. NFIN SHLL. KCAC Plus. GP. Toll. OLED. MNOVWKHS. DHI. IPOB. CRSR. BLPH. CARV. ALEC. SQBG. GBT. MNST. CRMD. BPYU. CDNS. SBE Plus. EKSO. IMBI. LCA. DRTCI. SNCR, Fly. AMST. MGNI, DXCM. EBIX. SHLLORTX. OI. ARDX. CRSR. NVO. OESX. NG. AVDL. BBIO. DPHCW. BFRA. GOCO. KCAC Plus. GTHX. NK. OAC. EVGN. CARV. CHMA. Graph. MEIP. Vivo. Palm. Curo. Ibex. WSR. GNMK. IPOB. NNBC. Oxy Plus. ORTX. FNCL. GLYC. AXGT. U. COMM. GME. ACET. WWE. QLGN. SPAQ plus. Uber. GSK. GLD. Graph. CLSK. ACIU. Lee. MSFT. CNTY. BCLI. CMPS CYCN. Ever. FMCI. OPES. CRSP. AAL. ALGN. COM. FCAU. MYOV. ZUMZ. LTBR. Dell. CYCC. UAL. JBLU. ACET. AVDL. MCK. Save. Peak. Love. AR. NLOK. Ease. Duo. SYK. HCDI. Jets. IGT. GOGL. CMO. IEA. VO. ABO. SSP. WES. Cub. TFFP. LCA. LSF. VKTX. CRSR LL. SPI. GMRE. Ten. Retta. CEIX. GNMK. MFC. KDMN. CYCC. Ovid. CPK. TTWO. ACET. EFC. GTHX. Graph. OAC. U. IWD. HQY. PPG. LMND. HRB. APRN. HRTX. VIR. Call. GDRX. WV. SHLL Plus. Plan. Team. TMUS. MTLS Fix. EIGR. FMCI. Car. NLOK. So. SPI. Pause. CVGI. CAPR. All I. Beam. VIPs. DXCM. CPK. Kurteb. JELD. Luz. Melly. QLGN. WW. Cub. U. FPRX. TGTX ARKW. SPWH. OGIG. IPOB. INMD ads. PANW. OPES AKTS. Fly. RCII. UE. GORO. DPHC. XERS. GRWG. Ha. GLPI. LNC. EMN. CBAY. ARNA. JKH. AMRC. ACHV. SAVA. DDM. TLSA. Pump. SPT. MSGN. VIG. REVG. IPHI. SJR. SOXL. IPOB. Test. MPX. ATUS. Jets. RWR. XOUT. FPX, DB. Ha. GBX. ROM. INVA. FMCI. EPHE. VREX, MSGS. FINX. Glob. TECL. AYI. HRTX. KNDI. ALI. NTES. CAPR. SFM. INMB. Cone. N. Ku. CMT. INGN. AVCT. SKF. Gene. AAOI. TENB. BTZ. REKR. Sava. NG. MNST. CTVA. FINX. IMTX. PLYA. PACW. Mod. FIDU. EDRY. MAXN. OLED. GME, AMCX. GRPN. GNW. SCCO. APA. YTEN. Reg. Zion. BLFS. PSTH. Terra. TLSA. NBL. SPI. LNG. URTY. JDST. SVXY. NCNA. Nova. VTR. SEDG. SSP. STSA. CPK. Graph Plus. NNN. APOG. MOBL Retta. SOXL. MAXN. ERII. Mesa. IVV. ATUS. Toll. URTY. Drib. WRTC.
XSAT, do you think that's legitimate?
SEDG. Goss. VOTS. EDSA. Wing. HDB. BNSO. CDXC. YTEN. PRTK. CPK. SNCR. AAWW. AXDX. EVV. CYTK. BSM. AKTS. TMUS. JEA, LVGO, MICT, GNW, TAC, AQST.